this event, and hope everyone has a good day, and that's all. Thank you.
If you all please rise and join me in the pledge, please. Hats off, hand over heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. This time now we'll have the chaplain of the Riverhead Fire Department, Tom Tobin, lead us in a moment of silence and a prayer.
Thank you. The Riverhead Fire Department and the Ironmen have asked me to ask you to join with us in a moment of silence for the victims of the cowardice murder in Nice, France the other night. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for the beauty of this day, and we pray that you will protect these participants from any harm or injury. Guide the conduct of this competition with the spirit of camaraderie and good sportsmanship. Father of all mankind, we pray that you will guard and protect those brave men and women of our armed forces who today protect the freedoms that we so readily take for granted. Grant them a speedy and healthy return to their loved ones who suffer the anxiety of their absence. Bless and console the survivors of those who have made the supreme sacrifice, for they have given example to your words. Greater love hath no man than he laid down his life for his friend. This we ask in your name. Amen.
Gentlemen, start your sneakers!
Good afternoon, everyone.
First contest to be run today is the three-man ladder contest. State record is 6.00 and is held by West Sable.
We want to welcome everyone here to Riverhead, New York today for the Riverhead Invitational Drill.
On your programs, the Wolves from Iceland.
All right, we're just about ready to get started. I'm joined here today by Lenny Gombert of the St. James Wildcats. I'm Robert Noonan.
Good morning, race fans.
And also we have Michael Mara of the West Sable Flying Dutchman, who's with us this morning.
Good morning. Morning, Michael.
All right, we have one hot day here today in Riverhead as we just about get underway. The Islip Wolves have taken to the line to get our drill started.
Rob, they really move it along now. It's national anthem. Let's go. I like it.
Start your sneakers and we're gone. You got it, Len?
Let's go. Islip's off the line clean. First man's on clean. Second man's on clean. Here comes, second man stumbles on about his third step there. See what the Islip Wolves score here.
Time for Islip, 7.06. 7.06.
What'd you see there, Michael?
Number 7 on your programs, the Hares from East Farmingdale.
Well, the first thing I noticed is they switched around their line up there. They moved. They had somebody else different running second. I'm not sure what the gentleman's name was. Looked like he had a nice in, but he lost his second step. A lot of times that is, the excitement of the contest. Try to really explode up that ladder. Sometimes you overpower yourself and you miss that rung.
All right, here come the Hares, folks. Trying to get your best split times, folks. The sun is shining right on the light. The first man's on clean. Second man's on.
Yep.
Third man's, little slip on that third rung, Mike. He just gets the top rung.
Third man came in very conservative.
8.46. 8.46.
You're right, Mike. I had him 488.
I tell you, the last year or so fooling around running from that second spot, quite a difference. That third spot, you have quite a head of steam coming down. Move up 25 feet, it's a lot different.
Is it just a matter of measuring?
Correction. There'll be a no time for East Farmingdale Fayette Grassman Hole, Rule
Ooh.
1301.
I thought he had it, Mike.
I didn't notice.
I thought he had it. Is it a matter of just figuring out your steps and when to put the brakes on 1-2 steps?
I mean, the year's running 3-man. I tried to mentally tell
On the
myself.
line to be number 8 on your programs, the Hobos from Central Ice Slip.
I want to attack the yellow line, and I actually would get on the starting line. I'd be saying to myself, yellow line, yellow line, yellow line. And it's, you know.
A little different from the second man.
Yeah.
We got
Okay.
Central Islip using a little different lineup, what they used last drill.
Ryan Murphy, first man.
They're off and clean. 1 on, 2 on, 3 on. He's pushing. Smooth run.
Brian Kessler.
I had him in at 4:16. That'll be a mid-6, I think.
Brian gives Jake a
Time
little more
for
room there.
Slip. 6.45.
There you go, mid-6.
45.
Smart run for them.
Yeah.
Smart. You could see Brian backed it up a little bit to give Jake a little more room, and that's what you have to do in this situation. It was a good job by them. Ryan Murphy looking swift up there at the first spot.
He's looking tired already, though. I mentioned how hot it was here. It's definitely out on the street. It's got to be over 100 degrees with that heat
On the line to be number
radiating
9
off the
on your
road.
programs, the Blue Jays from
You gotta
Sable.
take your hat off to the officials today, being out there. We're under a canopy, guys. We're semi-fortunate, but all right, here we go.
Third man with an unusual start. Standing straight up, 2 feet close together. Hard to get out of the box like that. in
But
my
everybody's on. He couldn't quite. He messed up his hands at the top there, Mike.
opinion. Took an extra step, climbed 9 steps.
That's going to put them in the 7s, high 7s, I think. Third man in around 4-4.
Time for Sable. 7.55. 7.55. On the line to be number 10 on your programs, the Pistol Knockers from North Lindenhurst.
Joe Boy still doing it.
A tribute to all people over 50.
It just shows you keep yourself in shape,
Yeah.
take care of yourself, you can still participate in this game.
He's always loved the sport. We all know that. He bounced from team to team for a while. Been with North Lindy for quite a while now.
He's definitely racing over 30 years.
A lot of pride with that man.
Nice start. Good start.
Joe's
Joe's
on. Second man's on. Ducky's. Oh, Joe slips about halfway up. Not from lack of effort. We know that. Sometimes you just toe a rung.
Time for North Lindenhurst. 8.38. 8.38.
Could you see what happened there, Mike?
I'll tell you, 3-man ladder, it's hard to sit here and break down a race and be an analyst like in B&C ladder. I mean, this is a pretty
On the
simple
line to be
race. Get
number
on the
11
ladder
on
and
your
go.
programs, the Panthers from Cutchogue.
Again, to try and watch 3 climbers doing their thing at the same time is difficult in
I
itself.
mean, one of the things I've always thought with this race is, you know, there's definitely guys out there who can push it and get in really hard, but you have to stay spaced out. When you get on that ladder on top of somebody, it doesn't go well. You have to give each other room, and that's a lot of times somebody's saying to your third man, you need to back it up, let your second man climb this shot.
Here come the Panthers, folks. They've run on this track quite a bit.
Best looking mustache on that first man.
I think best looking jerseys on the track this year as well. Third man on at 5:02. Push to the top.
Slow and steady.
Yeah, that's going to be an 8.
Time for Cutchogue. 8.23. 8.23. On the line to be number 12 on your programs, the Yellowbirds from Copac.
I'm going to say the smartest official out there, hometown hero Richie Ligon. Got the big umbrella going.
Curious to see what Copeg's going to do here. Last year at the end of the year, their numbers were starting to really pick it up. They were in the 6.3s. They won the state drill and 3-man ladder. The numbers haven't been there this year, and I'm kind of curious what's going on. I don't know if somebody tweaked something or what, but let's see if they break out of that little rut they've been in lately.
To your knowledge, is it the same 3 guys, Mike?
It looks like it.
Like a good start.
First
One
and
on.
second man are close.
Make it up.
That looked better today.
All right.
446 mount is what I had though.
Really?
So
That's it,
That's
huh?
a mid-6.
It looked good.
Again, we don't have the light to go. Well, the light's
Time for
starting.
Copac. 6.62.
Mid-6.
6.62.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what's happened from
On the line number
last year.
13 on
Kinda
your
curious.
programs, the Gamblers from Hagerman.
So you're thinking 2 or 3 tenths they're losing from
Yeah,
last year.
I'm surprised what we're seeing. I mean, they were starting to make it look effortless last year, and I'm almost curious if they're trying to push too hard and he's not comfortable or his confidence isn't there. I know all the years running 3-man, I would definitely get into ruts where my confidence wasn't there attacking that third rung. Sometimes you got a bad miss. Sometimes you just don't realize it.
Hagerman's off and running.
You really have to trust yourself. You got to attack that yellow line, lean back, and
All 3 men on clean.
nice and smooth.
This out exactly, Michael. Nice smooth run. 4:45 on. That's going to be a 6 for the Hagerman Gamblers.
Time for Hagerman. 7.03.
Oh, I thought they had a 6.
7.03.
I'll tell you, the way this race has gone the last few years, you get into the 6, you have a good chance of scoring in a drill like this.
Right now, as we go to the bottom half of the score sheet, 645 Central Islip, 662
On the line number 16
Copeg,
on your programs, the Bandits from Farmingville.
706 Islip, 703 Hagerman, 706 Islip, and then always 755 Sayville right now is your top 5. So there's still points to be had out there.
I mean, a lot of people say, the numbers have come down, but what people need to do is look at those score sheets and realize it was 30 teams running as opposed to 15 right now. And on a day like this, it's even harder to get going.
This team hits it right. They can do it. Oh, third man came in a little too cautious.
He pulled up, took an extra step up top, too.
That gave him a 4.9 on, which is going to put them in the 7s.
Yeah, mid
Time for Farmingville. 7.41. 7:41.
5th place at the moment.
On the line number 17 on your programs, the Redskins from Bayshore.
Mike, did you always just attack it and say, if I slip, I slip, but I'm going for my best run ever?
I tried to be smooth. I mean, there was a few tournaments out there where I said, I'm just going to air it out and go for it. And generally, those were the tournaments where they didn't count. I mean,
You want to? Oh, so you were conscious on completing the run?
I was trying to be smooth all the
Yep,
time.
I gotcha.
I used to try to take the approach. I used to try to almost slow up earlier and then accelerate into the ladder.
You had
That's
the
last
ability
week's
to
first
do
place
that.
winners.
Yep. Here comes Bayshore, Al Pugh off and going. Second man, Frankie Sonnenberg, a new man to the team this year. Coming from New High Park Termite, slips about in the middle of the ladder.
Could that have been a
Time
third
for
man's
Bayshore.
mount, Michael?
8.39.
I don't know. It just looked like Frankie just toted and missed.
On the
Midway.
line number 19 on your programs, your host for today's drill, the Ironman from Riverhead.
Let's face it, that's a rarity. Frankie's got the perfect build for a climber with the long legs, and he's been doing it for years.
I mean,
That's
I'm
a
not sure,
rarity.
without talking to Frankie, I know a lot of times when you get midway up that ladder, you're running second man, you're going to try to slide yourself over, give that third man as much room as possible, and sometimes you end up tripping yourself up.
As a first man for a long time, you could always feel if somebody got in the ladder really hard, you'd feel that ladder kind of push in a little bit, and you almost you had to be prepared for it, otherwise you might end up towing it.
Yeah, but that's kind of like the bucket contest, isn't it? Where that ladder's going to be bouncing. Hopefully you're on the bounce, and we talked about that.
I
in the
think
past.
buckets, you take a different approach. though. Buckets is get to your spot, get to the top, get set. Three-man ladder, you're trying to run hard here.
Yep.
Comes Riverhead, home team.
Both
Right,
come off the line together.
Chose to run in the middle of the pack here today.
Yep. Third man pushing the second man.
Clean run.
Yep. Not lightning. But
Mid-7.
469 in, that'll be a mid-7.
Time for Riverhead. 7.42. 7.42.
Just missed that current 5th place time of 7:41 right now, which is holding with Farmingville.
I know one of the things I like to do is usually before the tournament, I'll take a
On
walk
line
up.
number 20 on your programs, the Snails from Lindenhurst.
I'll check out the ladder, give it a little wobble and a little wiggle, see how it feels, and try to, set myself up, whether it's one of those loose ladders. And I would tell my first and second man, let's get to the top. Or another time where I'm like, wow, we got a nice tight ladder here. I actually climbed the ladder early today. We got a tight one today. We're good.
So it really affected you. It wasn't just mental.
No, it was. It does affect it. That ladder starts moving a lot when you have 2-3 guys on it.
Sure.
You almost have to take the approach every rung as you're going up it.
That's interesting. I'm going to talk about some things we used to do in water. Checking out the same stuff. People told me I was crazy, but maybe it was mental, maybe it wasn't.
It could be mental.
Yeah. Well, this race, all racing is half mental, so. Here come the Snails. Looks like a good start with these youths. Everybody's on clean. Push.
He
Oh,
attacked
that's
that
going to
ladder. He
score.
attacked that ladder nicely.
See him shoot his arm up there at the end, Mike, the third
Looked good.
man.
It looked very good.
4:33 in mid-6, yep.
6-6 maybe?
Yep.
Time for Lindenhurst. 6.68. 6.68.
All right, that's going to be 3rd place at the moment.
One on your programs, the Bucks from Deer Park.
Mike, I mentioned the third man shooting his arm up at the end. Talk about that a little bit.
Well, you can definitely make up a lot of time. I know through the years, different times, and officials would say to me, once in a while, Mike, it looks like you're getting a lazy grab. A lot of times that's just driving with that right arm to pull yourself up to grab with the left, depending on what you're doing.
Just for everybody listening on the radio at home, they are working on the video feed. It should be up shortly. So just bear with us here. The heat's having a little bit of effect on the equipment, but we should be up and running.
All right, here come the Deer Park Bucks. They're off clean. Love their colors. First man's on, second man's on, third man's on, and up, push, push, push to the top. Again, smooth, may not have been the fastest run. 462 in. It's a low 7.
Third man
Time
with some
for the
momentum
bar.
going up there.
7.26. 7.26.
All right.
On to be number 22 on your programs. The Flying Dutchman
the
from West Sable.
Flying Dutchman take the line. Gary Sham doing his traditional run to the ladder, showing the energy.
Two teams left to go. 7:06 is the number to beat if you want to make it into the top 5.
I feel like I'm running a race right now.
I
My butterflies are gone.
I was going to say, I see Mike giving a thumbs up to his guys. I'm here announcing with 2 Flying Dutchmen, folks. So see if they can stay neutral.
Good start. I like our start. RT
1
and
on,
Smooth
2
Danny
on. Billy's on. Billy's pushing the second man. Nice
run, clean run.
416 in, low 6
6-4.
for the
It's
Dutch.
in the neighborhood.
I have better than that, Mike.
Time for West Sable. 6.34. 6:34.
Nice job.
Dutchman putting up a nice shot.
Very
On to
happy
be
with
number
that.
23 on
Very
your
happy.
programs. The Tigers from Brentwood.
So you hear Mike Maris saying nice job to his team, and Mike being a little bit new to the radio crew. I used to do the same thing
It's
when my
hard not to
team
get
was running.
excited.
How do you not cheer for your own team?
It's
and,
hard.
And
It's
if you
hard.
don't, then go home.
Just looking at some splits there. They had Billy in 4 flat. He climbed a nice smooth ladder.
Yep.
Danny, Tenny, Ryan, Tenny out of the way.
All right, here come the Brentwood
The,
Tigers.
the light went before they left. I don't know if someone was in it, but the light definitely went yellow.
Third man struggling a little bit to get up there. I don't think any of them really attacked the ladder. Third man in at 497, so we'll see what happens.
Kind of curious what happened there.
But the
Time
light,
for Brentwood. 13.54. 13.54.
The overall look of the run, Mike, somebody might have leaned into the light, is my guess. They really didn't look that
It's
polished.
hard.
Right there.
It's hard to tell. I mean, third man looked like he had decent ground speed, but he's definitely got some homework to do.
that's going to conclude our 3-man ladder contest. Very quickly, looks like West Sable 634 first, Central Islip 645 in second, Copeg 662 in third, Lindenhurst 668 in fourth, and Hagerman 703 in fifth. Just edges out Islip.
All right, so we're off and running
Move
here.
the equipment. Results of the 3-man ladder contest. First place, 5 points, number 22, West Sable. Second place, 4 points, number 8, Central Islip. Third place, 3 points, number 12, Copeg. Fourth place, 2 points, number 20, Lindenhurst. And fifth place, 1 point, number 13, Hagerman.
All right, so that's going to conclude the 3-man ladder contest. Things move along here at the Riverhead Invite in beautiful Riverhead, Suffolk County, Long Island, New York. Any comments, guys, before we go to commercials?
Well, I'm excited to see some B ladder here. I always think back to the days, and this is where Twan's great doing his homework ahead of time.
Yeah, we usually get to this day in racing. He
Yeah.
usually calls it in, right, Rob?
Back
Yeah,
in,
he's listening. He
Okay.
chimed in. There was a little radio issue before, so if Twan, if you got any little tidbits for us, hit me up on that text. We'll be happy to pass them along and give you the credit you deserve for the work you do.
Twan, do your homework too. Let us know. I think 98 here in August. B ladder, the numbers that day. I believe we had a couple of 4s and a couple of 5-0s.
All right, so there's the shout out to Twan. Again, this is Riverhead Fire Department's 30th Invitational motorized drill. And it's Riverhead Fire Department. Take a guess, guys. How many years do you think Riverhead Fire Department's been around? Unless you read the...
I did not read it. I'm going to say 1850s.
Well, now you're making me do math. I'm
100
saying what anniversary is this?
175.
100, pretty close, Mike. 180th anniversary for the Riverhead Fire Department. And again, we thank them and the Riverhead Ironmen for hosting this drill year after year. So
Now you're going to make me do the math.
you gave me a year. I wasn't ready for that. I'm reading stuff, you know.
1836. All right, I said 1850. It goes back
All right.
to 1836.
All right, we're going to commercials. Take it, Fred.
We'll be back.
The Bill Fox Company has been in business over 60 years, specializing in custom championship rings, watches, badges, pins, and awards. The Bill Fox Company has crafted championship rings for the past state champions, including the Westerners, Flying Dutchmen, Hobos, Wolves, and the Yellow Hornets, as well as the Firefighter Combat Challenge competition. Bill Fox Company is the recognized name in recognizing people. Check them out on Facebook, Twitter, and on the web at www.billfoxco.com. With over 25 years of service in the fire industry, High Tech Fire and Safety continues to be a proud sponsor of New York State drill teams. High Tech has been honored to serve as master distributor for Morning Pride products, including state-of-the-art bunker gear, USAR gear, EMS gear, helmets, gloves, hoods, and boots. In addition to Morning Pride gear by Honeywell, High Tech also provides quality products including ISG thermal imaging cameras and CMC rescue products and Deuce rescue systems, providing your fire department with the highest level of support and service for all your personal protection equipment needs. For personalized demos, speak to a certified sales specialist. Call 631-777-5170 or visit hightechfirenewyork.com. Since 1973, Fire News has been a proud supporter of the time-honored tradition of New York State Drill Team Racing. As they celebrate their 43rd year of publishing, they are honored to be the official publication and online coverage of the New York State Drill Teams. Look for ongoing coverage in Fire News on firenews.com and on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. The 2017 Fire Rescue and EMS Mega Show takes place February 18th and 19th at the Brentwood Sports Fieldhouse at Suffolk Community College. The new venue was a huge hit in 2016. It's bigger and better, and 2017 will deliver many new vendors showing the latest, most up-to-date turnout gear and new products. Hundreds of vendors will be present to explain and demonstrate their product line and services, along with the extrication competition. See you next February in Brentwood at the Mega Show. Attention firefighters, are you still tracking your SCBA cylinders using paper and pencil? Stop the insanity and get the CAT Cylinder Accountability Tag System from Coastal Fire Systems. The CAT makes refilling cylinders simple and easy, ensuring that your members never overfill a cylinder or fill one with an expired hydrostatic testing. Let the CAT system handle the record-keeping, inventory, alerts, and OSHA paperwork for you. There's only one place you can get the CAT system, and that's Coastal Fire Systems. Head to www.coastalfiresystems.com for details and information. The groundbreaking FDNY electronic accountability system is now available to departments nationwide through Motorola, and SDI is the company behind this game-changing technology. Now, SDI has paired with New York State volunteer departments including Central Islip to solve the challenge of accounting for members who respond after the tones go off. Keep track of your members on your next big incident with a proven solution designed with the New York State Volunteer Department in mind. For more information, visit systemsdefinition.com and firegroundaccountability.com. The Titan Group is back, supporting Drill Team Racing after a strong off-season of our own. Our new headquarters, now located in Bohemia, Long Island, is now fully equipped with an in-house screen printing operation, coupled with our embroidery setup that you've come to trust. Become a member of Team Titan to take advantage of our new custom team website ordering system. Follow us on Instagram at Titan Group Racing and search Titan Group DTR on Snapchat to keep your hand on the pulse of your favorite teams. With 20 years of experience in the apparel industry coupled with 20 years of racing experience, we know what you need. Pants, jerseys, jackets, helmets, we've got it all.
All right, welcome back here to Riverhead, New York.
0075, or see Artie Suskind on the arch or Devin Robinson on the track. Gear up, get on the Titan Group.
The boss, Chris Murphy, barking out some orders here, folks. We're back in Riverhead, New York, getting ready to start the B-Ladder contest. Lenny Gomberg, joined by Mike Mara and Robert Noonan, both of them from the West Sable Fire Department. Myself from St. James Fire Department. Used to be a drill team, but I don't want to get into that.
All right, well,
maybe on a rain out.
While we're waiting on Islip, Michael Mara asked for a little help with some B-Ladder times of old from here. If we go back to August 15th, 1998, in B-Ladder, West Sable broke the record with a 482. Bayshore, how about you run a 499 and get 4 points? North Lindenhurst runs a 5 flat, gets 3. New Hyde Park runs a 503 and gets 2. And then 5th place was the Yellow Hornets with a 520.
Okay, here we go. Islip getting ready to go. One of the things I always love is when you come out to run ladders and you got a brand new patch in the ground, especially on a warm day. It'll be nice and soft. Spikers will work well here.
I'll tell you what, that patch looks pretty wide, too.
Yeah, you better not miss this.
All right, guys, I'll give you the dig time. Rob, you want to call us?
Yep. All right. We got Mikey Welton behind the wheel for Islip. Gets off the line pretty hard. Gets through a light. In the break, just outside the 50. Right on the perfect ladder line. Josh Cation's in. Oh, he missed probably about his 4th step. He was halfway up the ladder. He was up and I thought gone at the time.
I had him in the ground at 293.
Time for Islip. 6.58. 6:58.
Looked like a pretty good spot, Mike.
One of the things I saw there, it looked like the truck almost hiccuped here in the box, and the spikers were trying to drive it down, and the truck was under him. And I think that threw off Josh's timing.
the Hares from East Farmingdale.
Josh mounted the ladder, it appeared to me, late, tried to make it up, and result.
Lenny, you
wasn't what
going
they
off the
needed.
line or the light? I'm sorry to
I
interrupt
went
you,
off the
Michael.
line on that.
Okay, just, yeah, but my numbers were a little different, and that's going to make sense if I'm off the light. So I just want to make sure we're in the same.
Where were
same
you at?
neighborhood. 266 off the light.
Wow, big difference.
I think one of the things I'd like to see Islip do, they need to back that up a little bit. They were almost on a 6, and like I said, was that the truck not pulling out for them?
Like you said, if it hiccuped a little, yep.
So,
All right, Rob, you want to join
well,
me on the line?
While we wait for East Farmingdale, actually, they've been given a white flag, but going back to that 1998 for a quick second. Hempstead runs a 5:20 and gets 5th place. How would you like to be Manhasset, run a 5:26 and get nothing? You know, we'll see how things have changed. See if somebody pulls out a 5:26 today, where that would have landed some 18 years later.
That drill was also, I believe, the second week of August, the week before we went upstate. Teams are a little more primed, ready to go as well. So,
Well, would that tell you Preston had a slip if it was a 5:26?
All right, here they go. Pairs are off the line. They get through the light. Long break. Digger's taking a few steps just outside the perfect ladder line. Climb had a hard time getting in. He's kind of walking his way up the ladder. He makes that grab.
It didn't look
Tough
like
shot for East Farmingdale.
Didn't look like the Diggers got down right away. I'm not sure if the guys in the back had it up, Mike.
Time for East Farmingdale.
Start right away where they broke. They were probably 60, 65 feet with their break. And it just looks like
on your programs.
that ladder didn't make that
Bubbles
pivot.
from
Now, whether the spikers aren't
Iceland.
driving or the
Yeah, it
climber
was-
and thrower didn't get it up,
It was a little flat.
it just mechanics weren't there on that
Yep.
run. And that's the one thing I'm always looking for, mechanics, because that's what you build off of. They have to do some homework, study some tape, and figure out the mechanics.
But talk about the basics when you say mechanics. The guys in the front, the Diggers pushing down, guys in the back lifting up, and you get that pivot,
right.
and then that propels the climber to get going.
I mean, whenever I'm asked, as a climber, what are you looking to do? I always stress that ladder's got to get up on the shoulder, got to go high up in the air, and that's what helps pivot it down. Now, a lot of times you can have a ladder rack that determines that angle and helps or hurts you.
All right, Danny Jackson ready to take the hobos off the line. You can hear that as it comes through the light. Long break.
Climber was
They're
off
going with their
early.
backup climber, Brian Kessler. He was in. His first 2 steps looked pretty good. He missed on his 3rd step. Gets up there, though. Does quickly complete the shot.
Brian was off that truck early. And
Real early.
You saw the legs buckle, and that's timing. That's running shot after shot, getting that timing down.
7.45. 7:45.
I agree, Mike. I saw him off the truck real early as well.
The Blue Jays from Sable.
What'd you have in the dig time there, Rob?
I had 260.
Okay, 69. So they're in the 2.6s. But yeah, Mike, we saw the same thing. Brian off real early.
Same thing. You get off early. You don't have control of yourself. That ladder doesn't go up. It affects everything.
How important is it for the climber and the thrower to get off together? So they're lifting that thing together and they're close to being in stride.
Listen, in a perfect world, you want your climber and throw to get off with that inside foot together. That way they're working together. I know for years running with Ryan as my thrower, seemed I was always about a step earlier than him. Obviously, it worked for us. I know certain people, Anthony Rock, got off with that outside foot. I was always taught by Warren Horse, who, one of our so-called legends of the sport.
Oh, for sure.
Inside foot, the foot you get off with is going to steer you.
But as you said, for years, somehow that worked for you. But, again, we just talked about a relatively new climber right there. So
Sayville Blue Jays with Don Corkery behind the wheel. Rolls off the line, gets on the gas. Just outside the 50 on the break. One spike, left spike goes in, right spike just hits the ground now. Climber had to slow up and wait as they waited for the ladder to kind of swiveled on him and then finally made it to the arch.
Same thing happened last year. That right spike is just not driving down.
Time for Sable.
Last week,
8.00. 8 flat.
Isn't that affected by the climber as well, Mike?
10 on your program.
It could. I mean,
Pistonockers from North Leatherhurst.
that could be the climber's end dropping down a little bit.
Right.
The thrower overthrowing. The spiker not over. All 4 of you have to be in sync. There's no
Bingo.
doubt about it.
That's what I was getting at. Ladders, more than any other contest, everybody's got to be in unison together. Those 4 guys aren't working together. It's painful almost for everybody. When all 4 are together, it's smooth. You don't even know you're running.
And
But
here
when those
comes
4 guys aren't together, forget it.
This team has probably been the most fundamentally sound in this race now for a couple of years. They put that ladder between the same spot every time. Ducky and Vinny do a great job. They got their shoulders driving under the ladder. The spikers inside foot, 1 step, plant it. This is picture right here.
Through,
Hopefully they got video
through
of
at
this.
least 4 drills this year, Michael. They've definitely set the bar in B ladder.
They are the B
A lot of
ladder.
5-1s, I believe a 5-0 to their credit.
I think you could say that about all the beat truck races in general. North Lindy is at the top of the list.
All right, Dudley Moran driving. He takes it away. Then the break. They get off hard right on the perfect ladder line. He's in.
Look at
Up.
this.
He's in. Up. great grab. All right, that's going to be another good number. I don't know if it's going to beat that 5-0 that they ran a week or so ago.
I got a 5-1, though.
But a real good number for North Lindenhurst.
Had him in the ground 68.
9 for North Lindenhurst. 5.22. 5.
Difference with that run is you end up on that 6-foot line. I say it all the time. You lose a 10th, being back on that 6
12
foot.
on your programs. The Yellowbirds from Copac.
So for those of the people that are listening out there, Mike, when you say the 6-foot line, you'd like to see them putting it in the ground a little bit earlier.
Yes.
Maybe out at the 8-foot point or 9-foot point.
The 6 foot is the so-called perfect ladder line. That's where 3-man gets set up, buckets get set up.
Right.
But you want to back that up. You want those spikes to drop between our safety line and between that 6-foot line. To me, you pick up a 10th there.
That's easy math. The sooner it goes in, the sooner the climber can get on and go.
And I'll tell you what, it also propels the climber up to the top a lot better. He catches that whip instead of climbing uphill.
Now, the back end of that is you take a little more of a beating as a climber when that ladder hits sometimes if you don't have an experienced thrower.
Between the two lines, you're safe. It's when you dip just inside that yellow, you start beating people up.
And what we're saying about that, folks, is the further out you spike, the ladder is flying further, and when it hits that arch, it's got more momentum, and you can beat that climber up.
Usually when you start spiking just inside that yellow, that's when you start getting into, the all or nothing type of shots. That's where you run your heavy numbers, but that's also where you miss a lot.
You could be outside the safety zone, or you can bounce the climber right off the ladder.
Absolutely.
Copac will be on a 20-minute breakdown.
Oh, so Copac on the line.
Pushing the truck away, never a good thing, and not the easiest thing to do.
On the line will
And
be
they were
number
revving
13
it.
on your programs. The Gamblers from Hagerman.
I thought they were ready to go. I mean, we were staring at them ready to, for them to come
maybe
off the
dead
line.
battery or.
I heard them revving it. They were ready to go.
Just about to mention, after 3 points, looking for them to run right now a 5, not guarantee it, but put you in second place, any 5. So, they run a decent shot. They put themselves into money. You just want to keep scoring.
They have a towel out, so we're going to kill that battery of the alternator issue. They're wiping something.
Nothing
Unless that's from an earlier team. It could be earlier, so let's not.
There's nothing extensive. One of our officials out there, Howie, just drying up a wet spot. But,
all right. Thanks to Twan here, though. Michael, I got one for you. We mentioned the 526 by Manhasset in 1998 doesn't score. What's the best B-ladder shot not to? What's the best B-ladder time not to score?
I got to say the 01 State. There was a 5-1 in there.
I thought. Wait, I'm going to guess. I'm going to guess the team because I've heard them cry about it a lot. It might be Bayshore.
All right, you're both right. It was it was Bayshore in the 2001 State with a 5:15. You know what? If I ran a 5:15 and didn't score, I'd probably be pretty annoyed too.
Yeah, I've heard some crying about that.
Pretty heavy day that day.
Yeah.
Obviously, I guess that's better than our Riverhead 98.
Yeah, but still, both really good times run a 5:15 or a 5:26 and not score.
Yes, Twan, I think this is, how many drills have 2-4s been ran? I'm going to say it was here, the 03 State, and I believe in a county drill, Manhasset and New Hyde Park. Have them do some homework on that. How many times
2-4s have been run?
2-4s ran.
Boy, for not being on the air, Twan's doing a lot of work. Hagerman Gamblers on the line. 1 point out of 3-man ladder. Really turning the corner this year, the Gamblers are.
And I'll tell you, this is a perfect example. Team hungry to get out there. It shows they're running 2 nights a week. They're doing their homework. They're going to meetings, which is a big thing. They're talking to people. They probably got the video cameras going. These are all the things you have to do as a new team.
A lot of ex-juniors on this team, too, from what I understand, Mike.
And their junior program's always been talented.
Yeah, they tied for first yesterday with CI. We'll talk about that later.
All right, Hagerman Gamblers, B-Truck at the flame coming across the hood. A little bit of a long break. Diggers took a couple of steps. Oh, Climber missed on his second step. They're running with a ladder that's got pretty much no spacing, Michael. There's a rung, almost whatever, every 12, 14 inches, give or take, as opposed to like skipping.
Time for Hagerman, 6.97. 6.97.
Just over the 3-man ladder line. I had him in at 291. He stalled a little bit when he got on, and then he slipped about.
16 on your programs. The Bandits from Farmingdale.
Slipped about halfway up.
One of the things I saw there is their front brakes didn't lock until very late into the break. When you're starting with the rear tires first, they need to go get that adjusted, checked out. You want that front brake grabbing first, drop that front end down on the truck. Yeah, it's an unusual ladder. I remember going years back, East Islip had one of those ladders when Vinny used to climb for them. It was, I believe, a 12-step, and he used to go every other climb at 24 inches, meaning 7 steps he was taking to the top.
What's the purpose for that? That's the way they bought it? Or
I have to be honest, I'm not sure what the
if it
thought
serves
process
a purpose
was.
at all, right?
I'm really not sure what the process was in that.
Can't be cheaper to buy it that way with more rungs in it.
I would think not. I'm not sure what the reasoning would be.
I mean, we all have, these are all custom made. I mean, this is not a ladder. You can go down to your hardware store or Home Depot and say, I want a racing ladder. It's not happening.
And what I mean by the 7 or 8 steps, most ladder climbers out there from the mount, which means hitting that rung, they're climbing 8 steps.
They go to Bandits. They're in the break.
They came in warm.
Spikes did not hit the ground. One, the right side did, left one didn't. Ladder spun on him a little bit.
Left digger almost rolled off completely. Did not stay with it.
Time for Farmingville. 6.84. 684.
I missed the dig, Rob. I don't know if you
Climber missed getting in. I had 260. That's
Yeah,
a good number.
They ran aggressive.
The Redskins from Bayshore.
That's Eddie's way of driving. I mean,
And it
Mike,
looks
you've
like
been watching him for a while.
And it looks like they're not far from handling that either.
The diggers took steps, though. If the diggers go straight down there, instead of being right on a 6-foot line, they're back 2 or 3 feet, and the spikes might go in together. By taking those extra steps, one digger hits the ground before the other, and that was a major problem.
I hear you, Rob. Without a doubt, Rob, that can definitely affect it, and that's just going to come with more and more reps. I heard before the town of Brookhaven they hadn't had a lot of practice, so that's going to come with reps for the Farmingville Bandits.
All right, Bayshore, we just talked about them a little bit, that 5-15 in the 2001 state that did not score, but I'm sure they would love that 5-15 here today.
Probably most of the guys on that truck were about 6.
Yeah, I was going to say there's nobody left from that team. But they've been running some decent B-ladder this year, so.
One of the things I always like what they do here is when that ladder comes out of that chute, that climber and thrower gets that ladder up nice and high.
All right, here we go. Bayshore trying to get themselves on the scoreboard here today. After this, we'll give you the rundown of the top 5 after a quick announcement from Chris Murphy. Here they go. Coin takes him off the line, Kyle. It's in the break.
Ooh, they're
a little
hot.
deep, just inside the 6. Skippy gets on. He missed on his second step. He kind of spun his wheels a little bit. He's getting up there and climbing and finishing. Who knows? That might even be in the top 5. Let me feel it. Let me put that together while Chris makes his announcement.
Bayshore. 7.31. 7:31.
266 in the ground, a foot or so over the 3-man ladder line.
19 on your programs. Your host for today's tournament, the Ironman from Riverhead.
Maybe just a little too warm for the mic.
Sorry, guys. Let me jump in real quick. We're happy to welcome our almost 10,000 followers on Facebook. We're coming at them live right now on Facebook. So if you're watching, give us a like, give us a share, and spread the word. If you want to watch the drill after this 90-minute preview, you go to nysdrillteams.com/video. And we'll be doing this every week, so please check back in. Welcome, everyone.
Chris, what's the Facebook site again?
Facebook.com/NYS. Excuse me, Facebook.com/NYSFD Drill Teams. But just put NYS Drill Teams into the search bar; it'll pop right up for you.
Chris,
okay?
always reaching out to the masses.
The masses.
Looking to get our sponsors maximum exposure.
Absolutely.
Which is great.
Yep.
Good
without a
job,
doubt.
Chris.
All right,
as
thank
always.
you guys. Keep it going.
All right. We got it.
As Riverhead gets ready, one of the things I'm observing, sitting here and watching, a lot of teams are spiking close to that 6 foot, if not inside it. Makes me wonder, are the trucks sliding or are the drivers all going in a little deep? Because a lot of them do, even spiking at the 6 foot. There's a lot of footwork going on right now. It tells me things seem to be warm right now. And you wonder, hot track, are the tires not grabbing the way they used to?
Do you think some climbers are intimidated being further out, Mike?
Host Riverhead rolls off the line. Into the light. A little bit of a long break. The straight ladder. Climbers in. He's got the GoPro on his helmet. He's climbing nice and smooth. He's got just about no grab there on that last step. He's almost head high with the grabbing rung.
He might have taken an
307
extra
deep.
step.
307
Time
deep.
for Riverhead. 7.03. 7:03.
So I'll ask you again, Mike. Do you think some
On the
climbers
number 20 programs, the Snails from Riverhead.
don't want it further out, don't want to have that slam, are afraid of slipping on that slam?
Listen, it's intimidating when you're
Sure.
out there. But, the more confidence you grow in the guys under you, those are your big shots.
All right.
That's where it's going to happen.
That's where it's at. I agree.
Lenny, let me give you the top 5 real quick. As
Sure.
Lindenhurst is taking a little time getting to the line. We've got North Lindenhurst 5:22. Then we jump all the way to Islip with a 6:58. Third is the Bandits with a 6:84. Hagerman 6:97 in 4th, and that's 7:03 that was just run by Riverhead is holding 5th at the moment. So not some of the times we expect to see here in B-Ladder. Right now, if you could get in, run a clean shot, you're pretty much going to put yourself in position to score with 4 teams left to go in the contest.
Well, as you said, Rob, 1.3 seconds between first and second place here.
Yeah, not 1.3 tenths.
No.
We've been talking about some of the most competitive B-Ladder
within
shots.
hundredths and tenths. And
With about 3 to 4 teams left here. We're not there today.
All right, Lindenhurst, I'm not sure why, but they haven't run ladder a couple of drills now, so it's good to see them back running B-Ladder here today.
they know how to run ladders when things are going right, and they got a team that's showing up every week. They can run some ladder.
This is a team with a 7-step climber. They need to be back in the box towards that yellow.
All right, he goes Snails. They're in the break. They get it. They got a nice staircase. Ryan Kinley's in. Oh, good grab. That's going to be the second 5 of the day and put them in pretty good shape to score in the contest.
Mike Mara calling it. They were a little bit further out than most teams. 268 at the ground.
64.
0.37. 537.
And he had a hiccup at the top there, Mike. I thought he could have saved another tenth or two.
You know what that hiccup is? That's that long grab he has. He has a lot of distance to travel. He's taken one less step than every climber, meaning that travel distance from his jump to grab is going to be a longer distance, and that's what he was doing. He's carrying himself a lot longer through the air.
Sable.
And he's not your typical, no disrespect to him, not your typical slender, tall, skinny climber. He's a little thicker of a man and stronger, and really works to get there, but it probably takes a little more effort to make that big jump.
Yeah, it's something I've wanted to talk to him and ask him, but why he chose to go 7-step ladder. I mean, right there he showed he can handle it.
Oh, sure.
But I've always been curious why he decided to go that route.
Okay, West Sable Fire Department. West Sable Flying Dutchman to the line. Frankie Miller behind the wheel. They've been given the white flag. All right, we've got 2 5s on the board. Then it jumps all the way to a 6:58.
What's up, brother?
All right, 2 revs from West Sable. West Sable's in gear. Frankie Miller takes him off the line. In through the light. Long break. Staircase. Billy Hopkins in. He gets a really good climb. That's a great shot for West Sable. Let's see what the time is.
I had him 74 on the ground. I got a low 5 right there. Billy off.
9 for West Sable. 5.18. 5.18.
So there you go, 5:18 for West Sable. Mike, he looked like he was off early too.
I like what we did here. Am I on here?
Yes, you're on, Michael.
Just leave him there, Rob.
Frankie gave a nice roll out of the box. He was about 55 feet, gave him a long break, something we've been talking about. Put him between the 2 lines, and we got an athlete in Billy who can climb a ladder, and it worked beautiful.
But
that's perfect.
He was definitely off before the thrower. He can handle it. He's done it before, a lot of experience. How many years Billy climbing now? I mean, besides with you guys, obviously, people that don't know, he raced with Kopek for years.
I believe Billy told me he climbed 9 years with Kopek,
okay.
so he's not this isn't new to him. His biggest adjustments is His biggest adjustments is coming off the different trucks.
Sure.
Different ladders, different crew, different way we run the race. One of the things we did with Billy's a couple weeks ago, he didn't like the way the left side handle was set up. We went and had a new handle fabricated for him. He wanted to be further back.
Now, how tall is Billy compared to yourself?
Oh, Billy's definitely taller than me.
I mean, what are you, 5'10", and he's 6'2", 6'3"?
I wish I was 5'10".
I'm trying to be trying to be respectful, Mr. State Champion.
I'm about 5'9" on a good day.
All right, so 5'9", he's got to be what, 6'3"?
I'm saying Billy's 6'6".
Oh,
6 what?
Over 6
foot.
Yeah, he's 6 foot 6'1".
Yeah, that's it. I thought he's taller than that.
One of the things we have with our ladder is that mounting rung. We have it maxed to the maximum height to try to shorten the jump distance. That was designed for Billy Zola going way back, and then I followed Billy. We kept the same ladder. Billy's mount used to be lower, obviously, because he can handle a longer jump. He had to adjust to that.
We'll talk about that climbing rung after.
All right, Brentwood. We still have Kopeg on a breakdown. Otherwise, this is the last team in the running order, the Tigers. All right, they're in the break, as you can hear. A little bit of a long break right on the 6 foot line. The right spike came out. They did a nice job just keeping it from hitting the yellow, but the climber had to stop and just wait till the ladder settled. He cuts up there. It's not going to be in the top 5.
You said from hitting the yellow. Rob's talking about at the top of the arch, folks. That ladder was within inches of hitting the safety rail, which would have disqualified.
1.3. 10.
Sounds like Mr. Rouse is having some issues with
his microphone.
His mic.
Seems like we have this every week.
So, Mike, what we talked about before.
Left the knee, downtime.
As you said, the maximum height of the climbing rung. Explain that to some of the people that may not be knowledgeable about that and what that means in the overall spacing of the rungs on the ladder.
Well, the ladder has specifications it has to meet in our rule book. It has to be 25 feet long, plus or minus, I believe, an inch or two, and that's from tip of the spike, which is what goes into the ground, all the way to the end where your wheels are. From the tip of the spike to that top of that third mounting rung, you have to, the max height you can be is 50 inches. Obviously, the higher you make it, the closer you're putting your climber to the top of the ladder.
Let me stop you there for a second. So some people would say, well, geez, you put something 50 inches high. How the heck am I going to get my foot on it? That's, over 4 feet. Talk about the angle and everything else.
Well, for those who aren't as familiar with our sport, is when those spikes hit, that ladder's on an angle. The ladder's almost coming down, laying down. Think of when you plant the ladder up against your house to do some work. When you plant that ladder and start to raise it, as that angle goes up, you're mounting that ladder from underneath.
Right.
So obviously it's not 50 inches.
So you're not mounting it when it's straight up and down.
Right.
It's down at an angle toward you.
Exactly.
Okay.
So you're not mounting something 50 inches in the air. That'd be a heck of a jump. You're mounting something that's hitting the ground and you
Yep.
can reach up.
So go ahead
Maybe
from
it's-
there.
Maybe it's 2 feet up. So basically that mounting rung, a lot of teams like to play with the height on that, simply to set up their climber. Obviously, the taller the mounting rung, the closer you put your climber to the top of the rung. However, cases with an Anthony Roccomandato who used to climb, his mounting rung was a lot lower because he was such a big man, he had less distance to travel. So you still want to have a jump at the top. You don't want to get up there and slap the top rung. It's what that climber is comfortable with. Same thing. Usually that mounting rung is where your spiker or digger is going to have their hand higher up on the ladder. Gets too low, you're changing your grips with your spikers. It's everybody's ladder has little differences here and there. Of course, those differences relate to being put in the truck with the angles of the racks, how deep into the truck the ladder sits, and everything else that
So
you're playing with.
here's my next question. From your jumping rung, now we're talking at the top of the ladder, folks. From the rung you're jumping from to the top rung, what was your desired distance?
I gotta be honest, I never measured that.
Okay. No,
So
I thought you were
couldn't tell you.
talking about going off of that.
No, I couldn't tell you what that would be. It's like anything else. From that mounting rung, then you had the rest of your rungs.
You just do
secured
some
to the
math.
ladder.
You do some
Yeah,
math and you space
right.
it out.
A lot of people out there have a 22-inch span. That seems to be what works for
Like
us.
a
and
standard, I think.
it's starting to become the common thing. I know,
Yep.
like I said, North Lindenhurst measured our ladder some years ago. Copac measured our ladder some years, just this year. As a matter of fact, they're running with it. It seems to be a good spacing for, most of the guys who are climbing, who are in that average height, that 5'9", 5'10", 6 foot range.
Right.
You start getting taller, like, what Jay Newhoff had. He was able to climb a 7-step ladder, so his span might have been 23, 24 inches.
And you would think a taller guy would have a bigger spacing. Yet they didn't need to do that. He could make it look like he was walking upstairs.
Well, the same thing too. He'd make that rung span instead of 22 inches, 23, 24 inches, but then he would only take the 7 steps.
Right.
So obviously one less step, it's quicker.
Yep. Rob, you want to give us a quick rundown while we got a little time here?
Sure. Okay. On
Current
top
first
five,
through fifth is not final yet.
with potentially Copeg to go. West Sable 518, North Lindenhurst 522, Lindenhurst 537, Islip 658, and Farmingville 684.
So get inside a 684 in your scoring.
Nice long break. Put the ladder in the ground and have a smooth climb, and you should be able to put yourself into at least 2 points.
Money.
Well, that's if Copeg can get their truck. We haven't really gotten any report on what's going on. I don't see the hood open. It's down at the end of the track. The hood's not up or anything. All right, we know what that means then.
Guess they're out of time. Or they said we can't fix it in time. Which would be respectful to the rest of the tournament and the teams.
All right, let's see if my top 5 was correct. Lindenhurst scoring in both of the first 2 contests. Great start for them.
I'm hearing Copeg's truck is at this point unfixable. I don't know if they still had a little bit of time left, but they must have given the sign that, guys, we ain't going to have this ready in time, and out of respect for everyone else, they said just let's move on.
Well, maybe it's something they could fix by the end of the day. You'd hope. But
Oh, you'd like to see him out there for B-Hose. We will see.
all right, we'll wait for Mr. Rouse to give us the top 5, and then we will go to commercial.
Yep. But for those that have nothing better to do today, come on out to Riverhead. It's a beautiful day. It's hot, but most of the bleachers are covered in shade here, folks. So.
Yeah, we've got a little pop-up tent here, but other than that, anybody
Well, we're on the bad
anybody
side.
on the east side of the track, the team
The drill teams are in a rough
area
spot.
is in the sun, but
But plenty of spots in the shade on the fan
5
side.
points. Number.
So 5 points
Second
was
place,
Sable.
4 points. Number 10, North Lindenhurst. Third place, 3 points. Number 20, Lindenhurst. Fourth place, 2 points. Number 5.
So that was 4th place Islip, 5th place Farmingville, I believe. Is that right?
yes, that is correct.
Okay.
So my numbers were right, even though, like I said, Mr. Rouse cut out a little bit here. But if Freddie's ready, we're going to go to commercial. We'll be back.
Not every evolution in vehicle rescue technology costs tens of thousands of dollars. The Beluga Glass Cutter finally makes windshield removal quick and safe, and fire departments can add the Beluga Glass Cutting Kit to their rescue setup for only $5.95. Head to www.coastalfiresystems.com to check out the Beluga in action. Fatty McGee's in East Islip. Wednesday is Ladies' Night at the best FD Racing Bar in Long Island. Stop in anytime for a drink with good company, a great lunch and dinner menu, and of course those famous Fatty's wings. Integrated Wireless Technology is proud to be part of the 2016 season as the exclusive Motorola dealer for New York State drill teams. IWT is a Motorola manufacturer's representative and offers the full line of Motorola products to fire departments as well as David Clark headsets and sound-off signal emergency lights. IWT is your one-stop shop for custom-engineered radio solutions, licensing assistance, dispatch solutions, and top-notch reliable service with fully insured technicians. Start your next radio upgrade with IWT. Check out their website at www.goiwt.com. Coastal Fire Systems is the official SCBA dealer for New York State drill teams. Scott Air Packs, cylinders, RAT packs, refill compressor systems, gas detectors, Hyatt's boots, Protec and Dragon fire gloves, as well as the future in thermal imaging technology. Coastal is also the one-stop dealer for Petzl, Scott, CMC, and Colorado bailout systems, along with professional training to keep your members sharp and meet New York State requirements. For more information, check them out at www.coastalfiresystems.com. The Bill Fox Company has been in business over 60 years, specializing in custom championship rings, watches, badges, pins, and awards. The Bill Fox Company has crafted championship rings for the past state champions, including the Westerners, Flying Dutchmen, Hobos, Wolves, and the Yellow Hornets, as well as the Firefighter Combat Challenge competition. Bill Fox Company is the recognized name in recognizing people. Check them out on Facebook, Twitter, and on the web at www.billfoxco.com. With over 25 years of service in the fire industry, High Tech Fire and Safety continues to be a proud sponsor of New York State drill teams. High Tech has been honored to serve as master distributor for Morning Pride products, including state-of-the-art bunker gear, USAR gear, EMS gear, helmets, gloves, hoods, and boots. In addition to Morning Pride gear by Honeywell, High Tech also provides quality products, including ISG thermal imaging cameras and CMC rescue products and Deuce rescue systems, providing your fire department with the highest level of support and service for all your personal protection equipment needs. For personalized demos, speak to a certified sales specialist. Call 631-777-5170 or visit hightechfirenewyork.com. Since 1973, Fire News has been a proud supporter of the time-honored tradition of New York State drill team racing. As they celebrate their 43rd year of publishing, they are honored to be the official publication and online coverage of the New York State drill teams. Look for ongoing coverage in Fire News on firenews.com and on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. The 2017 Fire Rescue and EMS Mega Show takes place February 18th and 19th at the Brentwood Sports Fieldhouse at Suffolk Community College. The new venue was a huge hit in 2016. It's bigger and better, and 2017 will deliver many new vendors showing the latest, most up-to-date turnout gear and new products. Hundreds of vendors will be present to explain and demonstrate their product line and services, along with the extrication competition. See you next February in Brentwood at the Mega Show.
All right, welcome back.
Iceland!
We're back here at Riverhead for the Sea Ladder contest.
Riverhead local committee doing a nice job moving it along.
Keeping ladder moving smooth. Before we get started, we've got a little this date in racing history for today. In Farmingville, in 2005 in Sea Ladder, Wes Sable ran an 8:67 to win the Sea Ladder contest. I'd like to give Jay Podolsky a little heads up and shout out for giving us that. So we'll see whether anybody can pull that out here today. If that was the case, that'd be the record, I think. No?
Well, you have a state record, I believe it's 8:71, and we're going to get a good test right away here. Islip, they've run this race extremely well thus far. They've been running, I think they dipped an 8.8 this year. They got the driver, they got the truck, they got the climber. We're going to get a good sense of where this race is going right off the get-go.
Yeah, this is a tournament where we do our broadcast from the sideline, and sort of a little bit of a rip-off, guys. I love being up top for ladders.
Yeah, I got to be honest. Doing it a few weeks ago out in Ridge, I loved it up there.
It's great. Well,
How you want to do? What do you want to do here, Len?
go ahead. You take it, Rob.
All right, Mikey Welton, behind the wheel for Islip.
I will talk to Chris Perry. Chris, you got your radio on? Can you give us on the chalkboard the cone times, real big numbers? No? Yeah, big All right, well, I need big numbers, guys, because you guys are across the track, so it's going to be hard to see. So we will look across the track to the officials. We'll give you the cone times.
Sea Ladder contest is underway as we hear Islip bringing it way down. Mikey Welton's keeping it nice and straight. Takes it to just outside the cones. Almost came to a complete stop. Ladder went in. It's going.
Whoa! They might not be able to give us cone times as
All
that
right.
ladder's heading for the officials' tent.
All right, the ladder is
But a
off
nice
to the
save.
side. It never made it all the way up.
Wow.
Luckily, it looks like nobody got hurt. I'm really not sure what happened. We're going to go to Michael in a second and see what he saw on that.
When's the last
but they're
time
looking to finish a shot. As we have no overtime here today, so they could finish it. They did. Smart move.
3:57 to the cones for Islip. When's the last time you saw a ladder go that crooked?
And
Wow.
I'll tell you what I saw.
Go ahead.
I saw Mike give a hard chirp about 175 feet out. Now, that might have been a little further out. They were coming up short. Mike tried to let it go to try to get him into the box, and it threw everybody off on the back of the truck. They weren't expecting it. They didn't have that hard chirp at the end. The truck was kind of freewheeling, and they just didn't handle it. It was an awkward drop for them.
And we weren't talking 3 or 4 feet.
Number 7 on your program, the Hares from East Birmingham.
We weren't talking missing the safety zone on the top of the arch by 3 or 4 feet or hitting the timing light or even the outside pole. This thing was going completely off the arch. I mean, it was a nice save by the thrower to save our illustrious officials over there. And
You say Bill Rouse under the
statistician,
tent,
yep.
doing the announcing. That ladder was actually heading straight for the
Dave
tent.
Smith and Chris Perry over there doing their diligent work. They were, I don't know if they knew it, but they were in danger of having a ladder crash on their heads.
I'll give him a lot of credit for resetting the ladder and actually finishing the shot.
Yes,
Smart move.
Finish the contest.
A lot of Islip fans and Islip teammates there held their breath, too. Josh kind of tumbled off that ladder pretty hard and fell on his side.
All right. 3:57 to the cones. We'll see where that stacks up with our C trucks for today. East Farmingdale on the line. They've got the track. A couple of revs. Here, kicking the gear, and they're off. Coming past the hydrant, nice and straight. It's in a hard break. Came to a complete stop. They're just inside the perfect ladder line. Climber is kind of just making his way to the top, but he got there.
That truck stopped
Clean.
a little better than they thought. Looks like a 370 to the cones. Thank you, Dave. Dave, a little bit of a glare, just so you know. It's tough to see, so hold it up there.
1-3, 11-13.
Had him in the ground at
Number 8 on your programs, Hobos from Central Iceland.
699. Did that truck stop a little better maybe than they thought, Mike?
It looked like they tried to be very under control and so that the crew could handle it. Wasn't hot, wasn't deep. He got off outside the cones, kind of rode it in, got into that hard break around that 75-foot mark. You can see the chirp marks down there. And it was very under control where that truck almost parked itself. For a team that's trying to get things going, it's probably the best way to run it. Now we get a test of some cone time numbers here. Probably our fastest C truck thus far this year, Central Islip. And Danny really lays this thing down hard outside the 150. Drives the race a little different than most.
Yeah, let's see. He gives that little chirp of the brakes pretty much just inside the cones or right at the cones. Brings it in and then gets on it a little harder as he comes closer.
Dave, if you can make those numbers a little thicker, it would help. It's really tough to see from over here. It really is.
There goes Danny Jackson bringing CI down the street. Truck faded a little bit. He's bringing it back to the center. There's that little chirp. He's in the hard break. They're going to get a staircase. Brian Kessler's in. He's going to get banged. He climbs his way through it. Nice job.
They saved that run right there, guys. I think they were a little to the left side of the track there, Mike. Danny was really fighting to bring it back.
Let's see what kind of number we have here.
Time for Central Iceland.
62, I want to say.
Yep.
9:45. 9:45.
362 into the cones, but again, I think he drifted left a little. You could see Danny really gripping that wheel hard. I think to bring him back, they went in a little crooked, but I think they did a nice job saving it.
I'm looking back at that 150. You can see Danny's marks just outside that 150 where he really laid that truck down. Probably gave it a good 25 to almost 50 feet where he settles the truck.
Number 9 on your programs, the Blue Jays from Sable.
He settles the truck hard, lifts, and then you can see it again right here at the 75-foot mark. He buries it, holds the brake in for them, very under control. You have a new ladder climber, a thrower who just started this year.
You're saying that's his marks 50 feet before the 150, Mike?
I'm thinking about 25 feet outside.
Okay. But it almost looks like an angle again, like he was heading a little bit left and he brought it back nice.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to move a little bit coming down the road, but he brought him into the middle of the box. Obviously, you pointed out earlier, they got a nice wide box. You're not missing it.
Yeah, you could actually make the patch and be way off to one side or the other, where in other tracks you'd actually be on the pavement.
Which again is a good safety thing, I think. There's no reason just to keep it within the arch rails.
Is there a size that the patch has to be?
No.
There, Mr. Rules Committee member?
Off the top of my head, no.
Is there even a consistency with that? I mean, there's no measurement of how hard it can be if you have to put a patch in. It's almost a courtesy, isn't it, for the host?
Now I want to say for the state drill, I believe it has to be done.
Okay.
But I'm not 100% certain on that.
Yeah, I think it's more of a courtesy from the host.
Let's not get into these rules.
All right, we've got the track being given to the Sayville Blue Jays. Don Corkery behind the wheel. They've run this event, put in the 9s or number times the last couple of years. As he approaches the cone, he's off about 160. Kind of parked it. They're right at the perfect ladder line. Climb is in and going up. Nice smooth climb. Good grab. That might catch the 9, either that or a low 10.
If Sayville's listening, they might want to check that right
Looks like a
front brake.
367.
67 to the cones.
No lock from that right front.
I had him in the ground at 706. It's going to be a low 10.
Don does a nice job with that C-truck with his crew.
All right, waiting on
Time
the
for Sayville.
time here.
10.00. 10
Don't
flat.
get much of a lower 10 than that.
10.
On line be number 10
10
on your
flat.
programs. The Pistol Knockers from North Visitors.
You know, one of the things Sayville has had a tough time with the last few years, they've had that same climber, same throw. And the climber, he has abilities, there's no doubt about it. But when you start with new spikers, it seems like every other year or every year, it takes you so far back and you're starting over again and starting over again. And, you know, Sayville has showed they spend the money on equipment. They got good equipment. They just need to try to keep those boys together a little bit. And Don's doing a nice job driving the truck. Here we go. Scott
All right.
Rice.
North Lindenhurst going with their other driver, Scott Rice. He
Other.
takes it away. Does a nice job. He comes into the cones. He's in that hard break. Leads right at the yellow. They're going to get a staircase. Ducky's in and gone. Great grab.
whip
Nice
they got.
job.
What a whip.
Looking at a low 9, maybe that high 8, depending on the button.
Time
56.
for North Visitors. 9.15. 9.15.
So 356 in the ground, 915 overall.
What we have?
Oh, excuse me, to the cones. I'm sorry.
356 to the cones.
What
I had
we in
him
the ground?
42 I
I
had.
had 638.
But what a whip they got, Mike. That ladder went in and up so quick, and Ducky was on, and that's a big part of the race.
I'm kind of wondering where they lost it. They had a nice transition. The ladder looked great. It
On
was
the
in a
line,
nice
number 12
spot.
on
It
your
looked like he had a
program.
good climb.
The Yellowbirds from Copenhagen.
I don't know if he maybe just had a little hesitation in the middle without seeing it.
All right, Copeg. Unfortunately, had a B truck issue, could not run B ladder, so hopefully they can make it up here. Got a 915, 945, and 10 flat covering those first 3 places at the moment. A real nice ride there by Scott Rice from North Lindenhurst. Left him right at the yellow. Those front tires hit the yellow. He was gone.
He drives the race same way. He's about 10 to 15 feet outside the cone, sets that truck down. Around that 75-foot mark or so, he buries the pedal.
All right, here we go.
I'm good.
Copeg, they're coming down. They're through the cones. Coasting in that hard break. Leaves a little late. The ladder hit that perfect ladder line. Climber missed on his second step. Finishes hard, but it's going to be tough to make up for that miss.
Ground round.
661 I had.
At 362 to the cones.
11.28. 11.28.
All right. Didn't get a cone time on that one. We get it.
62, yeah, we announced
62?
it. Yep.
All right, sorry, missed it. My fault.
I would have liked to have seen Charlie getting that hard break a tick earlier. And that would back him up in the box a little bit.
On the line to be number 16 on your programs. The Bandits from Farmingdale.
Here comes a truck to pay attention to. This truck has not been out a lot, but the few times it has been out, it comes down the road.
You know, I talked to Eddie. This truck was a little too quick last year, Mike. They sort of wheeled it back a little bit, you know, to get it within range. So, I mean, last year they were breaking that cone time all the time, and they could have done it even harder. So this truck is running. They actually had to dial it back a little bit to keep it within regulation.
It's funny, we're trying to get the fastest time possible, and we're talking about slowing things down.
It's
not our old school we raced, huh?
no, but it's a safety issue,
No,
and
it's-
as we know, the last 10, 20, 30 years, in all facets of life, safety comes first.
Yeah, and it's definitely the way we needed to go with the technology these trucks can have in them.
All right, here come the Bandits. C-Truck looks straight, almost like it's on rails. He's off about 160. Hit that hard break, then got out at the yellow. Climber's in. He's actually nice climbing. Pretty much right as the lad hits the arch. He gets in. I think that's going to be a 9.
I had him 75 in the ground, Rob.
I had 69.
355.
For Farmingville, 9.83. 9.83.
So 355 and under control.
On the line to be number 17 on your programs, the Redskins from Bayshore.
So Farmingville does have that truck dialed in.
I like what I saw there. There's a lot of potential there, and if they get some runs under them and they can pick up this pace from the 50-foot mark, we'll say, into the box where the spikes hit, the climber looked pretty good going up.
I thought he needed to be a little more fluid. It looked like he was a little too much body action going on there, Mike. Maybe a little more leg work rather than arms.
It almost looked like what happened is they had no momentum, and he was pulling himself up the ladder. But
exactly.
In time, if they get a little momentum through the box, as Eddie gets comfortable and they get runs under him,
his first few steps, he'll be all legs.
Yep. Now, I understand they came out late, so that looks like an early May run right there. Start dialing it in and get things going a little quicker. They'll be in good shape.
All right, Bayshore trying to get themselves on the scoreboard here. No points through the first 2.
I'm told from another host, we talked about it earlier, the new patch is a courtesy from the host, as per Rich Cotty from Selden. Thank you, Rich.
Yes, we didn't have a new patch last week.
And it showed. A lot of diggers took a beating. A lot of ladders bounced.
It does. It makes all the difference. I know as a climber you even feel the difference because that ladder feels smooth when it hits the ground as opposed to getting that jaw that goes right through the ladder.
I'm sure the diggers enjoy seeing new pavement down there too.
All right, here we go. Bayshore. Mold's bringing him through the cones. He's in that hard break. He's right at the yellow hard. Skippy's in. Ladder moves a little bit. As that ladder twisted, he missed about halfway up. He was going. It would have been a real heavy number.
I had him
still going to put him in the top 5, but I don't know if we'll hold.
47 in the ground.
10.28. 10.28.
One more time, Chris. 61, 361.
19 on your program. Your host for today's tournament, the Ironman from Riverhead.
Mike, talk about the momentum they get off the truck with. It looked real good.
I tell you, Brian gave him a beautiful ride, and that's one thing as a climber. You want momentum as you're coming into that box, so to speak, where the spikers are pushing it down. It allows the ladder to snap out, snap down into the ground. The ladder goes up with good momentum.
So if everybody's bodies and positioning is in the right spot, the diggers are where they're supposed to be, everything should go fluid.
One of the things I've noticed with them now the last few weeks is that right side spiker tries to get up in the air to get over the spike. I almost think it's hurting them is what he's trying to do, instead of just kind of following that ladder down. I don't know if they're trying something or if that's what works for them in practice, but this a couple times now we've seen ladder where that ladder hasn't gone in square, and that's going to affect your climber because now one beam hits that arch, then you get like a little rock, and that's going to throw the climber off the ladder.
They seem to be so close in so many races, and they got to put it all together.
It'll come.
All right. Riverhead's been given a track. Still waiting for the climber and the thrower to get on the truck.
Well, it's their track. They're building the suspense, They got a lot of fans here.
All right. Looks like they're getting on a truck now. They might just about be ready to take it away. Almost a little silence across the crowd. The anticipation. All right, couple of revs from Riverhead. And he takes it away. All right. Approaching that hydrant. Front tire is wobbling a little bit. In a break. Diggers took a couple of steps. Climber's doing a nice job. He's up, in and up.
I had him in at 7:19. The truck sounded good, but the hard brake didn't seem to be there.
Didn't see the front tires lock. No, that's one of the
Time
things.
for Riverhead. 10.18. 10.18.
It's one of the things I know you're always fighting with these C
On
trucks.
number 20 on your programs, the Snails from Riverhead.
Was that a 399, Chris? 398. All right, here we go. All right, 94. Okay, 394.
All right, let's just hit the top 5 real quick as we come to the bottom of the bracket here. North Lindy 915, CI 945, Farmingville 983, Sayville 10 flat, and Riverhead right now on the bubble with the 1018. Lindenhurst, our second place team in the drill, coming out of B ladder with 5 points.
Yeah, one of the things I've seen, some of these C trucks, those front tires are not locking for them. Sometimes that can be the case where their front pads get glazed over, the brake pads up front aren't where they need to be. It's something they really need to keep an eye on, because the last thing you want to happen with these trucks is you get all rear brake, and we know that's not good. The truck will start dancing on you quick.
So track conditions don't affect that. That's all mechanical?
I'm not going to say that necessarily, but that's what I tend to believe.
All right, Lindenhurst looks about ready to go. Looking to continue their scoring streak. They're 2 for 2 so far on the day.
Len, as a ladder climber, they usually don't tell me much.
Smarter that way.
Yeah, I climbed the year, Mike. I know what you're saying.
I overhear. I overhear things and try to go with it.
All right, here come the Snails. Through the cones, came off about 160, 170. Break a little short, just inside the yellow. Nice job by Ryan Killing. Climb another staircase. Michael mentioned that earlier.
683 in the ground. You're right. Stuck came up a little bit short. They lost a little mo. Let's see what happens.
9.5.
Time for Lindenhurst. 9.44. 9.44.
I missed it, Rob. I don't know what you got.
Ask again there, Chris. Have you got one more time, please?
66, 366 to the cones for the Snails. Again, they lost a little bit of mo. That truck stopped real hard.
It did, but you know what? In a drill like today, that's going to be points, and that's
yeah,
what you want to do. You want to score. You want to keep scoring, scoring in these races. Those points add up at day's end.
That actually clipped Central Islip. Puts them in second place
Right.
in the contest.
And they have 5 points going in. So
Yep, that's a big,
Lindenhurst with a
shot for
solid
Lindenhurst.
shot, sure.
I'll tell you, a lot of times, that's one of the things I've always tried to stress
On
in
the
the
line
last
to be
few
number
years.
21 in your programs. From Deer Park.
The way our sport is changing, you need to run clean, you need to complete your shots, and they need to be done in an efficient manner. To try to push things sometimes ends up hurting you more.
When you say the way our sport is changing, is that because it's more condensed teams, Mike? Less amount of teams?
You do.
So
You have fewer teams, and of course, like anything else, fewer teams means less competition.
Yep.
It really has
And then
changed
you're
in that
racing
sense.
smart rather than just hard.
All right, Deer Park Bucks coming down the track there through the cones off about 155. Hard break.
Looked good.
They hit the ground real hard. The ladder moved, but Climber was able to
Nice
kind of
recovery.
swing off the ladder, kind of stayed on, and then picked it up and went. Nice job.
653 in the ground.
I like it.
9.84. 9.84.
356 to the cones.
That's a real good number.
The ladder cocked a little bit. The Climber, a little hiccup, Mike, but did not completely slip, and a nice recovery.
You know what? That's what you have to do. That ladder was moving a little bit, and that climber
Line
just
to be number
climbed the
22
ladder.
on
He
your
didn't
program.
overclimb it.
The Flying Dutchman.
That was the
from West Sable.
Second fastest sea truck of the day. There's been
Yeah.
there's been 155 and 256s.
I think
And that is, sorry there, Len, that is fifth place right now. That 984 is the time to beat if you want to score.
I think the term comes up, fight through it, right, Mike? As a climber,
It
once
does.
in a while, and that's in any race, folks. You know, the driver's not going to do his job perfectly every time, and the thrower's not, and the diggers aren't. So sometimes the climber's got to make up for it. And hoses, we'll talk about it later. Sometimes the hydroman has to make up for the driver. I mean, you know, there's got to be some flexibility. It's not going to be perfectly the same every time.
You know, as somebody jumping off the back of a truck, you want to be given a chance. That's what you want. There's going to be times that things are tighter and you have to compensate. There's going to be times that it's not. And
sometimes the driver can make up for the guys that he can give them the perfect drop. And
All right, here we go. West Sable on the line. They've been given a track. Looks like everyone's on the back of the truck, ready to go.
West Sable took a different approach with their sea truck this year. They are going the one-gear route, like Central Islip's been doing for a number of years and Spencerport some time ago.
All right, Frankie Miller takes him away. Truck's down the cones, off right at the cones, in a hard break. Yep, Billy Hopton's in. He's got a good climb going. Can he get the grab? Yes, he does. That's a great shot there for West Sayville. That's going to be an 8.
I got
first place.
96.
Time for West Sable. 9.01.
Oh, I think the button wasn't there.
359 to the cones.
359.
I had him in the ground at 653. Beautiful looking run there. Though I had him as an 8, but
And here's a perfect case. Right on the 6-foot mark.
Oh.
That run, that gets backed up just a couple of feet. In a perfect world, you're talking 885.
Is that by design to be there, Mike, or by design you're 2 or 3 feet out?
It's just the way things happen sometimes.
No, I know.
What'd you have in the ground, Len?
I had him 53.
Okay.
You know,
Alright,
Frankie
so-
did a nice job. I tell you, he's really comfortable with the way this truck is handling right now. He's driving it through the cones. It doesn't have the cone number as some other trucks can have, but he loves the way this truck is handling right now. He's very confident, very comfortable with it. And,
So the
it
exact
shows.
perfect
All right,
spot
number
would be a
23
foot or
in your
2 out,
program.
but it's always going to flex. It's going to be a little
Break
of a, because, you know, I give our drivers a lot of credit. You know, the guys in the back, put me right here. Well, yeah, put the dime down and I'll try and, you know, put you there on a dime, and it doesn't always happen that way. Here's the goal, but if I'm 2 or 3 feet this way or 2 or 3 feet that way, deal with it.
Yeah, I mean, it was nice, smooth, perfect.
Oh,
It's great.
that was almost textbook there. I mean, just come
like
in nice.
Michael looked like he left him a little harder than he has been in some of the past couple of drills. Took it out from under him a little bit harder and gave him a little momentum.
And I think that's Frankie gaining confidence in Billy, getting runs under him. You know, I mean, there was a big adjustment there that they had to get used to. And, you know, Frankie's got to be confident he can leave them and know everybody's going to be okay. And he has that right now.
All right, Brentwood, our last team in the sea ladder contest. They get off about 175. He coasts in. Break there. Got a staircase 2 feet outside the perfect ladder line. Climbers kind of in, nice and smooth. Not going to be in the top 5, but not a bad shot for Brentwood.
I had
nice and smooth.
718 in the ground.
Time for Brentwood. 10.92. 10.92.
Still looking for a cone time. Looks like a 395. 385 for Brentwood. So that's going to conclude sea ladder.
All right, well, wait for Rouse. I have West Sayville 901 first. I have North Lindenhurst 915.
Equipment.
All right, we'll let Rouse finish it off.
Sea ladder contest. First place, 5 points. Number 22, Sayville. Second place, 4 points. Number 10, North Lindenhurst. Third place, 3 points. Number 20, Lindenhurst. Fourth place, 2 points. Number 8, Central Iceland. In fifth place, 1 point. Number 16, Farmingville. Total points, the completion of the 3 ladder contest. Islip 2, Central Islip 6, North Lindenhurst 8, Copaig 3, Hagerman 1, Farmingville 2, Lindenhurst 8, West Sayville 15. Local committee, general judges, grievance committee to the track for the water test.
All right, just before we go to commercials, guys, Mike, I talked to you off the air a little bit. I was asked via a text. It seems like a basic question, but it's a good one. We've been talking about guys getting off the truck early and how they can make an adjustment to should they ride longer or do they work with their throw to get off earlier? What, any advice on that? A lot of people respect your opinion as a very good ladder climber over all these years.
Really, it just comes down to it takes time. It takes experience. Back to when I first started doing this, I heard it from a lot of people. I was getting off the truck very early. That's what you think you need to do. You just got to slowly just start understanding where you are on the road, understand what you can do, understand how that brake feels, and know when you can go. I know with the C-Truck, I'm always looking for those front tires. As they're approaching that yellow, I want to be off the truck because usually the driver's going to leave when those front tires hit the yellow. B-Lat is just more of a feel, kind of hit that brake, and when you feel that brake, you kind of react, and that's how it goes.
And again, as we said, ideally the thrower and the climber are exactly together. Did you guys ever go with a call back in the day? When I first started, there was a call, go, and that was...
I want to say years ago, I remember Victor, when I first started climbing mid-90s, he would try to yell go. I got to be honest, I don't know if that really works.
Well, there's no... I don't hear any teams doing it anymore. I mean,
no,
that's the way I learned, but...
I think now what the teams are doing is in C-Ladder, you're looking for those front tires. Usually the driver hits those yellow line, he's going, and that's what you're looking for.
All right. Hopefully that helps those listening at home. And Michael, if you want to stick with us, we'd love to have you for hoses.
I'm going to be honest. I'm going to check out from here.
Okay.
I mean, you can see how much my team needs me back at the trailer right now based on our day. And
what are you, 15 for 15?
The influence I've had so far. So,
they might send you back.
I'm going to check out, so thank you.
All right. Thanks for the help, Mike. We appreciate it.
All right. I think we're going to slide away to commercial, but stay tuned. We'll be back with C-Hose shortly. Thanks a lot.
Sounds good. Thanks, Mike.
Attention firefighters, are you still tracking your SCBA cylinders using paper and pencil? Stop the insanity and get the CAT Cylinder Accountability Tag System from Coastal Fire Systems. The CAT makes refilling cylinders simple and easy, ensuring that your members never overfill a cylinder or fill one with an expired hydrostatic testing. Let the CAT system handle the record-keeping, inventory, alerts, and OSHA paperwork for you. There's only one place you can get the CAT system, and that's Coastal Fire Systems. Head to www.coastalfiresystems.com for details and information. The groundbreaking FDNY electronic accountability system is now available to departments nationwide through Motorola, and SDI is the company behind this game-changing technology. Now, SDI has paired with New York State volunteer departments including Central Islip to solve the challenge of accounting for members who respond after the tones go off. Keep track of your members on your next big incident with a proven solution designed with the New York State Volunteer Department in mind. For more information, visit systemsdefinition.com and firegroundaccountability.com. The Titan Group is back, supporting drill team racing after a strong off-season of our own. Our new headquarters, now located in Bohemia, Long Island, is now fully equipped with an in-house screen printing operation, coupled with our embroidery setup that you've come to trust. Become a member of Team Titan to take advantage of our new custom team website ordering system. Follow us on Instagram at Titan Group Racing and search Titan Group DTR on Snapchat to keep your hand on the pulse of your favorite teams. With 20 years of experience in the apparel industry coupled with 20 years of racing experience, we know what you need. Pants, jerseys, jackets, helmets, we've got it all. Call us today at 631-859-0075 or see Artie Suskind on the arch or Devin Robinson on the track. Gear up, get on, the Titan Group. Not every evolution in vehicle rescue technology costs tens of thousands of dollars. The Beluga Glass Cutter finally makes windshield removal quick and safe, and fire departments can add the Beluga Glass Cutting Kit to their rescue setup for only $5.95. Head to www.coastalfiresystems.com to check out the Beluga in action. Fatty McGee's in East Islip. Wednesday is Ladies' Night at the best FD Racing Bar in Long Island. Stop in anytime for a drink with good company, a great lunch and dinner menu, and of course those famous Fatty's wings. Integrated Wireless Technology is proud to be part of the 2016 season as the exclusive Motorola dealer for New York State drill teams. IWT is a Motorola manufacturer's representative and offers the full line of Motorola products to fire departments as well as David Clark headsets and sound-off signal emergency lights. IWT is your one-stop shop for custom-engineered radio solutions, licensing assistance, dispatch solutions, and top-notch reliable service with fully insured technicians. Start your next radio upgrade with IWT. Check out their website at www.goiwt.com. Coastal Fire Systems is the official SCBA dealer for New York State drill teams. Scott Air Packs, cylinders, RAT packs, refill compressor systems, gas detectors, Hyatt's boots, Protec and Dragon fire gloves, as well as the future in thermal imaging technology. Coastal is also the one-stop dealer for Petzl, Scott, CMC, and Colorado bailout systems, along with professional training to keep your members sharp and meet New York State requirements. For more information, check them out at www.coastalfiresystems.com. The Bill Fox Company has been in business over 60 years, specializing in custom championship rings, watches, badges, pins, and awards. The Bill Fox Company has crafted championship rings for the past state champions, including the Westerners, Flying Dutchmen, Hobos, Wolves, and the Yellow Hornets, as well as the Firefighter Combat Challenge competition. Bill Fox Company is the recognized name in recognizing people. Check them out on Facebook, Twitter, and on the web at www.billfoxco.com. With over 25 years of service in the fire industry, High Tech Fire and Safety continues to be a proud sponsor of New York State drill teams. High Tech has been honored to serve as master distributor for Morning Pride products, including state-of-the-art bunker gear, USAR gear, EMS gear, helmets, gloves, hoods, and boots. In addition to Morning Pride gear by Honeywell, High Tech also provides quality products, including ISG thermal imaging cameras and CMC rescue products and Deuce rescue systems, providing your fire department with the highest level of support and service for all your personal protection equipment needs. For personalized demos, speak to a certified sales specialist. Call 631-777-5170 or visit hightechfirenewyork.com. Since 1973, Fire News has been a proud supporter of the time-honored tradition of New York State drill team racing. As they celebrate their 43rd year of publishing, they are honored to be the official publication and online coverage of the New York State drill teams. Look for ongoing coverage in Fire News on firenews.com and on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. The 2017 Fire Rescue and EMS Mega Show takes place February 18th and 19th at the Brentwood Sports Fieldhouse at Suffolk Community College. The new venue was a huge hit in 2016. It's bigger and better, and 2017 will deliver many new vendors showing the latest, most up-to-date turnout gear and new products. Hundreds of vendors will be present to explain and demonstrate their product line and services, along with the extrication competition. See you next February in Brentwood at the Mega Show. Attention firefighters, are you still tracking your SCBA cylinders using paper and pencil? Stop the insanity and get the CAT Cylinder Accountability Tag System from Coastal Fire Systems. The CAT makes refilling cylinders simple and easy, ensuring that your members never overfill a cylinder or fill one with an expired hydrostatic testing. Let the CAT system handle the record-keeping, inventory, alerts, and OSHA paperwork for you. There's only one place you can get the CAT system, and that's Coastal Fire Systems. Head to www.coastalfiresystems.com for details and information. The groundbreaking FDNY electronic accountability system is now available to departments nationwide through Motorola, and SDI is the company behind this game-changing technology. Now, SDI has paired with New York State volunteer departments including Central Islip to solve the challenge of accounting for members who respond after the tones go off. Keep track of your members on your next big incident with a proven solution designed with the New York State Volunteer Department in mind. For more information, visit systemsdefinition.com and firegroundaccountability.com. The Titan Group is back, supporting drill team racing after a strong off-season of our own. Our new headquarters, now located in Bohemia, Long Island, is now fully equipped with an in-house screen printing operation, coupled with our embroidery setup that you've come to trust. Become a member of Team Titan to take advantage of our new custom team website ordering system. Follow us on Instagram at Titan Group Racing and search Titan Group DTR on Snapchat to keep your hand on the pulse of your favorite teams. With 20 years of experience in the apparel industry coupled with 20 years of racing experience, we know what you need. Pants, jerseys, jackets, helmets, we've got it all. Call us today at 631-859-0075 or see Artie Suskind on the arch or Devin Robinson on the track. Gear up, get on, the Titan Group. Not every evolution in vehicle rescue technology costs tens of thousands of dollars. The Beluga Glass Cutter finally makes windshield removal quick and safe, and fire departments can add the Beluga Glass Cutting Kit to their rescue setup for only $5.95. Head to www.coastalfiresystems.com to check out the Beluga in action. Fatty McGee's in East Islip. Wednesday is Ladies' Night at the best FD Racing Bar in Long Island. Stop in anytime for a drink with good company, a great lunch and dinner menu, and of course those famous Fatty's wings. Integrated Wireless Technology is proud to be part of the 2016 season as the exclusive Motorola dealer for New York State drill teams. IWT is a Motorola manufacturer's representative and offers the full line of Motorola products to fire departments as well as David Clark headsets and sound-off signal emergency lights. IWT is your one-stop shop for custom-engineered radio solutions, licensing assistance, dispatch solutions, and top-notch reliable service with fully insured technicians. Start your next radio upgrade with IWT. Check out their website at www.goiwt.com. Coastal Fire Systems is the official SCBA dealer for New York State drill teams. Scott Air Packs, cylinders, RAT packs, refill compressor systems, gas detectors, Hyatt's boots, Protec and Dragon fire gloves, as well as the future in thermal imaging technology. Coastal is also the one-stop dealer for Petzl, Scott, CMC, and Colorado bailout systems, along with professional training to keep your members sharp and meet New York State requirements. For more information, check them out at www.coastalfiresystems.com. The Bill Fox Company has been in business over 60 years, specializing in custom championship rings, watches, badges, pins, and awards. The Bill Fox Company has crafted championship rings for the past state champions, including the Westerners, Flying Dutchmen, Hobos, Wolves, and the Yellow Hornets, as well as the Firefighter Combat Challenge competition. Bill Fox Company is the recognized name in recognizing people. Check them out on Facebook, Twitter, and on the web at www.billfoxco.com. With over 25 years of service in the fire industry, High Tech Fire and Safety continues to be a proud sponsor of New York State drill teams. High Tech has been honored to serve as master distributor for Morning Pride products, including state-of-the-art bunker gear, USAR gear, EMS gear, helmets, gloves, hoods, and boots. In addition to Morning Pride gear by Honeywell, High Tech also provides quality products, including ISG thermal imaging cameras and CMC rescue products and Deuce rescue systems, providing your fire department with the highest level of support and service for all your personal protection equipment needs. For personalized demos, speak to a certified sales specialist. Call 631-777-5170 or visit hightechfirenewyork.com. Since 1973, Fire News has been a proud supporter of the time-honored tradition of New York State drill team racing. As they celebrate their 43rd year of publishing, they are honored to be the official publication and online coverage of the New York State drill teams. Look for ongoing coverage in Fire News on firenews.com and on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. The 2017 Fire Rescue and EMS Mega Show takes place February 18th and 19th at the Brentwood Sports Fieldhouse at Suffolk Community College. The new venue was a huge hit in 2016. It's bigger and better, and 2017 will deliver many new vendors showing the latest, most up-to-date turnout gear and new products. Hundreds of vendors will be present to explain and demonstrate their product line and services, along with the extrication competition. See you next February in Brentwood at the Mega Show. Attention firefighters, are you still tracking your SCBA cylinders using paper and pencil? Stop the insanity and get the CAT Cylinder Accountability Tag System from Coastal Fire Systems. The CAT makes refilling cylinders simple and easy, ensuring that your members never overfill a cylinder or fill one with an expired hydrostatic testing. Let the CAT system handle the record-keeping, inventory, alerts, and OSHA paperwork for you. There's only one place you can get the CAT system, and that's Coastal Fire Systems. Head to www.coastalfiresystems.com for details and information. The groundbreaking FDNY electronic accountability system is now available to departments nationwide through Motorola, and SDI is the company behind this game-changing technology. Now, SDI has paired with New York State volunteer departments including Central Islip to solve the challenge of accounting for members who respond after the tones go off. Keep track of your members on your next big incident with a proven solution designed with the New York State Volunteer Department in mind. For more information, visit systemsdefinition.com and firegroundaccountability.com. The Titan Group is back, supporting Drill Team Racing after a strong off-season of our own. Our new headquarters, now located in Bohemia, Long Island, is now fully equipped with an in-house screen printing operation, coupled with our embroidery setup that you've come to trust. Become a member of Team Titan to take advantage of our new custom team website ordering system. Follow us on Instagram at Titan Group Racing and search Titan Group DTR on Snapchat to keep your hand on the pulse of your favorite teams. With 20 years of experience in the apparel industry coupled with 20 years of racing experience, we know what you need. Pants, jerseys, jackets, helmets, we've got it all. Call us today at 631-859-0075 or see Artie Suskind on the arch or Devin Robinson on the track. Gear up, get on, the Titan Group. Not every evolution in vehicle rescue technology costs tens of thousands of dollars. The Beluga Glass Cutter finally makes windshield removal quick and safe, and fire departments can add the Beluga Glass Cutting Kit to their rescue setup for only $5.95. Head to www.coastalfiresystems.com to check out the Beluga in action. Fatty McGee's in East Islip. Wednesday is Ladies' Night at the best FD Racing Bar in Long Island. Stop in anytime for a drink with good company, a great lunch and dinner menu, and of course those famous Fatty's wings. Integrated Wireless Technology is proud to be part of the 2016 season as the exclusive Motorola dealer for New York State drill teams. IWT is a Motorola manufacturer's representative and offers the full line of Motorola products to fire departments as well as David Clark headsets and sound-off signal emergency lights. IWT is your one-stop shop for custom-engineered radio solutions, licensing assistance, dispatch solutions, and top-notch reliable service with fully insured technicians. Start your next radio upgrade with IWT. Check out their website at www.goiwt.com. Coastal Fire Systems is the official SCBA dealer for New York State drill teams. Scott Air Packs, cylinders, RAT packs, refill compressor systems, gas detectors, Hi-Ed boots, Protec and Dragon Fire gloves, as well as the future in thermal imaging technology. Coastal is also the one-stop dealer for Petzl, Scott, CMC, and Colorado bailout systems, along with professional training to keep your members sharp and meet New York State requirements. For more information, check them out at www.coastalfiresystems.com. The Bill Fox Company has been in business over 60 years, specializing in custom championship rings, watches, badges, pins, and awards. The Bill Fox Company has crafted championship rings for the past state champions, including the Westerners, Flying Dutchmen, Hobos, Wolves, and the Yellow Hornets, as well as the Firefighter Combat Challenge competition. Bill Fox Company is the recognized name in recognizing people. Check them out on Facebook, Twitter, and on the web at www.billfoxco.com. With over 25 years of service in the fire industry, High Tech Fire and Safety continues to be a proud sponsor of New York State drill teams. High Tech has been honored to serve as master distributor for Morning Pride products, including state-of-the-art bunker gear, USAR gear, EMS gear, helmets, gloves, hoods, and boots. In addition to Morning Pride gear by Honeywell, High Tech also provides quality products, including ISG thermal imaging cameras and CMC rescue products and Deuce rescue systems, providing your fire department with the highest level of support and service for all your personal protection equipment needs. For personalized demos, speak to a certified sales specialist. Call 631-777-5170 or visit hightechfirenewyork.com. Since 1973, Fire News has been a proud supporter of the time-honored tradition of New York State drill team racing. As they celebrate their 43rd year of publishing, they are honored to be the official publication and online coverage of the New York State drill teams. Look for ongoing coverage in Fire News on firenews.com and on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. The 2017 Fire Rescue and EMS Mega Show takes place February 18th and 19th at the Brentwood Sports Fieldhouse at Suffolk Community College. The new venue was a huge hit in 2016. It's bigger and better, and 2017 will deliver many new vendors showing the latest, most up-to-date turnout gear and new products. Hundreds of vendors will be present to explain and demonstrate their product line and services, along with the extrication competition. See you next February in Brentwood at the Mega Show. Attention firefighters, are you still tracking your SCBA cylinders using paper and pencil? Stop the insanity and get the CAT Cylinder Accountability Tag System from Coastal Fire Systems. The CAT makes refilling cylinders simple and easy, ensuring that your members never overfill a cylinder or fill one with an expired hydrostatic testing. Let the CAT system handle the record-keeping, inventory, alerts, and OSHA paperwork for you. There's only one place you can get the CAT system, and that's Coastal Fire Systems. Head to www.coastalfiresystems.com for details and information. The groundbreaking FDNY electronic accountability system is now available to departments nationwide through Motorola, and SDI is the company behind this game-changing technology. Now, SDI has paired with New York State volunteer departments including Central Islip to solve the challenge of accounting for members who respond after the tones go off. Keep track of your members on your next big incident with a proven solution designed with the New York State Volunteer Department in mind. For more information, visit systemsdefinition.com and firegroundaccountability.com. The Titan Group is back, supporting Drill Team Racing after a strong off-season of our own. Our new headquarters, now located in Bohemia, Long Island, is now fully equipped with an in-house screen printing operation, coupled with our embroidery setup that you've come to trust. Become a member of Team Titan to take advantage of our new
Your
custom
attention,
team
please.
website ordering system.
The time
Follow
of
us on
order
Instagram
will
at
be
Titan Group Racing and
4.79
search Titan Group
through
DTR on
144 feet,
Snapchat
1
to
inch,
keep your
or
hand
2
on the
1/2
pulse
inch
of your
Saturn
favorite
hose
teams.
with
With
a
20 years of
3/4 inch
experience in
nozzle tip.
apparel.
The next contest we run is the Sea Hose contest. State record is 11.93, and it's held by East Islip. First team on the line, number 5 on your program, the Wolves from Islip.
Okay, everybody, welcome back here to Riverhead. Once again, Robert Noonan, West Sable. We're joined by Lenny Gombert from St. James. Will be with us in a second. And joining us for the first time for Hose here today, Kevin Candido of the Hempstead Yellow Hornets and currently the West Sable Flying Dutchman. Hello, Kevin.
What's up? Good to be back out here. It has been a long time since I've been out here, I can tell you that.
Well, Kevin, racing veteran for well over 20 years here joining us, going to give us some insight on the hose contests. He's run a number of spots in those contests over the years.
If you want to call it insight, I'll go with that. Thank you very much for that comment.
So if we look at the points while we wait for Islip to get their way to the line, West Sable with 15 out of Sea Ladder leading the way. Two-way tie for second. Lindenhurst and North Lindenhurst with 8 points each. Then fourth place Central Islip with 6. And what would be fifth place right now looks like Copeg with 3. But a couple other teams with 2s and a 1. So still a lot of points to be had. I did not catch the water time announcement. Kevin, did you happen to?
I did not.
All right, we'll try and find out what the water was and get that to everybody if we can.
I don't think he announced it, to be honest with you.
No, I believe it was announced, but that's okay. We'll get the right time. Chris, you listening? What was the water? $4.79. All right, 4.79 is the tested water time. A little slower than maybe we're accustomed to. As Lenny joins us again.
Yeah, usually out here it's a little warmer than that as far as a water time, meaning down in the 4.6s. They get some real good water out here in Riverhead, some real good times. Seems like Islip's ready to get rocking and rolling here, folks. They've been given the track. Yeah. No, Rob, you take it. Rob, you take it. Try and give some splits. I may even go trackside in a little while. Thank you for feeding the troops. Rob coming back from the West Sable camp and taking care of Fred and myself and Kevin.
All right, a little different vantage point for us here from the radio crew. We are pretty much right in line with the target on the ground. We're used to being up on the arch, so we're giving you a different vantage point.
We might get wet here. I
there
hope
is
the
a very good
cameras are
chance.
okay.
I'm standing with the cameras. Most of you could probably see the angle. That one camera's probably right at the nozzle line, which is probably a pretty good angle. As Mikey Welton brings them down the track, they're a little tight to the hydrant. All right, hydrant man is off. He's in quick. Good handle. Nozzle man off right 25 feet before he's set. First water, great blap. What'd you have, Kev?
12:56 on it.
I had him 682 open.
Time for Islip. 1:2.62. 12:62.
Great start to our Sea Hose contest. Real smooth run by Islip. Looks like 3:53 to the cones. Our fastest cone time of the day to this point.
On the line, 7 on your programs. The Harris from East Farmingdale.
Kev, tell us what you saw in that shot.
I don't think the nozzle man wasted too much water on that, but it was pretty smooth. A little tight at the hydrant, but I did a good job. Hydrant man was able to get his arm out still. Hold down the water, a decent number with on the 7 flat here is going to be good. The way the water is right now, that's going to be a hard number to beat right now.
Yeah, pretty much from my vantage point, looked real smooth on both ends. Nozzle man killed the target.
Yep.
That's what you expect, what you like to do. I'm sure Lenny, as a former nozzle man, you can really appreciate that target hit.
You know, you bring that up, and my dad taught me a long time ago when I first started on the juniors running nozzle, and he was a nozzle man for a long time. You're a hero or you're a bum. There's really no in between for a nozzle man. Either they love you or they hate you, and they're loving him right now. Now, B-Hose, let's see what happens after B-Hose.
All right,
and he
Islip.
could be 50-50, and, might be a rough night.
Islip only had 2 points coming out of ladder, so that's a really big shot for them. That should give them a little bit of confidence and get their mojo back and going.
Kevin, when's the last time you actually ran on this track?
Oh boy, you know what? We were just watching it. It couldn't have been. It might. I know in the '90s we were here a few times.
Okay.
'95, I think we were here. 94, 95. I know we had a runoff one year with West Sable. In three-man ladder, that's when actually Michael ran a 5 in three-man ladder, but didn't count because of runoff, and we ran, I think, a 6:10 that day. But it was a handful of times we were out here. I know that. Maybe 3 or 4 times I
was
raced
it
there.
Was it more the mileage and the time to get out here? Or
Yeah, it was more the mileage. And this time of the season in Nassau, just like one of those weekends you could take off back then.
Sure.
When the schedule was a little more full than it is now.
I mean, it's a good facility. Riverhead does a good job. They know how to run a drill. There is shade for the patrons, but always good water out here. Got some real good motor pump out here over the years.
Oh, that's for sure.
East Farmingdale has taken their very sweet time getting going. They've had the white flag for a fair amount of time now. It looks like they're just about ready to go.
What's the rule on that? You got 1 minute?
It should be 1 minute. Oh, actually, I'm seeing a red flag. I'm wondering if they're having a problem with the truck or if they just flat out took too much time.
That's a good call, Rob. You, in your mental clock, you saw they were taking maybe too long. Maybe they are going on a breakdown. We're going to hear about it, I'm sure, right now as Bill grabs the mic.
Your attention, please. There'll be no time for East Farmingdale over the minute mark.
Oh, Rob Noonan on his game.
All right, I'll take a little credit for that
as
one.
he's chomping on that burger.
How many times has that been called?
I don't think I could count that many on one hand.
I don't ever remember seeing it.
I remember once.
So East Farmingdale taking the ride of shame. I mean, nice guys over there, but that's the ride of shame right there. I mean,
13-04.
how can you not get ready in a minute?
I'll tell you what, every other Seahose team better take note of that now because you can't
They're
call it
watching
against one team and not be on that game for everybody else right
They're
now.
watching it. That's, again, I love those guys from East Farmingdale. They're good
Allow
guys.
to be number 8 on your programs. The Hobos from Central Iceland.
I don't know how that happens. Maybe there was a mispack in the hose and they were shuffling stuff. Maybe there was a mechanical issue. Again, we're, hundreds of feet away. We don't know. But
All right, Kevin, now put yourself running Seahose or Lenny. That happens to the team in front of you. C-Truck's not completely maybe warmed up yet. You're expecting that. Now all of a sudden, bang, you got to go. Any change?
Go ahead, Kev. You go first.
I mean, the change is just, listen, you can still rush and get ready, but I think it's more of just to make everyone aware of it. Say, listen, let's go. Let's move a little faster. Let's get the truck staged quicker. Let's just get things done. Let's wipe the tires fast. Little things like that. And then once you get in the back, you can go through your normal routine.
I think on a warm day like today, getting the truck warm shouldn't be an issue. However, I think as the driver, you may be able to say to the officials, hey, I need an extra 20 or 30 because I wasn't ready for this.
And it looks like they
I would
haven't
think they would allow that.
They've given the white flag on the nozzle end, but it still looks like they have the red flag.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh, actually, they are.
The guys at the starting line should give you a little courtesy now, where the other team moved along. Now you have to be ready a minute and a half, 2 minutes earlier because the team in front of you didn't run. They didn't have to clear the track. I mean, most of the trucks are pretty well warmed up at that point. Shouldn't take that much more, but you shouldn't have to rush now because the team in front of you broke a rule.
No, I wouldn't go outside of what your normal plan is, but the little things like you don't have to take as much time when you have to wipe the tires down, or at least you can let the officials know. Say, listen, I got a bunch here. Give me a couple extra seconds doing this.
Exactly, and I would think they would. That's a courtesy. I mean, it's not their fault what the team in front of them.
Central Iceland does have the white flag. They're coming off a drill a week or so ago where they ran some really good hose numbers, and I'm sure they'd love to build off of that. They're coming into this contest with 6 points, sitting in 4th place at the moment. All right, here we go. Danny Jackson behind the wheel. They're through the lights, approaching the cones. Here's that little pop brake at the 150. Truck fishes a little bit. Chris Murphy, nice job, good handle. Ryan Murphy approaches the nozzle. He double clicks. He just gets it on. He still didn't get the... Oh, look, I think the target's broke, guys.
Yeah.
He hit the target. It didn't go up. Now, maybe it did register.
No, we have no red light.
All right, we have no red light, so it looks like they're going to be going again.
Wow, he stayed on that for a good 7 or 8 seconds, and it just would not go, folks. I mean, he was lucky to get the nozzle on, guys. He missed at least once.
I don't know how he got it on.
And he was able to get it on at the last split second. Didn't give up on it. Give him a lot of credit for that. But, yeah, the officials are playing with the flap now. It is not tripping. So, good job by Chris Murphy at the hydrant, leaving the water on.
Exactly.
Let him plow the flap, and he stayed on the flap, 7, 8, 10 seconds.
Yep.
So
now, this should not affect the contest. It's all any other target should be state-sanctioned equipment. So we bring out the next target, and we should be able to continue with the contest. I venture to say CI is going to get a rerun now, unless something registered. But as Kevin noted, there was no red light on the arch, on the traffic light.
Another one of the first, kind of. Not seen this so many times neither, right?
You
Is
know,
it just
Kevin,
me or what?
I say that a lot, and I'm not saying everybody should listen all the time, but I say that at many drills. All the drills I've been to, I grew up with this, I'm 51 years old, you seem to always see something at a drill that you've never seen before, and I've never seen that. He just stayed on it, and again, I give Chris credit for not shutting the hydrant down.
Yeah.
Stay on it, prove it's not tripping, because
Yep.
I only had them on at 7.3, though. I don't know.
But
Did you get a stick time? Anybody else?
I had 19.
I had 20.
7:19, 7:20.
Yeah.
Okay, so they didn't exactly light it up at the hydrant.
But Ryan Murphy, nozzle man, did a real good
Oh.
job of staying with it. He missed pretty blatantly on the first one and
Yeah.
just gets it on the second go around and hits the target and stays there for about a minute and a half, just flowing water.
He just stayed on the flap. Gave me a nice cool off. I got a little splashback with that close. Are the cameras okay, Fred? They didn't get too wet or anything? You good? No drops on the lens? Could have happened. I mean, Fred's got these cameras right on line with the target. I mean, I told the guy when they were testing the water, I said, listen, normally we tell you keep it right. Keep it at least on the line or at the target.
Chris, did we get a cone time on that? 54 to the
54.
cones. All right, so almost in line with Islip's 53 to the cones.
So we're going to have a little bit of a delay here, folks, as they change out the targets. They are already taking the replacement target out of the timing truck. Great job. Come on, Murphy, hit the flap.
I think he might have got away with it. It was a little. I think it was a little low at first. I didn't see it move with the first water. But
Well, you said that you thought he missed, and
when he came back up to it, though,
yeah. Well, he's lucky he got it on.
that's for sure. Now, that's one of the things. I was going to ask you, Len. So we have a little bit of slow water,
Go ahead.
which obviously aids. You can
That
have
helped him. That saved him.
absolutely. But now you throw into the. Do you like thinking about it, or would you rather just have the water coming right behind you and just get set and just?
No, I kind of like, click, turn, water, hit.
Right.
That's the flow that you're used to. When you wait for water, sometimes that's worse. Now, when you miss once, you hopefully, he's got experience. You don't get in panic mode where you start slamming and banging. And he didn't, he did a nice job. You miss once, fine, keep going. You know, don't give up on it. I've seen guys miss once, Kevin, and miss once and lift up because they think the water's coming and they might get wet or something, or it's just a reaction. But he stayed with it, and great job, good hands, and he got it on nice.
The 4-6 water we see week in, week out. Today,
he would have been.
I don't
trouble.
think he's got a shot. I
Nope.
think he's washed.
Yeah, I think he was in trouble too.
Yep, that worked in his favor.
It was literally that click, water was coming out before he even had it back on the ground, which I think contributed to that first water not being on the plate. But he's one of our better nozzle men in terms of hitting that target.
Any nozzle men out there, whether it's motorized or old-fashioned or juniors, you stay with it. Everybody's allowed to miss once, especially in the sea hose contest. The truck usually gets you there in enough time to have two shots. I mean, something I was taught from Mickey Mustapitch, Richie Bowe, some old-time Wildcats, you got time to do it right once. You don't have to rush in there like a maniac, but go in there and go in smooth. But even if you miss the once, don't give up. Come back at it again. And if you are experienced and mildly aggressive attacking the coupling, you should have time to do it right twice. B-hose, maybe not so much.
maybe not. Maybe today with the water, but no, maybe not so much.
Yeah.
No.
But good job by CI under the conditions. They'll get a rerun, obviously.
We still haven't had the official announcement of anything.
No, I don't.
Which I'm a little surprised at.
I don't know if Bill's listening over there, or looks pretty comfortable. Must have just had a burger or something.
They left him all alone. He's done. He's on his own.
We kind of know what's going to happen, folks. Again, if you're just listening, the target did not trip. The water was on the flap for several seconds, and it just would not trip for the hobos. So that target's been taken away. The officials, in a quick manner, have taken out a replacement target, which is all pre-approved. Kev, talk about a little bit about that, the equipment.
Well, it kind of helps move the tournament. I know back in the day, Lenny, if this ever happened, we all be scrambling saying, does everyone get a rerun? Does everyone get a rerun? You change the equipment. But now, with the way how far we've come along, we have 3 targets that have been state approved, that have been tested and work. So it's quite simply just removing one and putting one in.
So it could be interchangeable, and just because it's a different target, doesn't mean you get a rerun if you had a crummy time or whatever before. So.
Which is some of the smaller things that through the years has definitely helped move the tournaments along. And that old adage usually is, listen, your first shot is the only shot you get, and you build off it. Sometimes you're lucky enough to get 2, but at least this doesn't go when we were 20 teams deep. All of a sudden, the equipment changes. Now we got to start it all over again. It's like,
and again, what Kevin says rings true, and it might not have been 20 teams, might have been 40 teams deep back in the day when there was so many teams, and they'd say, change the target, everybody gets a rerun, and obviously
And-
several
and-
teams
Second
are happy
base,
about
general
it.
judges. General judges, report to the hydrant.
Oh.
All general judges report to the hydrant
So
this time. Thank you.
there's going to be a powwow. I don't know if it's on this issue. I mean, I would imagine it's this issue, but what do you think?
I don't. What do you think they're gonna do?
How do you not give him a rerun?
I would go down there with the remote.
Unless there's unless something went in, like I said, that the light on the arch is just a courtesy light. If they had a time in the truck, they could possibly give it to him, and we don't know that they did. We're just trying to play a little second guessing here to keep us going as we wait for the event to move forward.
We don't have the remote available. All right, go down there and check it out for you folks. All right, our rules committee working with our officials, checking the tension. Uh-oh. Nope, there it goes.
No way another one's breaking.
Jay Skidmore, again, from our rules committee, doing a hell of a job out here today in all aspects. But this is where the spotlight's on him and the officials. Hey, why did it work? What happened? Blah, blah, blah. And you better get the next target right.
Actually, while we're waiting, Len, we could kind of shift gears a little bit. I was down here before the drill. You might have caught it, too. Last week, we had to run hand time in buckets. There was some problems statewide with the bucket barrel where we went to the old flag and the 3-timers. It went last week, but they were testing both the Nassau and Suffolk barrel this morning, and evidently, as of this morning, they are both in tolerance. They're both working, so we expect the bucket contest to go back to electric time today, which I think is a good thing, and everybody will be real happy to watch the contest that way.
Again, Kevin and I were talking earlier, stuff you don't see. That bucket barrel that you're talking about, Rob, that one tripped. It didn't trip at all. Then it tripped early. So, that's why they went to hand time. But, where's the, I get it if it doesn't trip at all and is consistent that way. But that bucket barrel was going both ways. So,
If it doesn't work today, we know who to blame. Sitting right over there. We'll just blame Skidmore. Jay Skidmore. He approved it this morning, so if it doesn't work, it's on him.
And I watched them. They were testing it, and everything was working. So, knock on wood, let's hope we have the bucket barrel that we're used to.
But they don't just throw the barrel out there and put, what they feel is 45 gallons in it. They have it all balanced out, and they got shims under this side and that side.
Yeah,
it's perfectly level, and it's really a science now.
Yeah, and I was going to say, it was definitely a process. Testing a bucket barrel takes time.
Yeah, but back in the day when our fathers and grandfathers were running, I don't think it was that scientific.
No, but it's almost hooked up the same. I think the only thing they changed it, they're using PVC piping now instead of the metal pipe. I don't know if that made a difference with the floats in there and stuff like that.
No
it's
idea.
crazy. They tried to make it better so it wouldn't, have any rot on it or nothing like that. And now
That's out of my pay scale. I don't know
Yeah,
that.
just
Your
if that's
attention, please. Central Islip will be given a rerun.
All right. Took a little while to get that official announcement, but I really didn't see any other alternative. They pretty much did everything right.
Isn't he supposed to give a rule on that?
Equipment malfunction. All right, so if you centralize up, do you pack up quick and jump back in the line, or you sit to the end and wait and see what happens?
Huh. I'd say there'd be no rush. I don't know if they're going to wait to the end.
I'm with you. I would sit tight, and when you're ready, you go. You get
We're
to
going to resume now. On the line to be number 9 on your programs, the Blue Jays from Sable.
I believe it is up to the team when they want to file in as well. If they get to the line right away, they tell the officials, hey, we want, within 2 or 3 teams, we want to run. I think they have to be granted that.
And it's okay, when you're going to run at the end, you can put up your number, but looking for another contest in front, they got to run B holes also. So if they run last in C holes, they might get a little bit of latitude going, a little bit before the pack. But normally, I think the officials like it to go right back where you're supposed to be in line. So they'll have to rush through this contest and then just go pack quickly for B holes.
A lot of it goes back to you. Do you like to put your shot up and let everybody chase you? Or do you want to know what's out there and have an idea of what you're going after when you get on the back of the truck? And there's definitely different schools of thought. Probably person to person to person.
So as we wait for the next team, Kevin, you remember, you ran C-Hose here, correct?
Yes.
The start line here and leading up to it. Talk about that a little bit here at Riverhead, how that's a little bit unique.
Well, from what I can remember, it's more of you have to turn and then back up into it.
Nah,
No.
not so much that, but it's kind of a dust bowl back there.
Oh, it's a dust.
Going through the dirt parking lots. Then you come through a little bit of a tree tunnel, right, Rob? And then
That's
you got to
right, yes.
then you got to clean your tires.
It's like you're being fired out of a chute.
Yes, that's right. It's been that long, and from what I understand, there used to be a little bit of a dipsy-do on one side, the left side of the track. If you had to kind of aim a little bit away from that, which my driver didn't know about until after the fact. That one year.
Found out on the way down.
Yeah, everyone else knew about it. Well, that's what happens if we would have come in more than once. But anyway,
But yeah, this track, folks, there's some dirt parking lots at the just before the entrance to see hose, and the sea trucks basically have to go through it. There's stone and dirt down there, and it's a little bit of a challenge to clean your tires when you do come out on the actual race course. So that's something that the drivers need to be cognizant of and make sure they clean their tires. And again, most of the Suffolk teams come here regularly. They know that.
All right, after a little delay, it looks like we are finally ready to get going here and resuming our sea hose contest with the Sayville Blue Jays. And here they go. They're through the light. Corker, he's bringing his mouth into the hydrant. They're a little tight, but hydrant man's back, comes up to it. He's on, water in the hose. Nozzle man's off. Hose is broken. He's having a little trouble getting set. Nozzle man missed. He had his chance. It looked like he was on top of the nozzle a little too much. Water's high and then comes back down onto the target.
Had him on a hydrant at 88, 788.
84.
Time for Sable, 20.92. 20.92.
Yeah, it almost looked like the breaker got there and started to break it before the nozzleman got his hand on the
Line to be
nozzle.
number 10 on your programs.
360.
Knockers from North Lindenhurst.
All right, 69 to the cones.
369, yep. No, you talked about him having a chance there, Rob. I believe he did too, but we're looking right down the pipe right here, basically from our vantage point. I thought he kind of cocked the coupling sideways.
I think he was on top of the hose. Hose was underneath his knees a little bit, so it was tough for him to look down.
Right.
He didn't have it out in front of him where he could kind of get a better view of it.
So being on top of it a little too far back toward his crotch area. I'm not trying to get too graphic, but then again, you're just desperate there, where it's out in front of you a foot or a foot and a half. You can do what you got to do.
He wasn't in a good position to set up. Breaker man did a real nice job. He was in position, got that coupling off. Anything he could get it out of the way a little bit better. All right, North Lindenhurst to the line, one of our second place tied teams at the moment with 8 points. Gone second place both the last two contests. Running real nice numbers, 5:22 and 9:15.
Again, you folks at home that are watching on video, enjoy it because you have a better vantage point than us right now. We are a couple of feet past the target, and it is tough to give you the normal perspective and insight that we normally do. We're trying, but enjoy yourselves at home in your air conditioning because we're jealous right now.
All right, looks like we're ready to go. Scott Rice behind the wheel for the North Lindenhurst Piston Knockers.
Always the potential for a smoking hot hose run from North Lindenhurst Piston Knockers.
Scott takes them away. They're off the line. Trucks look like it's on rails approaching the hydrant. Looks great. Chris Connell's off a little warm. He gets there. Good handle. Ducky Mini Bogart approaching. Ducky is set. First water hits the target. Nice job by North Lindenhurst.
Caught me with that one.
I had him
close.
I had him 690 on the stick.
I had 702.
I like it, yeah. 97. It's going to be close.
Time for North Lindenhurst. 12.54. 12.54.
654. 354 to the cones.
All right. Line to be number 11 on your programs. The Panthers from Cotchog.
Good looking run there for the North Lindenhurst Piston Knockers.
Now we talked about getting set. He was set, had to wait for water.
Yeah.
Still didn't let it affect him. Did a real nice job hitting the target.
Again, the idea of having some time and not too much time. You want to get there, do your job as a nozzleman, which is grabbing the coupling, let the breaker do his thing, do your click turn, lock up the upper body, and be ready. And as you lock up, you'd love the water to be flowing right after that.
So, Lenny, were you running nozzle in 2000 for St. James?
Yes.
Okay. This date in racing history. Farmingville, 2000. St. James wins sea hose. Do you remember the time?
No.
Come on, you were on that shot.
I only ran nozzle 27 years. I'm sorry, I can't remember that one time.
I wouldn't have remembered either. All right, 1274, Lenny. So congratulations.
Nice run.
16 years ago today,
All right.
Lenny was our nozzle man. St. James in Farmingville/Ridge.
You see, I told you
Win
young
Seahawks.
whippersnappers I did it a couple of times. Nobody listens.
Thank you again to Jay Podolsky for that. Nice job. All right, we have the Cutchogue Panthers on the line, I believe. They've been given the white flag. Going through their call-off.
Chris, you going to have a minute?
Not really.
Okay, go ahead. That's okay. No problem.
All
All
right.
right, so we just heard from Chris Murphy. Quickly, we got a little insight. They're going to run last. So they've made a conscious decision there.
All right, I'll tell you what, Cutchogue's pushing that minute. We've seen it once.
You better listen to Mr. Noonan.
They're
He
revving the
knows.
truck.
Noonan knows. It's a T-shirt.
All right, they're off. I don't see any red flags, so they're approaching the hydrant in good shape. In the break. Hydrant man's off. Nice job. Nozzle man inside the 25. He is a little slippy set. Oh, another great target hit. We've seen 3 really good target hits so far today.
I thought the breaker was going to be in trouble there, Kev.
Would you talk about lucky there?
He pulled the hose away at the last second.
I had 744 on the stick.
Time for Cutchogue. 2-1. 13-21.
13-21.
371 to the cones.
3-7-1.
Want to be number 12 on your programs? The Yellowbirds from Copeg.
So, Kevin, you and I were thinking the same thing. I mean, they had to throw the brakes on. I think they were brought in a little bit deep. I wasn't sure the breaker was going to make it there, but he got there.
His length of his body definitely helped him out there. Listen, that was a nice job by him, though. That was a nice job. He was still able to break it. He was fully extended and was able to still get that quarter turn off.
We've seen a few breaker men over the years that are tall, long, lanky guys, and having those long arms definitely can make up for any other shortcomings.
But again, we were talking during ladders about making up for the driver sometimes, Kevin. You know, the driver does everything he can to put you in the exact same spot every time. Don't happen that way.
Yeah.
We all know it. So sometimes you got to make up. And again, if he brings you in a little deep at that nozzle end or even at the hydrant end, you got to push off that bar and slow your body down. Or if he drops you a little short, you got to run. You got to let it flow. And it's again, Artie Susskind likes to talk track awareness. Know where you are when you get off and what you got to do when you get off. And you need to know before you get off, not, oh my gosh, now what do I do?
I can never understand why the drivers just can't put you where you want all the time. They're supposed to be that good, right?
Yeah, Ralph. You listening, Ralph?
You want me to put you someplace on a dime?
Yeah.
You're like, I give you 2 feet. I'm like, okay.
Exactly what we talked about in ladders.
Bring us in 6 inches, Ralph.
Yeah.
He just nods. I just nod my head.
I forget what driver. Yeah,
I think JoJo used to say that
that's
to
what
him
I'll
for the
do.
Hornets just to get the reaction out of Ralph as Kopech takes the line
I
here.
guess a lot of drivers say, yeah, that's what I'll do. Okay, that's what I'll do.
All right, Kopech, 3 points on the day, looking to put themselves in the top 5. Actually, I think they might be in 5th in the drill right now, but looking to increase their point total. They're off the line. They're coming through the cones. Good spot. Hydrant man's off. Oh, got a little bit of a tug, but stayed with it. Water's on. Chachi's set and ready, waiting for water. Oh, and no, we've seen great target hits by the nozzle men so far here today.
That was another breaker that slid by it, but Kevin, he reached back and he got the coupling off. 787 stick. I thought he jammed it a little at the
Time
hydrant.
for Copeg. 13.31. 13-31.
361 to the cones for Kopech. All right, that was a 10th below Cutchogue. Excuse me.
On the line to be number
Cutchogue
16
right in
on
front
your
of them.
programs, the Bandits from Farmingville.
So far, we've got a 1254 North Lindy, 1262 Islip, 1321 Cutchogue, 1331 Kopech, 1st through 4th.
So we're seeing some good athleticism down here at the nozzle end. Again, they might have been a little bit deep. A nice adjustment with both the nozzle man and the breaker, and got a run out of it.
But no one's panicking. Everyone's doing exactly what you were doing. You're saying, you're hoping to fix that. You're hoping just to lock out and have water there. They're locked out, but they're waiting for water, but they're not getting distracted by anything. They're staying in control, eyes on the target.
And exactly, they're not panicking.
With the C-Truck, you should have time. That nozzle and breaker man should have a little bit more time in C-hose as opposed to B-hose. And if you're conscious of that, you shouldn't get too worried. Even if you take a half step or a step past the coupling, you got time. You just can't panic.
I mean,
Chachi's been running nozzle a long time. Did a real good job staying there. And his breaker man also.
I mean, unless the team before you blew off at the hydrant, the truck's spinning at the hydrant.
All right, here we go. Farmingville making their way down. Coming up to the hydrant. Hydrant man's off. Oh, he falls down, but he gets the handle. Good job. Nozzle man had to run a little bit, but he's set. Oh, he hit the target to start. The flap moved, just not enough to get it to go. He kind of waved it a little bit there. What do you think, Len?
Yeah, he was a little high when they got there. I mean, both him and the breaker did a little hop skip. I think it was a little bit longer than they thought it was before the line, obviously. So they had to do a little hop skip to get there.
Time for Farmingville. With penalty, 14.03. 14.03.
At 7:09 on the handle.
3:47 to the cones, guys. Our fastest C truck of the day. The first one to get that penalty.
I'm telling you, it's hard to tell back here, but I would thought he got off early out of the cones from here.
Well, last year, I don't know if you remember, Kevin, this truck
number
was
17 on your programs.
That was good.
The Redskins from Bayshore.
Yeah, this truck was a little too fast a couple of tournaments. And I was talking to driver Eddie earlier in the year, and he said they dialed it back a little, so that didn't happen. But, took it out of his hands a little bit, but he's still got to, be a little careful. For those that have been around racing a long time, Eddie knows how to go one way hard, whether it's the C truck or the B truck. But been doing it a long time, and respect the driver out there.
And that was probably a good 1 second miss. He could potentially have been a high 12, low 13 there. So, potential's there. He moved the flap with first water, just didn't keep it there long enough to get that target to go. All right, Bayshore coming up to the line.
This is a team that can run some hose.
All right, that 14.03 we just saw by Farmingville is currently 5th place. So if you want to get in the top 5, that's where you got to start.
Ryan Butler behind the wheel for the Redskins. Got a couple of tournaments under his belt.
All right, Bayshore's got the white flag. They're ready to go. Everyone's on a truck. All right, he rolls out on the gas, coming up to the cones. Approaching the hydrant, Skippy's off, couple extra steps. Oh, he rung it. He rung the coupling. Water's just getting on now, a little late. Nozzle man, a little bit of a quick miss, but he's set, waiting for water. Target's up. Not going to be in the top 5.
Nah, that wasn't clean at either end.
55 to the cones for Bayshore. All right, we got 1.4 point something.
The Bayshore, 14.88. 88.
All right, 14.88. All right. That should bring our host for today to the line, the Riverhead Ironmen.
Check.
Just looking at the cone times of the C trucks in this weather, they're running pretty consistent.
On the line to be number 19 on your programs, your host for today's tournament, the Ironman from Riverhead.
Yeah, agreed, Kevin. Sometimes in this heat, the C trucks don't run quite as well. We got a little bit of humidity.
Yeah, normally that's not the case, but like I said, the numbers are definitely pretty much all within a tenth of each other. Some straying on the higher end, but other than that, they're all running in the 5s. In the 50s, 51 to 57, 59.
All right, Riverhead looking to get themselves on the board here in their own drill. Going to have to beat that 14.03 to put themselves in position to do that now. All right. Well, it's one way to get that white flag to hold, kind of. You keep your adapter man out in the middle of the street. All right, they gave him the white flag, but he's still sitting there. He's going to give him a little sign telling him he's ready to go. Okay. Looks like Riverhead is on a truck.
I don't think that would help with the 1 minute rule.
It shouldn't.
I don't think it will. You can keep them out there as long as you want. You get the white flag at the top, you're done.
All right. Looks like we're ready to go with Riverhead. 2 revs. All right, kind of rolls through the lights. He's off at the cones. Hard break all the way in. Fully locked up. Hydrant man got off a little bit of a stumble. Went past the hydrant. Couldn't get himself back under control. Nozzle man and breaker went by also. They're set. All right. Flaps the target, but it's going to be a little late. .385 to the cones for Riverhead.
Time for Riverhead. 16.60. 1660. On the line to be number 20 on your programs, the Snails from Lindenhurst.
Okay, it looked like they came up way short at the nozzle line there.
They did. It almost sounded like the truck wasn't running as well, which sometimes that'll change the entire race after that. It sounded like it was really screaming.
Hydrant man and the dragger went by, so probably as they pulled back,
Extra tug.
the dragger takes a little more hose with him. Nozzle man goes by. Unfortunately, usually when that happens, the shot is more about completing it than anything else.
And in my experience, the dragger is so ticked off for whatever reason at himself, at the hydrant man, at the driver, he just yanks it.
Yes.
And on the nozzle end, I can remember grabbing for that coupling, and that thing rips back. I got more scars on my knuckles from frustrated anchorman.
I don't know if I've ever done that to anyone when I was running slack. I'm sure someone's going to text me right now that I've done it to him. I know.
Listen, both of those guys there, they stayed on the truck maybe just a tick too long. As they got off, you kind of saw their weight. Their momentum got thrown forward, which kind of really threw their timing off and really never gave them a shot to get to the hydrant. Kind of know your position on the truck, on the track, get off that 10th sooner, and they would have had their chance.
I mean, it's frustrating enough to do it in a tournament, but when it's on your own track, a little more frustrating.
All right, Lindenhurst, 8 points.
Yeah, they're in this tournament.
Sitting in second place going into this contest, tied with North Lindenhurst. And we saw North Lindy's put up the shot that is in first place at the moment, so they want to maintain pace with North Lindenhurst. And we've yet to see where Save will go. They're going to have to put up a number here. Once again, 14:03, still your time to beat to put yourself in the money. But remember, we got CI lurking towards the back also. Got to run last.
Lurking.
You like that one, huh?
Yes. Great adjective.
All right, here we go, Lindenhurst. One of the quieter sea trucks we have.
Lindenhurst just wants to put up some more points, keep chipping away here. You don't have to have first.
All right, here they go. Approaching cones. He's off a little early. Nice job approaching the hydrant. Hydrant man, click and turn, water on. Nozzle man gets down. Breaker does a nice job. He's set. Throwing the target hit. First
Not
water
bad.
went by, but still gets it. That's going to get him in that top 5.
Look,
But
that first water was a bit of a spray, so I don't know if that would have been
maybe a little
enough.
kink underneath him, maybe.
Time for Lindenhurst. 13.37. 13:37.
Sounds like 3:57 to the cones is what we're being told. I had him
On the line to
7:43.
be number 21 on your
Mistake.
programs,
7:39.
the Bucks from Deer Park.
Maybe a little too much break at the hydrant. I know it didn't come out with a lot of speed.
Took a few steps. That's actually going to put them in 5th place. So that sets our new time to beat to put yourself in the money. All right, Deer Park just missed scoring in C ladder by 1/100th. Ran that 984, so sure they'd love to get themselves in a spot where they could get on a scoreboard here.
Again, folks, if you're out on the east end, still plenty of racing to go. We're not quite halfway completed in this drill. And although it's warm, there's lots of shade for the crowd and lots of food and drinks. Come on out, support the Riverhead Fire Department. You know, we never, in my time, hosted a motorized drill. Kevin, I know you guys have done it over the years. Did it ever come into play and you said, all right, C-Hose is over, that's 4 races, now we're only going to charge half to get in? I know at some point you don't charge at all.
Yeah, I think we usually went to
We used to stop after B-Hose.
Yeah, B-Hose.
Completely stop charging.
Yeah,
Complete
completely
stop.
stop.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was Hempstead. I don't know about other drills, but that was kind of our unofficial standard.
Rule of thumb, yep.
Half price would have been a better idea.
Half
though, I think. Why don't we
price,
think of
you
that?
know.
We should have done that, Rob. Jeez.
We cost ourselves some money
It's
over
easy
the years.
math, guys. Halfway through, half price.
too nice with that stuff, I think. Jeez.
Let them in free for buckets. Maybe they'll hit the beer booth.
All right, Deer Park Bucks trying to get on the scoreboard here. Got to beat a 13-36. Here they go. And kind of fades out to the middle of the track. He's trying to bring it back a little bit. Hydrant Man's got to do a lot of work. He goes off, goes past the hydrant. Same thing on the other end here. Big loop at the hydrant. So it's going to get set, hit the target here, complete the shot. Long target hit.
You know, he may have been a little deep, but I thought the Hydrant Man was standing up straight too much, and that just started toppling him forward.
Time for Deer Park. 17.53. 17.53.
And then at the nozzle end, they were definitely deep.
On the line to be number 22 on your programs, the Flying Dutchman from West Sable.
362 through the cones. Again, I thought the Hydrant Man was standing up a little too straight. Again, it's hard to tell from here if they were deep or not, but he looked up, standing up straight, and he was just tumbling forward, following your head. I mean, Kevin, talk about that all the times you got off the truck. I'm sure you guys were taught that in Hempstead. The head is the heaviest part of the body, and
You want to push, you want to try and lean back. Just lean back. That was the biggest thing. No matter where you are on the track, if you lean back, that's almost the game there. I mean, once you are thrown into that truck, you're done. You know, you have to push, stay solid, and get your head and get your butt, everything back, and that's what was the easiest way to do it.
And especially for the rookies, because the idea is, you know, everybody's concerned about falling, you know, especially when they're a new guy. If you're going to fall, you're better off falling on your butt than going forward with your head, and you're going to put your hands out, and I still got a stone in my hand from doing that, but you don't want to go forward because that's ugly.
It's probably one of the only times that you remember that. I can remember when I first started running nozzle, I actually did that with before. Thank God I had the nozzle in my right hand because I just used that to skate along the ground. I would have been, you know, my hands would have been. But
that's when it gets ugly.
You learn, though. You know,
Yep.
you learn from that. Even when I was anchoring and stuff like that, it's a hard comprehension of saying, yeah, just lean back. Try and lean backwards.
And then, again, you get your body at an angle where your weight is working with you. You know, if you got good shoes on and you're not on a slick track, it should work for you.
All right, West Sable's been given a track. All right, Frankie Miller gives that traditional 2 revs. Takes it away. Nice ride down the street. He's through the cones. On to break hard. Billy Compton's off at the hydrant. He gets the handle. Joey Quenz is on and set. First water tickled it. Second water got it.
Got 1297.
1293.
Yep.
699 on the handle.
Time for West Sable. 1-2.95. 12.95.
64 or 363.
63 to the cones.
On the line to be number 23 in your programs, the Tigers from Bridgewood.
And I had him 715 on the stick. Looked really good.
I don't know if there was like a little bit of a kink past him because it was hard to set, obviously where we are. I mean, Billy goes past it a little bit, so I wasn't sure if it maybe kinked right before him.
Yeah, either that or the water through the hose wasn't there. Even with it was probably a 10th miss on the target. First water tickled it. Like I said, it was almost just didn't have the full stream, and then he caught it.
Well, that's what Kevin was talking. You might have had a little kink there.
Yeah, I agree.
That with the water through the hose,
At
those
least
two things combined,
West
they
Sable
make sense.
doing what they need to do there, putting up a scoring shot. You still have Central Islip to go, but West Sable's in third with Brentwood and CI left to run. So they're guaranteed a point.
You know, I didn't want to talk about pitching a perfect game.
Nah, way early on that
Get you guys
one.
nervous. I've been broadcasting with all you Flying Dutchmen all day. So.
I mean, Michael mentioned it in ladder. It's all about trying to stay consistent. We just want to complete shot after shot and try and score.
I understand.
You're not going to take first in all 8 contests. Some of the best dynasties in the sport, the Patchogues and other teams have never been able to do that. So,
never say never.
If you can score in 8 contests, there's a good chance you'll be in a good spot at the end of the day.
You'll definitely be on the track, probably leading them down the track.
So. All right, Brentwood Tigers. That's going to make things a little tougher. They're going to have to beat a 13-31 as they make their way down the track. Complete stop at the hydrant, but set. Water's on. Nozzle man's off. Set a little to the side. He's not really in a good spot. First water a little low. Low 13, but I think he's just going to miss that 5th place number, which right now I believe is 13-31.
Time for Brentwood. 14.57.
Ooh, wow.
14.57. 57.
That was a good call, Rob.
All
The
right.
nozzle man went maybe a half a step
The
past it.
rerun will be number 8 on your programs.
He went maybe a half a step past it. It wasn't in the greatest
Correction on
position.
Brentwood. 13.57.
I was gonna
3.57.
I thought I was a second off. I didn't know how that. I thought my thumb broke.
So again, the nozzle man not in the best position. He maybe was a half a step by it, but was still in a position where he could put it on. 372 to the cones. Was able to get it on, and a decent hit from that position.
The Hobos from Central Iceland.
You know, if you're not right over it, it's hard enough to control it even.
Yeah.
He found the flap in a
Shooting from the hip.
respectable amount of time.
Shooting
Yeah.
from the hip. That's a
That's
side. That's a side of leg you want. I don't know if you're
Yeah.
going to go to one
So
side.
it shows a little upper body strength right there to
All right.
have it go where you're pointing it.
Central Islip's got to beat a 1254, 1262, 1295, 1321, or 1331.
You know, the more I think about it, is it upper body strength or should he go play the lottery tonight because he's feeling lucky today?
A little both.
Could go either way.
All right. All right. CI had a good shot previously, but he hit the target so well he broke it. So let's see what the Murphy brothers on the back do here. They're the hydrant nozzle combo, escorted by Danny Jackson.
CI's got some ground to make up in this drill. So they're looking for 5 here.
All right. Danny revs up that truck. Takes it away. Coming down the street, they're through the cones. See that front of the truck dip down. Chris Murphy's off. Good stick. Ryan Murphy attacking it. Breakerman said he set it to the side too.
Yep.
Not the best target hit.
Nope.
I don't think that's going to put them in the money. I think they're going to be just outside it.
Yeah,
close.
I got a low 13.
Yeah, 1330 maybe.
I had 36. It's going to be close.
Time for Central Iceland. 1, 3,
51.
2, 9, 13, 29.
That just squeezes in for one, I believe.
Yeah, right above the
They're
1330.
looking for a lot more than that.
And Chris, 351 to the cones. Was that it, Chris? 5-6 to the cones.
I had
Thank
him
you.
at 752 on the stick. I think he was back a little bit, Kev.
He did run a little.
He did run, that's for sure. And then even like he had time to get set over the holes. He just decided to stay. He was
On the
actually
side.
shooting from the hip too.
On the nozzle end,
and
yep.
that's a lot harder. And he was dead. Well, I guess he was
His
right.
first
with it,
water
right?
came our way
Yeah.
to his right. Yep.
Yep. He was overcompensating for it instead of trying, to stay straight on with it. That's what
I
happened.
think in
to
this
him.
contest, too, the nozzlemen have time. They can get your body back
Right.
over the hose.
Could have hopped back over it. He's athletic.
Do you think you'd be trying to
I
do
don't-
that, Lenny?
I
Would you
don't-
just stay, okay, I'm upset where I am, let me do what I got to do?
Number one, I'm not as athletic as he is now. However, I probably would have stayed there. It's nice to say I would have hopped over, but you don't know if the water's right up your butt. You go to hop over and it might make it worse. So you think you can hold it, you think you're in the right position, but folks, what we're talking about, if you got your body square over that nozzle, that's enough to hold it and point it straight. I mean, you still have
Move the
to
equipment.
lock-
Local committee, please come out to the track for a water test
lock your upper body, and that water should go where you point it.
of the CO's contest.
But if you're on the
First
side, it's not
place,
that easy.
5 points, number 10, North Lindenhurst. Second place, 4 points, number 5, Iceland. 3 points, number 22, West Sable. Fourth place, 2 points, number 11, Kutjorg. And fifth place, 1 point, number 8, Central Iceland.
So Kutcho picking up a couple of points there. Track they use a lot.
All right, we'll run down before we go to commercial. Our top numbers for the day. West Sayville with 18. North Lindy second with 13. Lindenhurst still holding third with 8, but CI closes into 7 with their 1 point. Islip jumps up to 5th with 6 to give us that top 5 for the moment. So 18, 13, 8, 7, 6 as we get ready for B-Hose. Ready for some commercials, Fred? We'll be back.
Industry coupled with 20 years of racing experience. We know what you need. Pants, jerseys, jackets, helmets. We've got it all. Call us today at 631-859-0075 or see Artie Suskind on the arch or Devin Robinson on the track. Gear up, get on the Titan Group. Not every evolution in vehicle rescue technology costs tens of thousands of dollars. The Beluga Glass Cutter finally makes windshield removal quick and safe, and fire departments can add the Beluga Glass Cutting Kit to their rescue setup for only $5.95. Head to www.coastalfiresystems.com to check out the Beluga in action. Fatty McGee's in East Islip. Wednesday is ladies' night at the best FD Racing Bar in Long Island. Stop in anytime for a drink with good company, a great lunch and dinner menu, and of course those famous Fatty's wings. Integrated Wireless Technology is proud to be part of the 2016 season as the exclusive Motorola dealer for New York State drill teams. IWT is a Motorola manufacturer's representative and offers the full line of Motorola products to fire departments as well as David Clark headsets and sound-off signal emergency lights. IWT is your one-stop shop for custom-engineered radio solutions, licensing assistance, dispatch solutions, and top-notch reliable service with fully insured technicians. Start your next radio upgrade with IWT. Check out their website at www.goiwt.com. Coastal Fire Systems is the official SCBA dealer for New York State drill teams. Scott Air Packs, cylinders, RAT packs, refill compressor systems, gas detectors, Hyatt's boots, Protec and Dragon fire gloves, as well as the future in thermal imaging technology. Coastal is also the one-stop dealer for Petzl, Scott, CMC, and Colorado bailout systems, along with professional training to keep your members sharp and meet New York State requirements. For more information, check them out at www.coastalfiresystems.com. The Bill Fox Company has been in business over 60 years, specializing in custom championship rings, watches, badges, pins, and awards. The Bill Fox Company has crafted championship rings for the past state champions, including the Westerners, Flying Dutchmen, Hobos, Wolves, and the Yellow Hornets, as well as the Firefighter Combat Challenge competition. Bill Fox Company is the recognized name in recognizing people. Check them out on Facebook, Twitter, and on the web at www.billfoxco.com. With over 25 years of service in the fire industry, High Tech Fire and Safety continues to be a proud sponsor of New York State drill teams. High Tech has been honored to serve as master distributor for Morning Pride products, including state-of-the-art bunker gear, USAR gear, EMS gear, helmets, gloves, hoods, and boots. In addition to Morning Pride gear by Honeywell, High Tech also provides quality products, including ISG thermal imaging cameras and CMC rescue products and Deuce rescue systems, providing your fire department with the highest level of support and service for all your personal protection equipment needs. For personalized demos, speak to a certified sales specialist. Call 631-777-5170 or visit hightechfirenewyork.com. Since 1973, Fire News has been a proud supporter of the time-honored tradition of New York State drill team racing. As they celebrate their 43rd year of publishing, they are honored to be the official publication and online coverage of the New York State drill teams. Look for ongoing coverage in Fire News on firenews.com and on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. The 2017 Fire Rescue and EMS Mega Show takes place February 18th and 19th at the Brentwood Sports Fieldhouse at Suffolk Community College. The new venue was a huge hit in 2016. It's bigger and better, and 2017 will deliver many new vendors showing the latest, most up-to-date turnout gear and new products. Hundreds of vendors will be present to explain and demonstrate their product line and services, along with the extrication competition. See you next February in Brentwood at the Mega Show. Attention firefighters, are you still tracking your SCBA cylinders using paper and pencil? Stop the insanity and get the CAT Cylinder Accountability Tag System from Coastal Fire Systems. The CAT makes refilling cylinders simple and easy, ensuring that your members never overfill a cylinder or fill one with an expired hydrostatic testing. Let the CAT system handle the record-keeping, inventory, alerts, and OSHA paperwork for you. There's only one place you can get the CAT system, and that's Coastal Fire Systems. Head to www.coastalfiresystems.com for details and information. The groundbreaking FDNY electronic accountability system is now available to departments nationwide through Motorola, and SDI is the company behind this game-changing technology. Now, SDI has paired with New York State volunteer departments including Central Islip to solve the challenge of accounting for members who respond after the tones go off. Keep track of your members on your next big incident with a proven solution designed with the New York State Volunteer Department in mind. For more information, visit systemsdefinition.com and firegroundaccountability.com. The Titan Group is back, supporting drill team racing after a strong off-season of our own. Our new headquarters, now located in Bohemia, Long Island, is now fully equipped with an in-house screen printing operation, coupled with our embroidery setup that you've come to trust. Become a member of Team Titan to take advantage of our new custom team website ordering system. Follow us on Instagram at Titan Group Racing and search Titan Group DTR on Snapchat to keep your hand on the pulse of your favorite teams. With 20 years of experience in the apparel industry coupled with 20 years of racing experience, we know what you need. Pants, jerseys, jackets, helmets, we've got it all. Call us today at 631-859-0075 or see Artie Susskind on the arch or Devin Robinson on the track. Gear up, get on, the Titan Group. Not every evolution in vehicle rescue technology costs tens of thousands of dollars. The Beluga Glass Cutter finally makes windshield removal quick and safe, and fire departments can add the Beluga Glass Cutting Kit to their rescue setup for only $5.95. Head to www.coastalfiresystems.com to check out the Beluga in action. Fatty McGee's in East Islip. Wednesday is Ladies' Night at the best FD Racing Bar in Long Island. Stop in anytime for a drink with good company, a great lunch and dinner menu, and of course those famous Fatty's wings. Integrated Wireless Technology is proud to be part of the 2016 season as the exclusive Motorola dealer for New York State drill teams. IWT is a Motorola manufacturer's representative and offers the full line of Motorola products to fire departments as well as David Clark headsets and sound-off signal emergency lights. IWT is your one-stop shop for custom-engineered radio solutions, licensing assistance, dispatch solutions, and top-notch reliable service with fully insured technicians. Start your next radio upgrade with IWT. Check out their website at www.goiwt.com. Coastal Fire Systems is the official SCBA dealer for New York State drill teams. Scott Air Packs, cylinders, RAT packs, refill compressor systems, gas detectors, Hyatt's boots, Protec and Dragon fire gloves, as well as the future in thermal imaging technology. Coastal is also the one-stop dealer for Petzl, Scott, CMC, and Colorado bailout systems, along with professional training to keep your members sharp and meet New York State requirements. For more information, check them out at www.coastalfiresystems.com. The Bill Fox Company has been in business over 60 years, specializing in custom championship rings, watches, badges, pins, and awards. The Bill Fox Company has crafted championship rings for the past state champions, including the Westerners, Flying Dutchmen, Hobos, Wolves, and the Yellow Hornets, as well as the Firefighter Combat Challenge competition. Bill Fox Company is the recognized name in recognizing people. Check them out on Facebook, Twitter, and on the web at www.billfoxco.com. With over 25 years of service in the fire industry, High Tech Fire and Safety continues to be a proud sponsor of New York State drill teams. High Tech has been honored to serve as master distributor for Morning Pride products, including state-of-the-art bunker gear, USAR gear, EMS gear, helmets, gloves, hoods, and boots. In addition to Morning Pride gear by Honeywell, High Tech also provides quality products, including ISG thermal imaging cameras and CMC rescue products and
Ladies and
Deuce
gentlemen,
rescue
I'd like to wish
systems,
Jocko,
providing your fire department
our
with the highest
official out
level
there
of
on the
support
track,
and service for all your personal protection
happy
equipment needs.
75th birthday today. The next contest to be run is the B-Hose contest. State record is 7.55 and is held by West Hempstead. First team on the line to be number 5 on your programs, the Wolves from Islip.
Leave it there. Leave it. Okay, Fred, are we back? All right, back on the air.
Look at that.
Here at the Riverhead Invite. Myself, Lenny Gobbert, Kevin Candido, and Robert Noonan a little busy on the horn, getting some good information, I'm sure. Getting ready for the B-Hose contest. Kevin, they tested the water after C-Hose. You and I both did a little investigation. I think you found out a little more than me. Maybe you can explain to people that are listening at home that were as confused as us for a little while what you found out.
Yeah, here's something fun and something new we found out. Apparently, the water authority must have contacted Riverhead and said they had to turn on an extra pump. So let's just say they were using 2 pumps, flowing water through the town. With the high demand, with the hot weather we're having, they gave Riverhead the courtesy of letting them notify the water authority when this contest was over, and then it would increase, add an extra pump on for the demand. So that was just to keep the water how it, as close to with the tolerance it was,
Right.
which it ended up being anyway.
Yep, the water was announced at 479 through our hose, and now it's 477 on the test, so 200ths is not, you can't do much better than that.
And just for the simple fact that they know our sport and contacted the department, said, we don't want to screw anything up. We're going to let you know we have to turn this pump on and let us know when the contest is over. And that way we don't have to...
Communication.
Yeah, go figure.
So they're getting ready for the B-Hose contest here. Again, the drill moving along rather fluidly. Other than that issue with the target during C-Hose, we're in pretty good shape.
Which in hindsight probably cost Central Islip a couple of points. I think it would end. They were in that 12 range, and that 13-3 got them 1.
I
think
don't
it
know
cost
if that
them a
run was
point or
much
two.
better. I mean, he didn't have first water on the target in that race either. Remember, he was a little late getting it on, but I don't know.
Definitely the stick time was definitely probably wasn't where they wanted to be. I would think in both the races they just did.
But that's all water under the target, so to speak.
Yes, it is.
All right, our B-Hose contest. We're going to start off with the Islip Wolves.
Now, Islip's got some points. I mean, they got to get real busy.
Fresh off a 2nd place in C-Hose. 6th place, 6 points. 5th place in the drill. Here they go. They're in the break at the hydrant. Hydrant man's off. Water in the hose. Nozzle man, breaker man approach. Nozzle's on. He's set. Oh, another
nice
good target hit. And we got a little wet on that one, but that didn't feel too bad.
Look where he shot from, Kevin. Michael did a great job getting him right in front of the flap. I love it.
That is the difference.
That absolutely beautiful job.
Time for
Michael,
Islip. 8.05. 8.05.
I had 263 on the stick.
255.
Okay.
You have 256.
So
On the line to be number
60.
7 on your programs. The Harris from East Farmingdale.
But I really thought, most drivers do a decent job. Mike Welton, just leaving his nozzle man, and Mike being a nozzle man for years and years and years, knows how important it is. Left him right in front of the flap. He put it on, he looked up, was almost perfectly straight to the flap. Great driving.
Now listen, you guys mentioned it. He had probably a 28-foot target hit, getting as close to that line as you can. We saw a lot of teams back in the C-Hose contest. The shorter the target hit, the less time it's going to take, and he's killed the target in both contests. He did a great job. C and B-Hose.
That's an open debate, because there were guys on my team that thought go as short as you can with the hose, that when the water reduces through the nozzle, it travels faster at 1 inch, let's say, than it does at 2.5 when you're bringing them up to the nozzle line. My theory was, if you're any kind of marksman or a nozzle man, you can hit a target much more consistently when you're closer to it. So what do you guys think?
No, I mean, just from watching you guys all those years, it was we had 2 different spectrums. You guys ran shorter, knowing the water's going to get quicker through the hose, and then other teams like ourselves, we like to be as close to that nozzle line for the shorter target. So
I think we need a.
But irregardless of whether you ran short or long, your target hit can be as short as possible if the hydrant and his dragger, slackman, whatever term you want, get down the street. We see way too many teams with a big loop at the hydrant.
Sure.
We used to try and get our hose to the white line. Try and ride it right down the white line if you could.
Well,
that's going to manage as much space as you can going forward.
If you're running 148 feet and your nozzle man's not up close to the line, then you got issues with your dragger.
All right, East Farmingdale, here we go. They roll off the line. In the break at the hydrant. Long break. Hydrant man is up there. Water's on. Nozzle man's got to run a lot. He better get busy. He's set. A little bit of water spray. Regains control and then gets the target.
Didn't look like he locked up his upper body, and the breaker was not behind him, so we had a problem controlling that nozzle.
And it was coming right at us.
Felt good.
Time for East Farmingdale. 9.74. 974.
I missed the stick on that one, guys. I don't know if you got it.
327.
Yeah, 325. So even going back to the two different theories of how we're going to make the water go through a hose faster, I guess that's what the bottom line we're trying to come down to. Either way works, but it's a matter of where you're on the track. And if you're consistently 5 feet back at the nozzle line and you're hitting the target with first water, fine, that works.
Yep.
Or whether you're a foot back at the nozzle line, as long as you're hitting the target with your first water, that works also. It's whatever. But it's funny how teams have different theories through the years of
On the
how
line
to
to be
run.
number 9 on your programs, the Blue Jays from Sable.
And I think both theories can work.
Absolutely.
And you look at the end of the year and you say, where were our times compared to the teams that went short or long or vice versa?
All right, well, they called out Sayville, but it is North Lindenhurst on the line, and it should be Central Islip. So I'm not really sure exactly what's going on, but
Come on, Rob, figure it out.
Programs, the Pistonakers from North Lindenhurst.
Oh, we talked about that with CI deciding to run last and C-Hose. Well, the official's going to give them time.
permission to
Sure, run out of turn
Right.
with permission.
They are a team or two back, so they're not waiting too long to run, but I guess they gave them a little bit of grace period. Honestly, I would think having to do a hose test should have given them more than ample time to get on a track where they are, but not a big deal. Big shot here for North Lindenhurst. Put
Yes.
themselves within 5 points of the leader after a heavy C-hose shot.
And one of the best B-Hose teams out here. I believe they still hold the record in this contest. So they can put a little bit of pressure on West Sable right here. Put up a solid 7. Say, come on, Dutchman, what do you got? That remains to be seen. That's a perfect world. We'll see if North Lindenhurst can be perfect in B-Hose.
All right, Dudley back behind the wheel in the B truck. North Lindy's off. They're in the break. Chris Connell is in tight. Water in the hose. Ducky got to run a little bit. They got to get moving. He just gets it on there. He's low. He's underneath the target. That's a
Just
big
low.
miss on the target there for him. I had 244 on the handle.
48.
Real heavy number
Time
potential.
for North Lindenhurst, 8.67.
Oh.
8.67.
I'll be honest, they had to run a lot there. I'm going to say that contributed. He did get himself nozzle on, but I don't know that he was 100% set when water came out.
How much time you think he lost? 3/10, 4/10 on the hit?
On the miss?
Yeah.
I bet you more than that.
Yeah, you think a half second?
At least a half a second.
So North Lindy with a chance, as we said, to put some pressure on, unable to do it.
That's where we see the difference. We said C-hose. Nozzle men have a little bit more time. B-hose, more like got to get there, got to get it on, water's coming.
On the line, running out of turn with permission. Number 9 on your programs, the Blue Jays from Sable.
And Kevin, talk about it. I mean, again, in C-hose, you got time. B-hose, driver drops you short, maybe not even with a lot of speed. It gets in your mind a little bit. I got to get busy here. I got to start boogieing.
And how fast you need to recognize that. If you're definitely coming up short with that break, you know, as soon
You
as you
gotta
step
know,
off
yep.
that truck, it's going to be a full-out sprint to that line.
And you're not pushing off the bar. You're not trying to stop. Even your lean back that we talked about isn't as much. You're trying to keep your momentum.
Yep.
Yeah, there's no stopping steps. You get off and you let your momentum take you, and you're going as quick as you
That's
can.
right, Rob. Again, all your years of braking. And then you run the risk of coming in too hot and slipping because it's always wet down here.
If we were going to be short, I'd still try and ride the truck as far as I could, almost to the bitter end as Sable takes it away. They're in the break. Hydroman's off. Water's in the hose. Nice job. Nozzle man too. He's going to have trouble. He better get moving. Oh, him and the break are fighting a little bit over it.
I think there's water in the dummy length, guys.
Yeah, it looks like a little bit. All right,
3,
Nozzle man
4,
is
5.
facing us. Hopefully, I'm moving over.
I don't know. That could
All
feel
right,
good.
they finished the shot.
That might have been 5 swipes to get that on. But there's water in that dummy length, guys.
Which is never a good thing. Never.
Time for Sable, 19.14. 19-14.
I could be wrong, but I think I just heard the breaker man ask the question, how come you didn't get it on?
Did you?
I think. I could be wrong. We have headphones on. I think that's what I heard him say. I could be wrong. But if he did...
Is that something? Did anyone ever tell you that when you were on
On the line to be
Oslo?
number 11 on
Not
your
when there was
program,
water in the dummy length.
Panthers from Cutchogue.
I was asked that, but not when there was water in the dummy length. Again, I could be wrong, but I thought that's what I heard. As we get a little liquid refreshment from West Sable, thank you. If anybody from Riverhead's listening, we have yet to see the local committee here. at the radio booth, which is uncommon. Usually Riverhead's pretty good with us. Some burgers or dogs or refreshments.
What'd you do to him, Lynn?
It wasn't me.
Hope it's not me.
Well, you know, nobody likes a winner, so you guys wearing yellow shirts here all day. Maybe that's what it is.
All right, I believe Kutchog is on the line. Here they go, coming off the line. Into break. Hydrant Man is off. Little late to the stick, but he got water in the hose. Nozzle Man, Breaker Man used the Breaker Man used the hose, did a nice job to stop himself as he went by, pulled himself back, got it off. Nozzle Man just gets it on.
Breaker Man's buying dinner for the
Time
Nozzle
for Kutchog. 9.35. 9:35.
Nozzle Man with some quick hands to get that on.
On the line to be number 12 on your programs. The Yellowbirds from Copac.
Nozzle Man actually put the nozzle on. His hand wasn't on it when water came out. He had to reach back down and grab it.
But back to the beginning of the run, I thought the Hydrant Man had it on. You said a little late to the stick. I thought he had it on. Maybe he wasn't confident in himself. And
it's probably good he was late to the stick.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I think they might have washed on this end.
But on this end, the Breaker Man extending himself way out, Kev, right?
Oh, and you know what? I just noticed something. Did you notice his knee pads? He has the hard plastic knee pads. So when he goes down to his slide, and that is a relative of Eddie Madelon, longtime Breaker Man with the Hornets.
Sure.
But yeah, actually, I was watching him last week too. It seems like at the county, those hard plastic knee pads, when you're sliding, you're going far past
I'll
where
be
you're
honest
supposed
with you,
to go.
I didn't need any help sliding.
Well,
when I even just tried to slide a little bit, I would go. I didn't need any hard plastic. You know, that could have. I would have ended up at the target.
I haven't seen anyone wear those. I mean, you've never had it. From never did it. I've seen, watching, Patrick Murphy doing it for years and stuff. I've never seen anyone use those pads and slide pads.
Yeah, we again, I'm from a different camp from you guys. We never taught the slide. We thought it was too out of control, or our coaches did anyway. Always thought, coming in under more control was better, but see plenty of Breaker Men do it successfully over the years. So
it's cool.
Well, it looks cool. I'll give you that.
It's style points. You're just a Breaker Man. You're trying to style, Like this.
Nobody's looking at you anyway. So.
Throwing.
I was never trying to stop. I just didn't want to get my hand cut off by Frankie with the nozzle if it wasn't where it was supposed to be at the right time.
They give you fair warning. Every nozzle man gives you fair warning.
Nah,
F you.
Right,
You were getting it from me.
Trying to get some more points on the board. Kopay got the hydrant. Water's on. The hydrant man goes down. Chachi better get busy. He's got to run far. Nozzle's on. He's set. Woo! Good target hit. Not a blap, but pretty good target hit.
It's a mid-8.
Yep.
Look a little Paulie Suskin at the other end,
Time
huh?
for Copac. 8.30. 8:30.
Little hit and flip action back there.
I had 250 on the stick, guys. I'm sure what everybody else might have had.
I had 58.
All right, so 8:30 is going to be second place
On the
right
line,
now.
Number 13 on your program.
And you know,
The Gamblers from Hagerman.
if Paul's listening, I made that comparison. He's like, I might have done it, but I did it quicker than 258.
Oh, yeah. He's
I thought he never meant to do that, though, right? He never meant to flip.
Correction. On the line to be number 8 on your program. Running out of turn with permission. The Hobos from Central Iceland.
all right. Central Islip, 7 points in 4th place overall going into this contest. They'll run those last 3 real well. Sure, they'd like to score some big points here. Get themselves back in contention.
Our DJ is cranking it out today.
And we're just not used to being this close. All right, CI starts out in the street a little bit wider than some of our other teams we see. Watch that. Chris Murphy will kind of come off the side and almost sprint at the hydrant. All right, here they go. Danny Jackson takes him off the line. They're in the break. There goes Chris. Comes at it hard. Big stick. Good number. Ryan Murphy. Ryan Cass always down on his butt. They're fighting over it. Oh, tough break for Central Islip there. Looks like Ryan Murphy's foot came out from under him. Him and the breaker man were fighting a little bit over it.
That was all.
He still had a chance, but you're not in very good position to do much with it there.
Just what you said. He put his plant foot, and it just slipped out from under him.
Time for Central Islip. 15.65. 15.65.
I used to run the same style.
Line number 13 on your programs. The Gamblers from
Hagerman.
Yeah,
You used to run on your butt?
You go, no. Yeah, occasionally. You're going down on your left knee, giving the breaker access to come in from that side, and you're planting that right foot sort of in a bent position. And if that foot slides out, you're falling back on your butt, and now you're reaching back trying to get it on, and, you can get a happy birthday, but he did not right there. So that right foot slipped out from him, and again, we talked about attacking it a little harder, and that can sometimes happen. And they run a little long, I noticed, right? They weren't too far from the nozzle line, so they like running long. And nozzle man's got to get there. Nozzle man and the breaker, and the driver's got to work with him. So.
And I mean, they were there in plenty of time. It just happens. So sometimes that just happens, and you just deal with it.
Yep, you go plant. I mean, never forget. I think I was 13 running on the juniors. My first year running cartos, and the same thing happened to me. And my grandfather, Cookie's father, was watching. Next day, come on, we're going to get you good sneakers. Okay, Grandpa.
Chuck Taylor's back then too, or no?
No, he got me Adidas.
All right.
I was never a Chuck Taylor guy.
Chuck Taylor's went from being $19 in '93 to being $50 these days. I don't understand why. I don't get it.
I went Adidas to Reebok. And
They look cooler now?
I guess so. They're in.
All right. Hageman Gambler's on the line. Breaking out the B truck this year for the first time. Black truck with the fire flames coming across the hood. Looks pretty sharp. Here they go. All right. They're in the break through the timing line. Hydro Man is off. He thought he had it. He turned it on. Shut it back off quick. Made a fair recovery, but still not what they were hoping for. Water's coming out of the target. They trip it. It's going to be out of the money.
I mean, he did attack it.
He thought he had it. I thought he had it too.
11.13, 11-13.
I don't know if he just bounced off or didn't turn it enough. Again, we're not at a great vantage point for that.
On the line to be number 16 on your programs, the Bandits from Farmingville.
I had him at 281 on the miss. So.
All right. Farmingville with 2 points going into this contest. Right now, if we look at our top 5, you have 805 Islip, 830 Copeg, 867 North Lindenhurst, 935 Cutchogue, and 974 East Farmingdale.
They surrounded me. I can't get away from them all day. So again, we give a shout out to our radio and scoreboard crew. Doing a fine job all day for us, sitting out in the hot sun. I mean, they have a little shade that they can retreat to, but when they're working, they are right out in the middle of the sun. Anybody in the sun today knows it's a scorcher here in Riverhead today.
All right, we have the Farmingville Bandits on the line. They've been given the white flag. All right, here we go. Farmingville's through the timing light. Hydro Man's off, got to cut hard to get there. Nice job. Nozzle Man slowed down. He's going to have trouble. He better get busy. He's double. Oh, he kind of missed on the first click. He had time.
Might have been upside down. I'm not sure if he twisted enough.
Tough break for Farmingville there.
Kev, I didn't really see him do like a click turn deal. He just kind of tried to jam it together almost. And I don't know if it was upside down and he didn't twist it or front.
13.24, 13.24.
I also thought him and the breaker stopped a little hard when they got off.
I was just about
and
to
then
say
had
that.
to let it flow again.
He stopped almost to a complete stop, like they
almost at the wrong
number
line.
17 on your programs, the Bandits from Bayshore.
So they
correction, the Redskins from Bayshore.
Maybe thinking the wrong line. I'm not sure. They should watch that on video. Farmingville should, and gotta know where you are on the track.
I mean, that's also, you can also see the color coming out of the truck. I'm trying to see that if the nozzle length is painted a nice. It is. I mean, it could be a little brighter, but I mean, if worse comes to worse, if you could see that, if you don't see that color in the truck at that time, you got to go down the street a little more.
I never looked for the color coming out of the truck. I looked for the lines first, and then picked up the color. But
I was to say, if worse comes to worse, if all of a sudden you just lost it on the way down, not know what line you're at, all right, you see a color coming. But they were definitely at a dead stop and had to try and do a sprint.
Yeah, they had a. You could see them pull up and then have to let it flow again.
Either way, it
they
wasn't
still
gonna
had
work
time
out.
though.
A little bit. Yeah, like you said, it looked like he was just trying to jam it on. He didn't just go let it flow.
Yeah, it didn't see that quick turn that you like to see. Hell of a job putting it on the hydrant though.
Eddie brought him in hot, and I believe that was his son on the hydrant, Eddie Jr., who's not such a junior anymore.
All right, Bayshore Redskins on the line.
Did you have a stick for them?
I had 63. Does that sound about right?
Yeah.
All right, here we go, Bayshore. They have the track. Behind the wheel, Kyle Coyne. Bayshore still looking to get on the board here. Got to beat that 974 at the moment to put yourself in position to do so. Here they go. In the break. Skippy's off. A lot of stopping steps. He missed the stick the first time, but still got it. They still got a chance if he can get busy and hit the target. Nozzle Man had 3 swipes, missed all 3. Having a tough day here in Bayshore. You don't see that. Real good Nozzle Man there. You don't see that out of him often.
Even looked like it was a little
Time for
uncertain.
Bayshore. 1:4.59. 14:59.
Same thing. You didn't quite see that smooth click turn. Just kind of
Number
trying to
19
jam
on
it.
your programs. Your host for today's tournament, the Ironman from Riverhead.
Almost looked a little jittery.
Even on the hydrant, it almost looked like he thought he jammed it at first and he missed the stick.
Yep.
It seemed like it was a nice little same thing. It just didn't look smooth on either end.
All right, well, we're down to like the last 5 teams here. Listen, 805's a good time, but this contest is pretty wide open right now. It goes 805 to 830 to 867. Then it jumps into the 9s all the way up to 974 for 5th place. So there's points to be had here.
All right. Can one of you guys run hydrant? Let's go get a truck, the 3 of us. We'll do a 3-man with a donut.
Gary Shawn's
We'll
probably
get a point.
got another B truck in his garage. Man,
3
can
of
borrow
us
it.
could get a point. Come on.
Perhaps you didn't see that one year when I tried to do that when Joe was hurt. Didn't work out too good for me.
What, on a hydrant?
Yeah. It was fun for a couple of tournaments.
I never experienced another position in BNC hose anyway. Ran a lot of other spots, but not BNC hose.
I don't know if that's good or bad that I ran those spots. I'm trying to figure that out.
See,
Well,
it's
it
kind
makes you a
of
utility guy.
bad.
No, it's kind
It's kind of bad.
I'll go with Rob.
He's pretty clear on
I just like throwing. When I ran Niles, I was like, all right, I had to do it. All right, it was good.
All right, Riverhead, they're taking off. Here they go. Our host for today, long break. Hydra Man just misses. Couldn't quite get there. B-Truck, a little fishtail. Breaker Man got off late. Nozzle Man does a nice job breaking by himself. He's set.
way back.
He is a long
Again.
target hit. Once again, we mentioned getting down the street.
Yep, big loop at the hydrant, and I think the same thing in C-hose. So that slack man or anchor man, he's got to get the hose down the road.
Time for Riverhead. 11.20. 11:20.
But the S end of that B truck sliding toward the guardrail a little bit here on our side, and a couple of racing team guys watching had to take a step back or thinking it could get ugly.
That was always fun trying to get off during a fishtail like that. You know,
Yeah.
you got to kind of time it, feel it out, and say, all right, when am I getting off?
Well, what were you taught?
Just go.
Go early, right? If it's don't.
It's go early. Don't go when you're in the middle of it. Wait till it tries to come out of it, and as right as it's coming out, then go.
Yeah.
That's what I would usually try and do.
And most tracks are a little forgiving, and I've said this on the air before for people that listen. To me, Lindenhurst is the one you definitely don't want to do that at, because you've got curb, guardrail, fence, light pole, and all right there at the nozzle end. So there's a lot going on right at that end.
All right, Lindenhurst with 8 points and kind of a wide open contest here. This is an event they should definitely be able to score in.
Oh, sure.
So, you know, if they want to maintain their place or move up even more, they're going to have to run a shot here. All right, here we go. Lindenhurst Snails. Big shot for them. Here they go. They're through the timing light. Hydra Man's off. He's close. Does a great job. Nozzle Man got to run a little bit. He's going to have to get busy. Nozzle's on. Oh, he fell off to the side.
Fell over. Same thing.
He lost his knee. He had to rush. They were back a little bit. I think he knew that. He had the wherewithal. Still had a shot at a swipe, but he really wasn't in good position to hit
Same
the target.
thing. Right foot slid right out on him. I had 50 on the stick.
I had 46.
Yeah, 42.
One of our
Lit
best
it up
of the
at the
day.
hydrant.
For Lindenhurst. 19.29.
He was almost.
19:29.
His foot slid out just as he was trying to
Yep.
turn it over. Like he was just at the same time. And
Number 21 in your programs. Nope, correction. Number 22 on your program. The Flying Dutchman from West Sable.
100% right, Kev. But that being said, that tells you his body weight was shifting
Yes.
And he wasn't coming down forward on the nozzle a little bit. He was falling backwards or sideways, whatever it was. So
it looks like
real difficult.
No B truck today for Deer Park. They did not run B ladder. Not running B hose here today. All right, West Sayville on the line.
So we're seeing not so much in C hose, but in B hose here, some sloppy work down at the nozzle end here.
No luxury. It's a one shot. That's it. Some had 2 swipes, but
again, there's a lot of pressure. I mean, there's a lot of pressure on every guy in every position, don't get me wrong. But when that hydrant man gets it on, there's so much pressure on that nozzle man, not only to get it on, but to hit it with the first water. And you get guys, in the fans and guys in your own team yelling, oh, but you don't hear it as much when the hydrant man misses.
no.
Because it's halfway through the run as opposed to finishing the run.
That's right.
I always thought, I always compared running nozzle to putting the punctuation on the sentence. If you hit it normal, you put a period on the sentence. You light it up, you put an exclamation point. You miss it, that's a question mark. But a lot of pressure on nozzle men, and you gotta. It's kind of like a closer in baseball. You got to get up, brush yourself off, and do it again.
All right, West Sayville Flying Dutchman pull up to the line.
It was always that was the spot to run though. That's what you wanted that attention.
Yeah.
That's what you wanted to do.
Hey, when you hear that, when you hit it and the crowd goes crazy, you're the first one they're slapping on the butt. You know?
That's right.
All right, Frankie Miller behind the wheel. Rolls that B truck off the line. They're in the break. Billy Hawkins off. Water's in the hose. Joey Quenza, he's a little close to it. He's set. A little high on the target, comes down.
Still a low to mid
8. 8.4.
I had 46.
Depending on the overall. I had 242 on the handle.
46 on the handle as well.
Time for West Sayville, 8.45. 8.45.
That's third place at the moment.
It's a little high. He came down. He also looked like he was a little
tight.
Yeah, a little
Line
tight.
number 23 on your program.
Wasn't completely set.
Tigers from Bridgewood.
But a good serviceable run for the Dutch. Like we said, it's third right now. So they're going to keep adding to their total.
Brentwood, last team on the line, I believe, here for the contest.
Now, North Lindy's not in the money at all, are they?
No, North Lindenhurst is sitting in fourth place, right
they
behind
are in fourth?
them.
Okay.
So
all right, so they're only gaining
they
one.
They could potentially lose a point, depending on what happens here. But they'll still be no worse than 6 back, most likely, after this contest.
With 3 to go, still very doable.
Yep.
Now I'm just
don't go away.
Islip definitely jumps back in there with 5 here, providing Brentwood doesn't beat that 805.
I think Brentwood could run an 8. 805 might be asking a bit much.
935 is the number to beat. Cutchogs holding their breath right now, hoping to pull a point out of this.
Brentwood definitely can do that.
just noticed a couple new things. They're not too intense on the squeegee stuff going on anymore, huh?
Very light on it.
We'll
see next contest. They don't use it at all unless there's a puddle.
Oh, no.
Here we
Efficiency's
go. Brentwood.
important.
All right, we're off at the hydrant. He gets it on. He has to jump back and get the stick. It blows off. He was off tight. It was tough for him to get to. He stuck his arm out. Did a nice job. Nozzle man waiting for water now. Clicks that target to finish the contest. And
so he just hung the coupling on there. Went down, went back, got the handle, and it wasn't on enough.
14.02. 14.02.
All right, that's going to conclude our B ladder contest.
Look over my shoulder, Kev. How's that for a picture?
He never changes, you know that? Never changes.
As he's breaking my chops. I'm breaking his chops, he's breaking my chops. Pointing to Willie from CI. Willie telling me, what, I could have got it on today? Or I could have used my short hose? I could have scored today? I could have run a 9? Gee, thanks, pal.
All right, so waiting on Rouse, but he's eating over there, so I'm going to give you our top 5. We've got Islip with 5 with the 805. Copaig's 830 gets 4. West Sayville 845 in 3rd place. North Lindy 867 gets 4th and 2 points. And Cutchogue 5th place 935.
Results of the BO's contest. First place, 5 points. Number 5, Islip. Second place, 4 points. Number 12, Copaig. Third place, 3 points. Number 22, West Sayville. Fourth place, 2 points. Number 10, North Lindenhurst. And fifth place, 1 point. Number 11, Cutchogue.
You know, Kev, the day Willie stops breaking my chops, is the day he loses his voice or worse. You know, I was going to say or loses his mind, but I think he's halfway there anyway. So
Yep. I don't see that changing anytime soon, though. Right now, like I
love
said.
him to death.
All right, I'll give you guys a rundown, and then we'll go to commercial. We've got West Sable with 21, North Lindy with 15. Islip jumps up to third with 11. Lindenhurst in fourth with 8. And in a tie for fifth, Copeg and Central Islip both with 7 points. We'll go to commercial, and we'll see you for efficiency.
The Bill Fox Company has been in business over 60 years, specializing in custom championship rings, watches, badges, pins, and awards. The Bill Fox Company has crafted championship rings for the past state champions, including the Westerners, Flying Dutchmen, Hobos, Wolves, and the Yellow Hornets, as well as the Firefighter Combat Challenge competition. Bill Fox Company is the recognized name in recognizing people. Check them out on Facebook, Twitter, and on the web at www.billfoxco.com. With over 25 years of service in the fire industry, High Tech Fire and Safety continues to be a proud sponsor of New York State drill teams. High Tech has been honored to serve as master distributor for Morning Pride products, including state-of-the-art bunker gear, USAR gear, EMS gear, helmets, gloves, hoods, and boots. In addition to Morning Pride gear by Honeywell, High Tech also provides quality products, including ISG thermal imaging cameras and CMC rescue products and Deuce rescue systems, providing your fire department with the highest level of support and service for all your personal protection equipment needs. For personalized demos, speak to a certified sales specialist. Call 631-777-5170 or visit hightechfirenewyork.com. Since 1973, Fire News has been a proud supporter of the time-honored tradition of New York State Drill Team Racing. As they celebrate their 43rd year of publishing, they are honored to be the official publication and online coverage of the New York State Drill Teams. Look for ongoing coverage in Fire News on firenews.com and on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. The 2017 Fire Rescue and EMS Mega Show takes place February 18th and 19th at the Brentwood Sports Fieldhouse at Suffolk Community College. The new venue was a huge hit in 2016. It's bigger and better, and 2017 will deliver many new vendors showing the latest, most up-to-date turnout gear and new products. Hundreds of vendors will be present to explain and demonstrate their product line and services, along with the extrication competition. See you next February in Brentwood at the Mega Show. Attention firefighters, are you still tracking your SCBA cylinders using paper and pencil? Stop the insanity and get the CAT Cylinder Accountability Tag System from Coastal Fire Systems. The CAT makes refilling cylinders simple and easy, ensuring that your members never overfill a cylinder or fill one with an expired hydrostatic testing. Let the CAT system handle the record-keeping, inventory, alerts, and OSHA paperwork for you. There's only one place you can get the CAT system, and that's Coastal Fire Systems. Head to www.coastalfiresystems.com for details and information. The groundbreaking FDNY electronic accountability system is now available to departments nationwide through Motorola, and SDI is the company behind this game-changing technology. Now, SDI has paired with New York State volunteer departments including Central Islip to solve the challenge of accounting for members who respond after the tones go off. Keep track of your members on your next big incident with a proven solution designed with the New York State Volunteer Department in mind. For more information, visit systemsdefinition.com and firegroundaccountability.com. The Titan Group is back, supporting Drill Team Racing after a strong off-season of our own. Our new headquarters, now located in Bohemia, Long Island, is now fully equipped with an in-house screen printing operation, coupled with our embroidery setup that you've come to trust. Become a member of Team Titan to take advantage of our new custom team website ordering system. Follow us on Instagram at Titan Group Racing and search Titan Group DTR on Snapchat to keep your hand on the pulse of your favorite teams. With 20 years of experience in the apparel industry coupled with 20 years of racing experience, we know what you need. Pants, jerseys, jackets, helmets, we've got it all. Call us today at 631-859-0075 or see Artie Suskind on the arch or Devin Robinson on the track. Gear up, get on, the Titan Group. Not every evolution in vehicle rescue technology costs tens of thousands of dollars. The Beluga Glass Cutter finally makes windshield removal quick and safe, and fire departments can add the Beluga Glass Cutting Kit to their rescue setup for only $5.95. Head to www.coastalfiresystems.com to check out the Beluga in action. Fatty McGee's in East Islip. Wednesday is Ladies' Night at the best FD Racing Bar in Long Island. Stop in anytime for a drink with good company, a great lunch and dinner menu, and of course those famous Fatty's wings. Integrated Wireless Technology is proud to be part of the 2016 season as the exclusive Motorola dealer for New York State drill teams. IWT is a Motorola manufacturer's representative and offers the full line of Motorola products to fire departments as well as David Clark headsets and sound-off signal emergency lights. IWT is your one-stop shop for custom-engineered radio solutions, licensing assistance, dispatch solutions, and top-notch reliable service with fully insured technicians. Start your next radio upgrade with IWT. Check out their website at www.goiwt.com. Coastal Fire Systems is the official SCBA dealer for New York State drill teams. Scott Air Packs, cylinders, RAT packs, refill compressor systems, gas detectors, Hyatt's boots, Protec and Dragon fire gloves, as well as the future in thermal imaging technology. Coastal is also the one-stop dealer for Petzl, Scott, CMC, and Colorado bailout systems, along with professional training to keep your members sharp and meet New York State requirements. For more information, check them out at www.coastalfiresystems.com.
Okay, support our sponsors, please. That's what gives us the ability to bring you these drills, whether you're just listening on the radio or you're at home watching on the computer. Thanks to Fred Bensavanga from New Hyde Park, Chris Murphy for putting a lot of this together, and there's a lot of other people behind the scenes. But again, we enjoy bringing it to you. We hope you enjoy it, but support our sponsors. That's what makes it possible. So that being said, first team on the line for efficiency, Islip Wolves, and here they come. They're clean on the hydrant. Decent hose leg. Got to hit the target first drop. And, oh, I'd call that about the third drop.
Time for Islip, 9.27. 9.27.
So 9.27. That could have been an 8. I really believe that. But Islip setting the mark right there with 11 points.
On the line to be number 7 on your programs, the Harris from East Farmingdale.
So again, talking about Islip, they just took 5 in the last contest, giving them 11 points. That puts them in 3rd overall. I'll give you a quick rundown. Again, Islip with 11, CI with 7, North Lindenhurst with 15, Cutchogue with 3, Copaig Yellowbirds with 7, Hickman Gamblers with 1, Farmingville Bandits with 2, Lindenhurst Snails with 8, and your leaders, the West Sayville Flying Dutchmen with 21. So they're in a commanding position, West Sayville. They got to keep scoring. Lenny Gombert from St. James going solo right now. My cohorts from West Sayville, Robert and Kevin, going to get some refreshments. So we'll bring you through this exciting efficiency contest. Contest I personally think should be done away with in favor of maybe Beho's replacement. A little more exciting for the fans. But I'm only one vote, folks. East Farmingdale with water in the hose. Open the hydrant at 4:14. They're at the nozzle line. Oh, a little high on the hit. It's going to be in the high 10s, I believe, for the Hares.
Time for East Farmingdale, 10.55. 10.55.
Okay, so
On the line to be number 8 on your programs, the Hobos from Central Iceland.
this is the first time in the last 3 races that the Hobos are actually in their regular position, although they ran Seahos the first time in their position. They got a rerun, ran at the end, and Beho's ran out of turn. So now they're back into their regular cycle. Having a tough day by Hobo standards. Like I said, 7 points. This always a money event for the Central Islip Hobos. If you want to learn how to run efficiency, any team out there, motorized, old-fashioned, juniors, get some video of the Central Islip Hobos pretty much at any drill, and you'll figure out the textbook way to run it. And they've done it not just for a year or two, but for decades. Not sure if I've seen a team own a contest more than the Hobos have for a longer amount of time than the Hobos have. So that being said, I hope I didn't jinx them. They're lined up and ready to go. And here they come. And they got the handle down. 319. Good hose leg. Got to hit it. And he does. That 2 is a low 9.
Time for Central Ice Slip. 9.15. 9.15.
9:15. So that betters the Islip Wolves. 9:27. That'll put him in first. Kevin Candido joining me again. Did you fill your belly a little more, or?
Oh, no. Look at me. I'm svelte now. I was having some water. I'm just, this is one of our strong contests back in the day when we were running, right? Between,
I'm going to be number 10 on your programs. The Piston Knockers from North Lindenhurst.
So as we said, North Lindenhurst with 15 points. Closest team to the leaders, but they're trailing them by 6. So only 3 races to go, Kev. Trailing by 6. You got to hit big and hope the team you're chasing has a fluke here or there.
Yeah, this is definitely the time. Even with the other two between Islip and even Centralized, they're very consistent in these contests. It's a speed contest. It's amazing how these same teams are good in this event year after year after year.
Oh, yeah.
It's just, it's one of those things. It's horses and everything else going down the street.
I was just talking about that with CI, how they've been so good for so long in that race with so many different personnel.
Yep.
And that's a philosophy. Here comes North Lindy. Oh, blow up at the hydrant.
Looked like he went over the top. Water in the hose now.
Chris Murphy. Chris, just one quick question if you could.
There's never a quick question, Chris.
Well, quick question. It might not be a quick answer.
Yes, I'm sorry. I take that back. Quick answer.
All right, hang on one second.
If you're not going to be nice to me.
Oh, I'm going to be nice. I have a philosophy question. You're going to love it.
Philosophy.
He'll take his microphone and go home.
Time for North Lindenhurst. 12.00. 12 flat.
All right, let's just see who's online next. I'm sure Bill will let us know.
On the line to be number 11 on your program, the Panthers from
All
Cacho.
right, so Chris, my question is, Seahose, your first run. You might have had a little hiccup at the hydrant. I don't even remember that, but turned the water on. Nozzle man puts the nozzle on a little bit late. It wasn't the greatest of hits, but he did get on the flap.
We'd like to thank the Riverhead Volunteer Ambulance Corps and the Flanders Northampton Volunteer Ambulance Corps for standing by today. We appreciate their service to the community. Also to the Eastport Fire Department, which is covering the Riverhead Fire District during our tournament today. We thank them also.
So Murphy's got the water on the flap, and he's hitting it, and the target's not going up. You kept the handle down. I thought it was a great philosophy, conscious decision, I'm sure. Tell me what you were thinking.
I mean, some people thought it was a great philosophy. Some people thought it was being a poor sport. I don't know. Either way, but here comes Kutchog.
So not a whole lot there for the Panthers. So what are you thinking that you left it on? I liked what you did.
I mean, the truth is, it was equal parts like frustration and the fact that I
Time
didn't
for
see. I'll let them- let Bill go.
11.00. 11 flat.
Why? Really?
Did
On
you?
the line to be
That's
number
what's
12
going
on your
on.
programs, the Yellowbirds from Copen.
So were you thinking that the light wasn't hit? You're thinking that the target wasn't hit and the light wasn't on, or again, or were you just ticked off that the flap didn't go up, or you saying, you know what, it's broken, I want to prove it's broken?
Yeah, I think all those.
I gave him too many options.
No.
I didn't let him answer.
Honestly, the first when it wasn't going up at first, I was like, still going through. Oh,
Yeah.
cool. There was one over there too. When it was first going through, I was frustrated. I was, I can't believe you missed it. And then obviously I realized something was going on. But until a guy with a white shirt goes like this and tells me to definitely shut it off, I'm not turning it off. Like
I think it was a
nobody
real
wanted
good call.
Nobody wanted to have the guts to say, all right, this ain't working out for about 15 seconds.
I
so.
thought it was a real good call. I was just curious what was in your head at the time.
Yeah,
We appreciate
equal
it.
parts. Trying to play the game the way they taught me when I was 8. And here comes Kopek. I'll hand it off to you guys.
All right, thanks, Chris.
I'm going to lean more towards he was more aggravated than he was being smart about it. But we'll just leave it at that. We know Chris too well.
I gave him too many options.
All right, Kopeg on
A,
the line.
B, C, or all of the above.
All right, here they go.
You
Approaching the
picked
hydrant.
All of the above.
Chachi, water
Nice.
on. First length looks pretty good. Little kink on the top. Nozzle man is set. He's
Ooh,
pretty
he's
close
long.
to the nozzle line.
He's low, close to being long.
Well, they're right on there checking it.
Three
little
officials.
high on the target.
Did you see that? I saw a wow at a guy.
I saw 3 officials looking at each other, and nobody moved after that.
No, just a wow.
Time for Kopech. 9.98. 998.
That was a
line
real
number 13 on
healthy
your
miss on
programs.
the target.
The gamblers from Hagerman.
There was definitely a chance for a
With
good number there.
Hagerman leading them today. Their coach of the team. We'd like to wish today it's his birthday. A happy birthday to Louis Valentino. Happy birthday, Louis.
Well, he's got to let us know how old. Come on. Guy's been around racing forever. Perry, tell him we need a number. What's the number?
Everyone's 75 today. Jacqueline's 75 today. Louis 75 today. Anyone else turning 75 today?
I hate to tell you guys, you missed it. The local committee did come around and hook us up with food.
It's okay.
Just letting you know they were here, so we can't beat them up anymore.
I told you it was me. See?
Yeah.
I leave. They bring the food over to you.
That's it.
All right, Hageman Gamblers. Ready to go.
Again, a lot of ex-juniors on this team. They should be able to put something together here.
All right, looks like a nice clean start. Now, Hydra Man, water on. I don't know. He's holding it like he might not. It might be crossed. We'll find out once water comes out. Water's out. Pretty good target hit. I don't think it's going to clip that 9-1, 9-15, but...
Nah, that'll be good
All
for
right,
third, I
Hagerman.
think.
9.68.
okay,
9.68.
my thumb was broken.
348 I had on the stick.
Yeah, it was 330.
Okay, yeah, it looked better than mine.
Yeah,
You might have been on it.
Yep. But even so, I mean, they're obviously still young enough to straighten things out. Back on the track again with the beat truck is always a good thing.
Yeah. Again, winning that town of Brookhaven, that should have went miles for Louis and the other coaches over there to say, hey, you guys got something here. Keep it together. Keep working hard. And they're not getting lucky out there. They look like they know what they're doing, and that's half the battle. Studying tape
Exactly.
and doing it correctly. You might not do it the fastest, but if you're doing it correctly, that's a big part of it.
Those small things of paying attention to detail in this sport makes the world of difference. And it's those little things that give you hundreds of second gains, and then that turns into a tenth. And then you keep watching. All of a sudden, you're right there in the mix. This is an event where it doesn't matter what type of motor you have in the truck. It's just
Somebody broke the light already. Oh, no.
On
Nope,
line
they
number
just reset
16
it.
on your
Okay.
programs, the Bandits from Farmingville.
Just blinked back and forth, but we're okay.
All right. Farmingville Bandits.
And again, this is a team that I think has the athletes that they should be able to score in this race.
All right, they're on the line. Going through their call-off. They're off. Approaching the hydrant. Water on. Good handle.
I got 313.
309. Pretty decent hose light coming in from the outside angle. Water's a little slow coming up. Nozzle man and a backup man couldn't maintain their position.
Yeah, they never stopped moving, Rob. They swept across it and just kept moving. They never locked in and stayed. Even if you missed the flap, stay close to it. But they just kept on moving.
Nozzle and a backup man have to work in sync.
Time for Farmingville. 17.53. 17.53. On the line to be number 17 on your programs, the Redskins from Bayshore.
Here's a team that's really struggling today.
Yeah, I agree. If you would have told me Bayshore's got no points going into efficiency, I would tell you, that's probably not happening.
They didn't show up is what you would think.
But they've shown they can run this contest exceptionally well, and I'd be really surprised if they don't put up a good number here. Now we see them doing a little cleaning at the nozzle line, and when the nozzle man did lose control a little bit, he put the nozzle straight down and did flow a lot of water in that last 25 feet, so they are cleaning that up a little bit.
All right, I got a question for you. Kevin, you played a little bit of official, right?
Yeah.
We got 5 officials at the nozzle line.
That's the most I've ever seen there.
Who makes the call if somebody's over or not?
Well, I think there's supposed to be someone assigned there, but remember,
Okay.
an official can make a call anywhere on the track. So I'm assuming that
Majority 3-2.
yeah, well, a guy's on the line, so we would have the best one, and then maybe Jacko can say definitely no.
Jacko.
Yeah. Jacko.
All right.
You might
They
have had
sure
it
looks
right.
ready to go.
Yeah.
They don't do their
Jocko.
call off. They're off. Kyle Coyne approaching that hydrant. Water on.
They're on.
Looking at 309.
Good hose lay.
Frankie Sandberg, formerly of New Hyde Park.
Here we go.
Pretty good target hit.
Decent hit.
Not going to beat that first to second place time, but
That might slide into third though.
Yeah, I think that'll put him in third.
322
Time for
open.
Bayshore. 9.33. 9.33.
So a little change up there.
third place at the moment, 915 CI, 927
Line to be
Islip.
number 19 on your programs. Your host for today's tournament, the Iron Man from Riverhead.
933 Bayshore, 968 Hagerman, 998 Copeg.
What'd you get for a handle there, Len?
I had 22.
It almost looked like he wanted to put water in the hose. And let's get this contest completed the right way.
Think it was a
They were
slight
having-
pause, you think?
Just to make sure. Let's start. Let's
What'd
get a
you
good
have?
feeling for today.
Did you have it?
Yeah, I was at 25. I wasn't sure if I was right or not, but you know, there's sometimes when a day goes, you know, not your way, you kind of want to
Yeah,
get
let's
some
do
sort of
something.
something positive, you know.
All right, Riverhead, our host for today, still trying to get on the board. They have to beat that 998 to do that as of right now.
Got to be a little tough. Again, I could defer to you guys. Being the host with all the responsibilities and still getting out there and racing. If you don't have the help from the department, and I'm not saying Riverhead does or doesn't, but some added pressure there.
It kept you busy, that's for sure. And Riverhead's approaching the hydrant. Nice job on the stick. They got to get that hose out a little bit,
Yeah.
couple of loops. They got to pull it out. Big kink behind the nozzle, man.
Ooh,
He's
nice
still
target.
pretty good shot on the target.
Yep, a second coupling man's got to hustle a little bit more, I think. I had 320 on the open. That'll be a high 9.
Time for Riverhead. 9.78. 978.
That's going to be good for fifth right now with 3, possibly 4 teams to go.
Hosted
On the line to be number 20 on your programs, the Snails from Lindenhurst.
hosted a drill without some sort of alarm, just to work the gates for you. Working the track, you can get teams to do it, but it's good host and drill because you're on your home track running, which is kind of good, even with the state tournament that way. But it does wear on you at times, and the more guys you have on your team, that way, if you're one of those guys that run all 8, you try and keep them to the side. If your guys are running the last 3 only, you try and make sure they work the first part of the day for you.
And I'm sure you've gone through all phases of it, being a worker bee out there, and then being one of the guys maybe in management that is running the whole show and making sure people are in the right spot.
And that's one of the best things that we had in Hempstead was that all of us, it wasn't just one guy, between myself and Robert and JoJo Simone, senior, junior. It was a good effort. I mean, when you do it for so long and you're doing it what was done before you, it kind of makes it a little easier, but it still doesn't take away from the strain on you for the day.
Or the unexpected,
Yeah.
whatever that happens.
All right, Lindenhurst sitting with 8 points. Got a couple teams sitting at 7 that would like to try and jump past them. So if they want to hold on to their place in the drill,
They can
this
run
is a
this
good
race.
shot for them. They're approaching the hydrant. Water's on. All right.
Good hustle here.
What
Good
is it?
hustle.
Nozzle
Pulling it
man's out. He's set.
All right.
Pretty good target hit. I think they're going to like that.
Real good. I missed the stick. That looked like a
Time
mid
for
to low 9.
Lindenhurst. 9.26.
Ooh.
9.26.
That's good enough for second place. That just edges out Islip
I had 317 on the handle.
Okay.
at 315.
Okay.
Good numbers there.
On the line to be number 21 on your programs, the Bucks from Deer Park.
I shouldn't really be one to talk, but look at Stubman in the stands. Does he look like he's with baby?
Ah.
I've never noticed that before.
What happened there? He's
That's
giving us
cold.
a hell of an angle.
That's cold.
Like I said, I'm not really one to talk, but
All right.
it really looks like it dropped.
The Deer
I'm going to
Park-
ask him when his water's going to break.
I'm trying to concentrate here, Len. All right. Deer Park Bucks have the track.
Come on, we got to have a little fun.
Of course, of course. All right, they're off. Price man's coming in. He was on. Stick was way late. Still got a good chance if they can hit the target hit. Oh, first water moved the flap. Not enough to finish it off.
53 on the open.
Time for Deer Park. 10.05. 10.05. Line number 22 on your programs. The Flying Dutchman from West Sable.
Top 5 right now, 9:15, 9:26, 9:27, 9:33, 9:68.
Most of those pretty respectable.
9:68's the number to get into that top 5 at the moment.
9-6 a little on the high side to be scoring, but the other ones are solid shots.
Yeah, relatively tight contest, top 4 times. All right, West Sable attempting not to let a couple other teams get back into it here.
Yeah, looking to maintain that 6-point lead.
All right, West Sable has the white flag. Ryan Eugen in for the call-off. Looks like they're all set to go.
Ryan recently getting his 100th victory, I'm told.
Last week, yes.
Yeah, congratulations, Ryan.
All right, West Sable's off. Billy Houghton approaches the high. Water's on.
I had
Good number.
289.
Yep.
All right, Joey Quenza, he's set.
Not bad.
You're going to like it a little bit. Right in the middle, I think, right?
It's in the money. You're looking at maybe third.
At 280.
Time for West Sable.
282.
At 89.
9.30. 9.30.
So I think they might have lost a little bit in the hose and a little bit on the hit.
So that's going to be fourth, if I'm
Fourth,
not
okay.
mistaken, with
Number
Brentwood to
23 on your
run.
programs. The Tigers from Brentwood.
15, 26, 27, 30. Those are 33. Those are, what do you got, 1800ths for the top 5 teams.
Let's
That's
talk
pretty good. That's pretty good efficiency.
Yeah, let's talk about that stick time though, guys. I had 89.
82.
Best of the day, I think.
Hun-
I think it's best of the day by a couple tenths.
Yeah, so-
You'd actually expect the water, there might be an issue with the hose lay we couldn't see here. I'm sure
No,
that's
he-
something.
I
That's
thought
sure
he
something
waited
West
for water
Sable's
a
going
little
to. He did, but he shouldn't be.
Yeah.
282, he should be getting water on the run.
Unless they're catching
No.
somebody with a kink. I mean, none of us saw anything.
I was just going to say,
wide
half
at
that's
that.
going to be something to break down on the tape. But that is probably the stick time that is average in practice. That's
Really?
Not,
Okay.
That's not uncommon at all.
Far and away the best today.
So Brentwood got their work cut out. Got to beat that 9:33. Hydra Man's approaching. Oh, we got the left-handed stick. He got it. Nozzle Man getting to the middle. Backup man is set. A little low. Oh, I think we broke the target again.
I don't believe it.
The last shot of
You have got
efficiency.
to be kidding
Things
me.
you never see.
I can see the chain hanging down at the bottom.
Oh,
All right, I'm going to sit in the shade now.
oh, you stole my seat, Rob.
Now
Now that's going to add a delay. Yeah, the last team efficiency.
So, how many targets
Your
does the
attention,
timing
please.
truck hold?
Brentwood will be getting
Three?
a rerun.
Do we have Nassau here?
no.
All right, so we break another target, and what do you do? Just cancel motor pump?
I would imagine.
You run hand time?
I would
Somebody
imagine some team has one with them. They run hand time, I guess. Fred, fix that one, says the engineer.
Well, I'm hoping that's
Maybe
what
they got
did.
the other one fixed already.
Well,
who
if
knows?
they need you, Fred, they might have you call over there. We'll just
Yeah.
we'll keep things tidy here.
Just tell us what buttons to hit. Go fix the targets, Fred. Fred, a jack of all trades. And a hell of a dancer, by the way.
I can't say I've seen that one. All right, so yeah, you can actually see the chain hanging down in front of the plate.
Well, that shouldn't be a big problem.
Yeah, there should be a third target. Actually, we can see there's actually a total of 4.
Yes. There are 3
There's
still in
three-
the trailer.
There's 3 more up on the wall.
We're assuming one of those is the first broken one.
No, it is all state-approved equipment. So
We think. They're
we
all
should be
state-approved.
fine.
Okay, so that 2 went down. Who's to say now you're going to go motor pump when you're really going to whack the plate with the thing?
It's amazing that it takes all those hits, through hoses and efficiency or whatever, and just all of a sudden, just boom, done.
Twice in one day?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if it was the same mechanism, but as you guys said, you could see the chain hanging on that one.
Some do have wires. I've seen that too. They have like a
Little cable?
steel cable in there. Yep.
So as we said, folks, and especially the new fans of this sport, very rare to lose one target in a drill. These are minor delays, but still they are delays nonetheless. But to lose two targets is
How
just...
do we lose one target in a year?
Yeah, it's not common at all.
See Jay Skidmore out there with his plumb bob, ready to go. I tell you, this is a real good crew of officials out here today.
Now's a good chance to go get something to eat, something to drink. We want everybody to stay hydrated today. Also, don't forget the 50-50 that the Riverhead Fire Department has got today. Nice big prize for somebody to take home.
Ooh, whoever's selling those 50-50s, get to the other side of the track. Come visit us at the announcer's booth, or the radio booth, excuse me. And I'm sure the scoreboard people will support you as well. Handful of Jill team members in the stands over here. Ooh.
Yep.
See that?
Did everyone hear that one?
Yeah. The what would you call that? The middle bar that goes from the flat back to the pole just swung and
Almost took Pete's
yeah,
fingers off.
caught Pete pretty good and let out an expletive.
I think Chris Perry let it go the wrong way, but it's okay.
So it takes a lot to make 3 of us speechless, but this seems to have done it. We apologize for the delay. It's really the only thing, or the only problem that's gone wrong here at Riverhead today. Can't blame the host for that. They've done a heck of a job moving it along. When I said before, the officials, most of them from Suffolk County, out in numbers today, really moving things along when we have had these problems.
So, well, depending on what we see out of Brentwood's rerun, I did run what we potentially could see as points. So we could talk about that real quick going into the last 2. Right now you've got CI in first with with a 9:15. Lindenhurst 9:26 is second. Islip's 9:27 is third. West Savil's 9:30 is fourth. And Bayshore's 9:33 is fifth. If that holds, we go into the last 2. West Sayville will have 23, North Lindy 15, Islip 14, Lindenhurst and Central Islip 12 and 12. So 2nd through 5th is a total of 3 points between them, and West Sayville with an 8-point lead over 2nd. So we got a real tight 2nd through 5th, and West Sayville needing about 2 points to potentially lock it up. And this is perennially a pretty good motor pump track. So I think we could see a couple of 5s here today. Would not surprise me one bit.
A lot of 5s here over the years. They say there's a lot of volume behind the water here, which helps the motor pump.
Volume rather than pressure. Yes, volume is better than pressure. It's one of the few...
Why Hempstead isn't a good pump track.
Unless you throw a 5-inch on there, then you get all the volume you want. But this is one of the few tracks where you can actually run a nice low 9 and get a good low 5 pump, high 5, get going on like that. Most tracks is one or the other. Lindenhurst is always a great pump track, but, efficiency, not so much. I guess you could say CI is kind of both, but I thought Riverhead...
You don't see too many 8s in CI, though, either.
This is true.
Well, you know, we should have put the stopwatch on them the first time and the second time, Kevin. I think they changed this one out quicker than they changed out the first one.
They're better now. And actually,
Yeah, practice.
If my eyes serve me right, I think that Suffolk has 4 targets.
Yeah, that's what Rob was saying.
So
yep.
we can go okay now. I know, yeah. All right, so we can break another one.
So
If they're all approved.
We got one more in
We
reserve.
got one more.
I'll tell you what, if it's not officially approved, just say it is so we can keep moving.
All right, Jay Skidmore's going to do his magic. Check the tension on the flap. Looks good. We are back in business.
So it's definitely shorter because I don't think they have to bleed the hydrant right now. So they definitely did it a lot faster than the last time.
Okay, we're ready to resume now. On the line for the rerun will be number 23 on your programs, the Tigers from Brentwood.
All right. We'll try and finish the efficiency contest one more time.
So Brentwood with an opportunity. I don't think that first run was scoring, but they're getting a second crack at it. So they've had their quote-unquote practice run. See if they can make it count.
Pick up that handle a little bit and take that target. Here they go. Approaching the hydrant. Water on that left-handed handle again.
310.
You don't see that very often.
Made up 2/10 already.
Oh, nozzle man wasn't set. Good recovery. Not going to get it, but still a decent shot for Brentwood there. Mid-9.
Time for Brentwood, 9.64. 9.64.
So, yeah, they picked up 2/10 on the stick. Still got to get that water out. See Tommy Drywa on the other side of the track. Jay Skidmore helping out. You know, people wondering what's going on with these dice slip. They got a couple of issues going on. I was told they will be out for the CI drill. They have been practicing limited races. They'll definitely be at CI.
Move the equipment.
State drill.
Results of the efficiency
And
contest.
the town drill.
Place 5 points. Number 8, Central Islip. Second place, 4 points. Number 20, Lindenhurst. Third place, 3 points. Number 5, Islip. Fourth place, 2 points. Number 22, West Sable. In fifth place, 1 point. Number 17, Bayshore.
All right, we did go with that top 5 that I mentioned, which gives us the total points. West Sable 23, Northlandy 15, Islip 14, Lindenhurst and Central Islip 12, with 2 to go. We'll probably head for a commercial. Fred?
And then
All
we're
right.
back from Motorpump.
The Bill Fox Company has been in business over 60 years, specializing in custom championship rings, watches, badges, pins, and awards. The Bill Fox Company has crafted championship rings for the past state champions, including the Westerners, Flying Dutchmen, Hobos, Wolves, and the Yellow Hornets, as well as the Firefighter Combat Challenge competition. Bill Fox Company is the recognized name in recognizing people. Check them out on Facebook, Twitter, and on the web at www.billfoxco.com. The Bill Fox Company has been in business over 60 years, specializing in custom championship rings, watches, badges, pins, and awards. The Bill Fox Company has crafted championship rings for the past state champions, including the Westerners, Flying Dutchmen, Hobos, Wolves, and the Yellow Hornets, as well as the Firefighter Combat Challenge competition. Bill Fox Company is the recognized name in recognizing people. Check them out on Facebook, Twitter, and on the web at www.billfoxco.com. With over 25 years of service in the fire industry, High Tech Fire and Safety continues to be a proud sponsor of New York State drill teams. High Tech has been honored to serve as master distributor for Morning Pride products, including state-of-the-art bunker gear, USAR gear, EMS gear, helmets, gloves, hoods, and boots. In addition to Morning Pride gear by Honeywell, High Tech also provides quality products, including ISG thermal imaging cameras and CMC rescue products and Deuce rescue systems, providing your fire department with the highest level of support and service for all your personal protection equipment needs. For personalized demos, speak to a certified sales specialist. Call 631-777-5170 or visit hightechfirenewyork.com. Since 1973, Fire News has been a proud supporter of the time-honored tradition of New York State Drill Team Racing. As they celebrate their 43rd year of publishing, they are honored to be the official publication and online coverage of the New York State Drill Teams. Look for ongoing coverage in Fire News on firenews.com and on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. The 2017 Fire Rescue and EMS Mega Show takes place February 18th and 19th at the Brentwood Sports Fieldhouse at Suffolk Community College. The new venue was a huge hit in 2016. It's bigger and better, and 2017 will deliver many new vendors showing the latest, most up-to-date turnout gear and new products. Hundreds of vendors will be present to explain and demonstrate their product line and services, along with the extrication competition. See you next February in Brentwood at the Mega Show. Attention firefighters, are you still tracking your SCBA cylinders using paper and pencil? Stop the insanity and get the CAT Cylinder Accountability Tag System from Coastal Fire Systems. The CAT makes refilling cylinders simple and easy, ensuring that your members never overfill a cylinder or fill one with an expired hydrostatic testing. Let the CAT system handle the record-keeping, inventory, alerts, and OSHA paperwork for you. There's only one place you can get the CAT system, and that's Coastal Fire Systems. Head to www.coastalfiresystems.com for details and information. The groundbreaking FDNY electronic accountability system is now available to departments nationwide through Motorola, and SDI is the company behind this game-changing technology. Now, SDI has paired with New York State volunteer departments including Central Islip to solve the challenge of accounting for members who respond after the tones go off. Keep track of your members on your next big incident with a proven solution designed with the New York State Volunteer Department in mind. For more information, visit systemsdefinition.com and firegroundaccountability.com. The Titan Group is back, supporting Drill Team Racing after a strong off-season of our own. Our new headquarters, now located in Bohemia, Long Island, is now fully equipped with an in-house screen printing operation, coupled with our embroidery setup that you've come to trust. Become a member of Team Titan to take advantage of our new custom team website ordering system. Follow us on Instagram at Titan Group Racing and search Titan Group DTR on Snapchat to keep your hand on the pulse of your favorite teams. With 20 years of experience in the apparel industry coupled with 20 years of racing experience, we know what you need. Pants, jerseys, jackets, helmets, we've got it all. Call us today at 631-859-0075 or see Artie Suskind on the arch or Devin Robinson on the track. Gear up, get on, the Titan Group. Not every evolution in vehicle rescue technology costs tens of thousands of dollars. The Beluga Glass Cutter finally makes windshield removal quick and safe, and fire departments can add the Beluga
During this
Glass
contest,
Cutting
it's
Kit
your last
to their
chance to
rescue
get
setup for
50-50
only
tickets.
$5.95.
The prize to the winner is going to be over $500. Over $500 to the winner. Come down here to the tent, down in the north end here and
in
get your
East
tickets.
Islip. Wednesday is Ladies' Night at the best FD Racing Bar in Long Island. Stop in anytime for a drink with good company, a great lunch and dinner menu, and of course those famous Fatty's Wings. Integrated Wireless Technology is proud to be part of the 2016 season as the exclusive Motorola dealer for New York State Drill Teams. IWT is a Motorola manufacturer's representative and offers the full line of Motorola products to fire departments as well as David Clark headsets and sound-off signal emergency lights. IWT is your one-stop shop for custom-engineered radio solutions, licensing assistance, dispatch solutions, and top-notch reliable service with fully insured technicians. Start your next radio upgrade with IWT. Check out their website at www.goiwt.com. Coastal Fire Systems is the official SCBA dealer for New York State Drill Teams. Scott Air Packs, cylinders, RAT packs, refill compressor systems, gas detectors, Hyatt's boots, Protec and Dragon fire gloves, as well as the future in thermal imaging technology. Coastal is also the one-stop dealer for Petzl, Scott, CMC, and Colorado bailout systems, along with professional training to keep your members sharp and meet New York State requirements. For more information, check them out at www.coastalfiresystems.com. The Bill Fox Company has been in business over 60 years, specializing in custom championship rings, watches, badges, pins, and awards. The Bill Fox Company has crafted championship rings for the past state champions, including the Westerners, Flying Dutchmen, Hobos, Wolves, and the Yellow Hornets, as well as the Firefighter Combat Challenge competition. Bill Fox Company is the recognized name in recognizing people. Check them out on Facebook, Twitter, and on the web at www.billfoxco.com. With over 25 years of service in the fire industry, High Tech Fire and Safety continues to be a proud sponsor of New York State drill teams. High Tech has been honored to serve as master distributor for Morning Pride products, including state-of-the-art bunker gear, USAR gear, EMS gear, helmets, gloves, hoods, and boots. In addition to Morning Pride gear by Honeywell, High Tech also provides quality products, including ISG thermal imaging cameras and CMC rescue products and Deuce rescue systems, providing your fire department with the highest level of support and service for all your personal protection equipment needs. For personalized demos, speak to a certified sales specialist. Call 631-777-5170 or visit hightechfirenewyork.com.
Next
Since
contest we run is the Motor
1973,
Pump
Fire
Contest.
News has been a
State
proud
record is
supporter of the time-honored
5.47 and
tradition
jointly
of New
held
York
by
State
West
drill
ISOP
team.
and Central ISOP. First team on the line, number 5 in your program, the Wolves from Iceland.
So we're getting ready to start the motor pump contest. As things are moving along, hopefully the targets keep up with us.
Hold together.
Islip leaves the line through the timing lights, and they got water in the truck. First water a little high. Water out 492 after a 168 hookup.
Time for Iceland, 6.53. 6:53.
Well, there you go, Kev. We talk about good water here for pump. He missed the target, 6.5. So if he's on it, that's a real low 6, maybe
Yeah.
even a 5.
He was dead high right away.
Yep.
But same thing with
On the line to be
177
number 7 on your programs, the Harris from East Farmingdale. Somebody put a target.
Oh, Frankie Sonnenberg jumping the guardrail to set the target.
Notice the blue stripe still going down the side of his pants.
I know,
though.
I
I
saw
noticed
that.
that last week at the county.
Yep.
What did you have water out for Islip?
I had 492.
Yeah. 480, yeah, I would think it might be a little better. But that's still, though, like you said, he missed the target.
Yep. First water on it would have been a good 6.0.
Yeah. Here's another thing. What is your belief in this contest when we're talking about getting down the street? Do you push the envelope, or do you just go to the same spot every time and go with it?
I was always yelled at, go, 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 go. But I knew I was going to be in a certain vicinity. You got to be in control when you get those last few steps in. You know, I was actually taught to kind of, the last few steps, kind of start doing that little bit of a duck walk, bending down a little bit and keeping the nozzle out in front of you. So when it did stop, even if it came back, it could still pounce on it. So that's what we were taught in SJ back in the day. East Farmingdale comes down. They got water in the truck. Nozzle man goes down. Now here's what I wouldn't like, Kev. 2 guys on my back. You know, as you're trying to make adjustments as a nozzle man, East Farmingdale's got 2 guys laying on the nozzle
Time for
man's
East
back.
Farmingdale, 7.61. 761.
I had a 209 open, but that's something I wouldn't have liked.
Right, and even like in Osmo, you able to...
On the line to be number 8 on your programs, the Hobos from Central Islip.
Talk with a couple other guys who ran nozzle. I've only ran it for a couple weeks when Joe was hurt. But, can you honestly see up and down? I know you can see left and right, but can you tell if you're low or high?
Again, the way I was taught was, and it was a progression. Obviously, you want to put it down good left to right. If you're not good left to right when you put it down, you're going to be in trouble anyway. But if you're good left to right, I was taught initially, let it skip across the road, and when you think it's under the flap, bring it up real slow. And then progressively, you could start to raise it a little. But to answer your question, you really couldn't see. I would go down, and again, as we progressed and we got a little better, I would lift it up to a certain height where I thought it was right, and then I would look at the light.
Yes.
And if it wasn't hit, I would never wiggle it, but you had to move it just a little bit up or down.
Yeah.
But yeah, you lost it in with all the smoke around it.
And wiggling breaks up the stream. We
Without
talked
a
by,
doubt.
obviously, Bumpy Bray, one of the great ones. He was always a 1 second and then lift up ever so slightly.
Yep.
And
so
that was it.
pretty much the same, yep. But when I first started, I was 18, I think. And Mickey Mustapick said, let it skip across the road. And when you see it under the flap, bring it up slow. And then again, it progressed from there. Timing, whether it was a second. I mean, we didn't count or anything, but it was all timing that you could raise it a little bit earlier. Because the last thing you want to do is go over. And like you said, you can't see it. Once you're over, you're probably going to stay over. But the other thing was, you said about going to a spot. Mickey also taught me, don't go down till you see the smoke coming out of the nozzle. So that first little puff of air.
That's really not the water coming out? No, that's not it. I know, but it's coming quick, though.
Yeah. But we were always within, 5 or 6 feet of the same spot. Come the hobos.
Oh, Chris went right.
Yep. He missed at the hydrant. Rarity for CI.
Yes.
Tough day.
Gentlemen, you have overtime.
Now, you could see CI. I don't know if he lifts it. I mean, a lot of these teams nowadays have the ring, and the truck is hitting it. The truck revs up, brings up the stream, and that's it. They're not lifting at all. I still had to lift it off the road.
Number 10 on your programs, the Piston Knockers from North Lindenhurst.
I think it's a hard mental thing not to lift it, especially running if you're a regular nozzle man in the other speed contest.
It's natural, yeah.
It's natural. Then when you sit there and you start, and like the worst thing is when you start thinking about stuff, it's probably when we go wrong. Don't think, just do.
Yes.
You have a ring there for a reason, put it down and let the pump, if you're in the same spot every time.
I inherited an old pump nozzle from my dad, and again, there was no ring at all on it. I remember trying to make one out of tape. And I was finally told that Kevin Connell was still running. North Lindy's on the line, ironically. Kevin Connell had just had one of these nozzles made from a gentleman, I can't remember his name, over in, I think it was Babylon or West Babylon, down by the water. It was all made out of one piece of metal with the ring included and all. I went and talked to him. He goes, sure, here's the guy's name. And I had the same exact nozzle made and ran with that for 25 years. And we ran a couple of fives in the day.
I think so.
So,
I can remember a few of them. Yeah.
So, thank you to Kevin at that time pointing us in the right direction. It really helped us out a lot in motor pump. But I think I've got to give a lot of credit to a gentleman named Michael Etzel, who used to run pump hydrant for us. We were bouncing around. He got on the team the same year as me. Really fast guy. A little bit short and strong legs, fast as could be, but a little on the shorter side. And they were trying different guys at pump hydrant. They never thought of him there because he was so fast. Why waste his speed there? But because he was a little shorter and stronger, he could handle a faster speed and get down and put it on nice. I'm telling you, this guy could hit the hydrant. We went with stick times down from 2 flat down to at times 1.4, 1.5, and sometimes even better. Not on purpose, but.
and what do they say? Every 10th on the hydrant side is like 3/10 on the discharge side.
I'm not sure of the math on that, but.
Yeah, it's close to that. But it's something like that.
Oh, it brought our water out time. We were getting water out 4.6 all the time, and 4.6, if you hit it, you're in the fives. I mean, when we were running like that, we'd run a 6.2, and what happened? Lenny missed the target, or somebody had a kink, or whatever. But
can you imagine that?
6.2 was a problem. Yeah.
6.2.
All right, what
Damn.
went wrong? Yeah.
Okay.
No, we got to that point.
We've got some sort of hold up here with the officials. I'm not sure what though.
It's not the target.
No, it's definitely not the target.
Although Pete's walking this way. Oh, now he turned around. Oh, are they working on the clocks maybe?
I don't know if there's some sort of.
Oh, I see a towel coming out. Might be a
Yes.
little oil.
That's what I'm thinking they were looking at.
North Lindy themselves with towels, ready to take care of a couple of drops of oil, which where those drops of oil are, Kev, I don't think that affects your run at all. More than likely the truck will be straddling that. Somebody's truck leaking a little bit of oil, I guess. Right by the hydrant.
More so peace of mind. I mean, where it is, I mean, you could say maybe
Could get
the
a tire
off
in it.
man might get it right by the tire. It could be something. but
Right.
If the officials recognize, let them stop it up with the towel. That's,
Yep.
that's what it's for. It's convenient how you have those towels in your back of your beach.
I was going to say North Lindy. I think they invented the towel dry.
Oh.
They might be the first ones I saw whip it out and start doing that.
Then it just caught on. It was like the plague after that. Everyone's got
Oh,
towels. Oh, wait,
yeah.
wait a second.
But I can remember
Your
seeing that.
attention, please. There'll be no time for East Farmingdale. The inside diameter of their hose was too small.
Okay.
Must have got that from old St. James hose that we threw out. They must have went on a dumpster.
Let's see what dumpster diving for that.
Tight is good. Too tight is no good. And again, some of you new folks, the tighter your hose, within limitations, the tighter your hose, the quicker the water goes through. Hence, the quicker run you potentially could get. However, there are minimum or maximum tightness, however you want to word it. Can't be too tight.
No.
We do have a measurement system. You have to be within tolerance of that. North Lindy. Stick is down. Comes Vinny. He's in position. Oh, a little high, and he stays high. Just like we said. Once it's high, you can't see it's high.
Overtime.
How does that not go? The first water definitely hit the bottom of the plate.
It looked like when he came down, he kind of wiggled it to get it there, and I don't know if he just brought it up a skosh too high, too fast.
475 water out, though?
I missed the water out. I had 53 on the stick, though.
Yeah, 50.
On the line to be number 11 on your programs, the Panthers from Cacho.
But we're talking about a couple of different things before, Kev. I mean, can you see the flap at a certain point? No, you'd look for the light. And there was no better feeling, and we're combining this with what we talked about running nozzle in the hose events and efficiency. When you would go down and you thought you were good left to right, and you put it to a spot and you looked up and the light was lit, the sound of, the truck shuts down, and the crowd, whether it's your own fans or not, are going crazy. Yeah. Everybody likes to see the first drop hit. I'm getting goosebumps just telling you the story, but when you hear that crowd going nuts, that's what makes you want to be a nozzle man and light up that light.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. This is a fun contest to run.
When it's right, yeah.
Especially when you have, we had that slide going for years.
Oh, that's a crowd pleaser as well.
That's just, you just keep going. Like I said, I had the opportunity to run for a few contests, a few tournaments in a row running nozzle. It's I don't know, you just put it down and look at the light. That's
did you do the slide?
I did the slide. I had to. I had no choice.
Again, I was running, 10 or 15 years, and then you guys started perfecting that along with New High Park. And guys on my team, Lenny, we got to do that. You got to do that. I said, here you go. Here's a nozzle. You want to go do that? You got to have a lot of confidence in the guys behind you.
That was the thing. And you know what? It kind of got easier for us the older we got because we had the same constant guys off the back of the truck for all those years. But even like before that, I remember when, going back way back, Joey Bramsky was sliding. There was a time where we went down on a knee. Donald Simone was running nozzle. And then, talking with Donald Bray, Bumpy Bray, about everything. And JoJo becoming into the race man he was, he's, let's go and slide.
He's a hell of an athlete, too.
And the theory was this: the shorter the targets hit, the better it was. That's why we did it.
Sure. And you're getting all that hose out. There's never a question if you stop too short as Kutchog comes down the track. And they got good water down. Yep. 195 open. Little low, but he got it.
Yep. Still a high 6.
Yep.
I'm just looking at the last guy with the flakes off the discharge. You see where he's throwing that hose?
6.69. 669.
Would it go over the fence?
Yes.
On the line to be number 12 on your programs, the Yellowbirds from Copan.
We had a guy in that position get knocked over the fence here one year. Getting that loop out, and the pressure came. And again, folks at home, if you've never run this race, a lot of pressure going through this hose. It can throw you any which way it wants. This is the one event where you need a minimum 3 guys holding that hose down for the nozzle man. Once that hits that back pressure or that tip.
Especially at tracks like this in Lindenhurst, where that guy really, I remember seeing Mikey J from North Lindenhurst literally getting thrown over the guardrail every time at Lindenhurst.
Yep.
And it's a tough spot, but here it's a tight track.
Yep. That's guys giving up the body for the team right there. But again, that back pressure doesn't only affect the nozzle men and the few guys behind them. That back pressure snaps everybody. No matter where you're holding the hose, it's kicking you too. Ideally, you want a good 10, 15 feet behind the nozzle man to be straight so he could stay straight. If it's only straight for 3 or 4 feet behind the nozzle man, he's getting whipped sideways one way or the other.
Yeah, going backwards, straight back is okay. Not when you're going side to side. Yep. That's not a good thing.
No.
That's not a good thing.
I always told my drivers, if you see my first water going a little left or a little right, I might be able to pull it back. But if you see the first water going straight and then it goes sideways, there's nothing I can do.
Tell me that wasn't a tough thing to bring back the nozzle. Like I said, it's incredible. You're basically going down one spot, that's it, you're good to go. It's got to go up here or it's not going up at all.
Yep. And hold on. Never let go.
Oh, he was a little off the nozzle. Well,
he's letting the truck hit it, I think.
Shooting from the hip again.
I missed the stick. 488 water out, though.
Yeah, 490, 157.
9 for Cope. 9.04. 904. On the line, number 13 on your programs, the Gamblers from Hagerman.
All right, right now we only have 3 teams that have gotten times. First place 6:53 by Islip. Second place 6:69 by Kutchog, and at 9:04 is sitting in third right now.
Just got a text. One of the guys that used to run behind me, Steve Gashell, ran with us for a long time in St. James. He goes, for the record, I'm happy with you not sliding.
It wasn't that bad.
I talked to Frankie Sonnenberg in New Hyde Park. He ran it for a while. They had him sliding. He said he wasn't all that into it. And I said, did it ever come up short? I says, oh, yeah. And then that ring just rips across your chest, I guess. So, I mean, that would be the only thing that I'd be apprehensive about. What, bends your thumb back? Okay.
I have a dislocated thumb from being the backup man when I lost the nozzle, but it's. I'm sure it didn't happen often, but I know there's times when you slide, you stop, and all of a sudden you're looking down the barrel, even when you're going down on one knee. Okay, let's get back.
That's again, we talked about sliding as the breaker man. You're a little bit out of control. I mean, you're really counting on the guys behind you to do the same exact job every time, and everybody's trying, but it doesn't always shake out that way. One guy steps on a hose, or one guy stumbles, and that hose ain't there. And in this race, with that pressure, there's a big consequence to pay. Happened to me one time where it came up way short. Again, I always went on the one knee, but it basically flipped me over the nozzle, and I ended up laying on my stomach, looking right down the pipe. It was in CI. The water came out. Obviously, it shot out of my hands, crossed my jaw, down my chest. I was all bruised, and that was just from the stream of water, not from the nozzle. Okay, Hagerman getting water out of the nozzle. A little low, and he stays low. So he's not lifting it.
Gentlemen, you have overtime.
Not lifting it at all, Kev, wanting the truck to hit it. And again, different teams do it different ways. But if you don't see it tripping, I mean, you got. And now he's laying on his belly too, so he's seeing even less. Being up on one knee, you could see a little bit more. But you got to recognize if you're under, especially when you're trying to hit it with the truck, and if your pump's not consistent, you got to lift it. 185 open I had for Hagerman. So again, not a whole lot of runs here, only 3 times. 904, Kopeg holding third. Looks like next up will be the Farmingville Bandits. Seeing what they can do.
Thank God Robert's back. I'm trying to do the times and the water out. There you go. There's your little pen and paper over there. Knock yourself out.
That's why I give credit to those sus guys, right, Rob? I mean, Rob and I do some work up here, but these guys are on their phones, giving you splits, giving you facts, and we can add a little bit, but these guys are all over the place.
How is the pump contest going, gentlemen? Couple sixes?
2 6s. That's it. That's all we got.
2 6s and a 9.
That's it.
All right. If there's not 5 times, do overtimes get points?
It's a lot of splits.
I did catch Hagerman's shot. He just couldn't get it to the target. He didn't, and he was laying on top of it with his arms out. Now, you guys might have covered this, so I apologize. He's in a position he really couldn't lift it up.
No.
Exactly what we said. And whether he could or he could, or
I don't think he could where he was. He's got to get tighter to it. He's got to run like that. He should watch a couple of the guys that slide and see where their hands are.
So here come the Bandits. And they are across the timing line. Ooh, miss at the hydrant. Now they got water. A good pump in this truck. He's high and he's... Ooh.
How did that go up?
I don't know. It looked way high.
Okay.
Must have been a spit that came through low. I thought he was a good foot high. But a miss at the hydrant, so really didn't matter.
For Farmingville, 9.85. 985.
And that is currently good for 2 points.
Line to be number 17 on your programs. The Redskins from Bayshore.
So the Redskins taking the line Finally getting off the snide inefficiency, picking up a point. See if they can build on that.
Yeah, I'm curious to see. I'm like I said, sometimes something like that, no matter where you are in the season and day, in this one day could just, make a difference later on. That, oh yes, things can work out okay.
So here we are, a little over a month before the state drill up in Main Transit, which everybody's looking forward to. If things aren't working out, is this your deadline for changing guys in positions? Do you even take that chance and say, listen, we only got 4 weeks of practice left, 8 practices, 5 or 9 practices, with rain maybe less. Do you make changes this late in the year, or do you stick with the guys and tweak what you have?
If you have a player that's able to step up and do that contest, I don't know if you put a rookie in or, unless you got the talent, you can see it, but it's not like we have all, one great racing man in every team. You always have, you could have one. You usually don't have two, for the most part. You have a couple good players, good key parts. But if you have someone, a veteran that's been around for a little while and that could step in,
worth a shot.
Yeah, why wouldn't you try something new? Just to add a little bit of a spark or something like that.
If something's not working at all,
right,
you might have to shake something up. If something, listen, it looks like it's got some promise. Can we make an adjustment to get it to the point where it's consistent? Even if it's not the first place time that you'd like, can I get consistency where I feel comfortable where we're going to score in the race?
Right, and get you in the money.
I'll take that over airing it out and, hoping we get that 1 out of 10 lucky shot.
Yes, that's worth the percentages right there. If that's your only choice, all right, let's hope we get lucky in that day.
I think smaller adjustments and tweaks are, in many cases, the better way to go. And I think just about every team, you go back and watch tape, what went well, what didn't, what do we have to maybe look to work on this week in practice?
So Bay Shore taking the line.
They got themselves on the board in the last contest. Sure they'd like to finish strong. Give themselves a little momentum going into, what are we on, Central Islip 2 weeks from now?
2 weeks.
Yep. Correct.
Is there any drill next week?
Is
there an Nassau drill?
Earlier. Somebody said maybe an old-fashioned.
State Juniors is next week? Is that next week or no?
Not sure.
West Sable Junior drill tomorrow morning.
And there across the timing light. Water in the truck. Al Pugh puts it down. A little tug. Nice hit.
That'll do.
Should be a mid-6.
Going to be in the neighborhood of Islip shot, I think.
Not good water out, though, Len. What'd you get for water out?
I missed it.
5:10.
Time for Bay Shore. 6.43. 6:43.
All right, that's first place at the moment. Islip 6:55 is second. And what is it? Cutchogue 6:69 is third. Still holding 985 is fifth place. 905, 985. So
Bay Shore trying to build some momentum now. The way they started, it'd be nice to finish out the day, score in the last few.
all right, as we wait for Riverhead to take their chance here.
This is a team we've seen hit motor pump, and again, they know the water here better than anybody. Maybe them in Cutchogue.
On the line to be number 19 on your program. Your host for today's tournament, the Ironman from Riverhead.
Hey, you'd like to think this contest here would give them, you like always say, home field, home court, home track advantage. A contest like this definitely should give you that. I always felt when we were running in Hempstead, motor pump was definitely not an advantage to us, having to come to some of these other tracks and you get water out a half second or more faster. It was always real difficult when we would go to other courses.
Right, but on your own track, it was a huge advantage.
Yes, we need to
when other teams came there, yes, to an extent.
I'm sure, West Hempstead, South Hempstead, North Lindy knew what they were doing, but the rest of us were rolling the dice, so to speak. Watching and learning as we went.
I heard one team changed the pump just for that track. They took the pump out, put a different one in.
We would tweak the way we ran, and anytime you're changing it up, you're guessing really. If you don't practice that way. Nice stick. They're down and ready. A nice hit. 670.
I got a little better than that.
Yeah, might be.
Time for Riverhead. 6.56.
Okay.
6:56.
That's going to be third place at the moment.
5:19.
5:23 water out.
Yeah. 163 maybe.
I had 180, but I was a
Line
little
number 20
got a
on the
higher.
programs. The Snails from Lindenhurst.
All right, Lindenhurst in a tie for fourth with Central Islip. CI missed in this contest, so fourth place, even potential to move up is there if they can beat that 6-4.
So Riverhead putting up a nice shot for their hometown crowd. Some happy Iron Men and an Iron Woman I see on that truck.
A little high five to the officials. Catch that?
Yes. Nothing like softening up the officials a little bit,
Make it fair, make it fair.
If she ever starts climbing motorized, maybe she'll get the good button at the top, Rob spotting a photographer just kind of moseying across the track without any direction.
No clue.
She has no idea where she is. Walking through camps, officiating stations.
All right, Snails.
Oh, that's not a good feeling.
On the discharge side, folks. Anybody get a stick
Hold
on
up, gentlemen. You have overtime.
Anybody get a stick on that?
I did.
I had 145.
I had 153.
So they came in moving.
Yeah.
That's a real good stick time. So good, the discharge man couldn't get it on.
Oh, boy.
That hurts. That's one of those positions, like we said before, almost like the breaker. You're supposed to go unnoticed.
You don't want to know who you are. Nope.
With only a couple teams behind you when a 9 is in the points, that's a tough time to have that happen.
Without a doubt.
Table.
Without a doubt.
All right, at this point, if West
There'll
Sable
be no
can...
time for Lindenhurst. Water came out of the truck before it was hooked up to the hydrant.
Whoa! Whoa!
Yeah?
That, folks, and the reason I'm woeing and Kevin's saying, well, that what they're accusing Lindenhurst of is having water in their pump.
Loaded pump.
A loaded pump.
That's an accusation of cheating right there. Wow. There'll be a lot of people watching video at home and on their cameras from here that were taping Lindenhurst. That's a big call.
How can you tell? I mean, it was a great handle. 1-5.
Who made that call? Wow.
If it is a 1-4 handle, like we said, water's going to be out the other side almost instantaneously.
Yeah.
That's got to be an official behind the truck, I'm guessing, right? That's watching both. That's a tough call, especially when the team misses. I mean, you just accused the team, unless there's something we're missing, guys. We're all thinking the same way. I mean,
No
I mean-
time. Water came out of the truck before the handle was down. It's pretty basic.
Yeah, we'd have to talk to someone from Lindenhurst. It could be something as simple as they practiced the other night and somebody forgot to open a petcock at the end of the drill.
There's
Oh,
enough
they do
officials
check it
here,
at
they should be
check it at the beginning.
They got officials sitting in the stands taking breaks, which is great. I mean, I'm glad they have it covered, but that's a tough call. Wow. And nobody from Lindenhurst at this point arguing it that I can see.
I think you almost have to argue it, only because if you don't, it makes you look like you might be cheating.
I don't think anyone stayed down there though.
When's the last time you heard that one get called?
Seen a couple
New
of
Hyde-
those today.
New Hyde Park got called on that.
The test,
many
they
years
actually
ago.
tested
and
their
they
truck.
tested it, and they did it with air.
Yeah.
From what I remember, they blew it up.
And
And
that's
that's
a
the last one I
long-
remember.
That's a long time ago.
Yeah, that's probably 12, 15 years ago. Wow.
All right, West Sable on the line.
Be interesting to see if anybody from Lindenhurst trickles back.
They seem
and makes
okay
some
with it.
noise.
They're not
And they had they had nothing anyway. But all right, here comes West Sable looking to button this thing up. Oh,
Water on.
man goes down, but the water is on. Nice hit. That should be first place, guys.
high five, maybe.
Think so.
Low 6-0.
Looked like he was a tick high, if anything, but he was
not
in the
much.
neighborhood.
I don't think it was that much. It was good.
Time for West Sable. 6.02. 6.02.
The hydrant man went on his butt. The stick man got it down, and it stayed on.
489 water out
494,
and 158 on the handle.
159.
Nice job by the hydrant man. His feet started sliding. He hit
It just went down.
and went down. But he stayed with it. Contest isn't over yet, and West Sable's hose needs to get checked. But if everything stays,
Here in your programs, the Tigers from Brentwood.
that would lock up the drill for West Sable. Like I said, like you, Lenny, you're the one who always says it. I got to give you the credit. You know, this is the event within the event. You know, what goes on the other side of the arch when they're measuring your hose and they're doing the inside diameter check.
This is definitely one of those races where it ain't over yet. We've seen this race change a lot when hoses get checked afterwards, whether it's inside diameter, too short.
And it could be like 5 minutes later.
Yeah. But you always give the team the benefit of the doubt. We're going to assume West Sable's hoses all check out. They know what they're doing.
I mean, in a contest like motor pump, you want your hose kind of snug, but you have to push the limits? No. That's just my opinion. There's no reason to be even borderline because the water's being pushed through a truck at a stronger velocity, and if you to push the envelope and be caught with inside diameter, I understand the outer jack can just shrink at times. That's how the problems we had, but you want to err on the side of caution with this contest.
That's why it happened to us. Getting nailed with short hose. You want to run tight. You want to run short because the water goes through it quicker. But short within the rules. But if you're going to cheat, don't be an inch or too short. Be 2 feet short, 3 feet short. And we always said that, and we got caught one time 2 or 3 inches short, and I don't know, it just had to shrink. I mean, when we left the barn, it was good.
All right, Brentwood finishing up motor pump. A little late on the handle, but water's in the hose.
A
They're set.
little late pumping too, I think.
He's underneath the target.
Brought it up.
Almost hit it with the air. Coming above the stream.
So hot, I was going to run out there for the last spray.
8.04. 8.04.
So again, nobody from Lindy coming to the timing truck or to any officials that we can see making any noise. So
When your hose is that short, did you just roll up, put it on the truck and just leave?
Well, an inch or two, you're gonna, argue. But if
Well, saying,
it's
when
feet,
you're saying it was like a foot, see you later.
oh, when it's feet, you probably know it.
I know all
You
about
should
it.
know it.
I know about an inch or two. I know about fighting for it. I understand.
Well, we did get 5 sixes
sounded a little
tentatively.
further.
We did
Yeah.
get 5 sixes in the contest.
Okay.
I'll be honest, I thought we would see a 5 hit today. I'm a little
Yeah, me too.
I'm a little disappointed that someone did not run a 5. Looks like West Sable is rolling up their hose, which would be a good sign for them.
To the joy of my co-announcers. Which will, in effect, wrap it up for the West Sable Flying Dutchman.
Move the equipment. Results of the motor pump contest. First place, 5 points, number 22, West Sable. Second place, 4 points, number 17, Bayshore. Third place, 3 points, number 5, Iceland. Fourth place, 2 points, number 19, Riverhead. In fifth place, 1 point, number 11, Cutchaw. Total points with 1 contest to go. Islip, 17. Central Islip, 12. North Lindenhurst, 15. Cutchaw, 4. Copeg, 7. Hagerman, 1. Farmingville, 2. Bayshore, 5. Riverhead, 2. Lindenhurst, 12. West Sable, 28.
I take that back quick. Just Fred, next week's the Long Island Championship for Old Fashioned in Amityville, 1 p.m. start. Just to let you know. Thank you, Jay Podowski.
All right. So
Old-fashioned
our
fans.
top 5 going into the last contest. West Sable has locked it up with 28, but we do have a little battle for 2nd to 5th.
Local committee to the arch. Local committee to the arch, please.
Islip with 17 has clinched it. Actually, that's not true. Islip is in 2nd at the time at this moment. North Lindenhurst 15 is 3rd, and then we have Lindenhurst and Central Islip 12 and 12 tied for 4th and 5th. So we still got a little bit of a battle to see the 2 through 5 holes. Stand by and we'll see what happens.
Since 1973, Fire News has been a proud supporter of the time-honored tradition of New York State Drill Team Racing. As they celebrate their 43rd year of publishing, they are honored to be the official publication and online coverage of the New York State Drill Teams. Look for ongoing coverage in Fire News on firenews.com and on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. The 2017 Fire Rescue and EMS Mega Show takes place February 18th and 19th at the Brentwood Sports Fieldhouse at Suffolk Community College. The new venue was a huge hit in 2016. It's bigger and better, and 2017 will deliver many new vendors showing the latest, most up-to-date turnout gear and new products. Hundreds of vendors will be present to explain and demonstrate their product line and services, along with the extrication competition. See you next February in Brentwood at the Mega Show. Attention firefighters, are you still tracking your SCBA cylinders using paper and pencil? Stop the insanity and get the CAT Cylinder Accountability Tag System from Coastal Fire Systems. The CAT makes refilling cylinders simple and easy, ensuring that your members never overfill a cylinder or fill one with an expired hydrostatic testing. Let the CAT system handle the record-keeping, inventory, alerts, and OSHA paperwork for you. There's only one place you can get the CAT system, and that's Coastal Fire Systems. Head to www.coastalfiresystems.com for details and information. The groundbreaking FDNY electronic accountability system is now available to departments nationwide through Motorola, and SDI is the company behind this game-changing technology. Now, SDI has paired with New York State volunteer departments including Central Islip to solve the challenge of accounting for members who respond after the tones go off. Keep track of your members on your next big incident with a proven solution designed with the New York State Volunteer Department in mind. For more information, visit systemsdefinition.com and firegroundaccountability.com. The Titan Group is back, supporting Drill Team Racing after a strong off-season of our own. Our new headquarters, now located in Bohemia, Long Island, is now fully equipped with an in-house screen printing operation, coupled with our embroidery setup that you've come to trust. Become a member of Team Titan to take advantage of our new custom team website ordering system. Follow us on Instagram at Titan Group Racing and search Titan Group DTR on Snapchat to keep your hand on the pulse of your favorite teams. With 20 years of experience in the apparel industry coupled with 20 years of racing experience, we know what you need. Pants, jerseys, jackets, helmets, we've got it all. Call us today at 631-859-0075 or see Artie Susskind on the arch or Devin Robinson on the track. Gear up, get on, the Titan Group. Not every evolution in vehicle rescue technology costs tens of thousands of dollars. The Beluga Glass Cutter finally makes windshield removal quick and safe, and fire departments can add the Beluga Glass Cutting Kit to their rescue setup for only $5.95. Head to www.coastalfiresystems.com to check out the Beluga in action. Fatty McGee's in East Islip. Wednesday is Ladies' Night at the best FD racing bar in Long Island. Stop in anytime for a drink with good company, a great lunch and dinner menu, and of course those famous Fatty's wings. Integrated Wireless Technology is proud to be part of the 2016 season as the exclusive Motorola dealer for New York State drill teams. IWT is a Motorola manufacturer's representative and offers the full line of Motorola products to fire departments as well as David Clark headsets and sound-off signal emergency lights. IWT is your one-stop shop for custom-engineered radio solutions, licensing assistance, dispatch solutions, and top-notch reliable service with fully insured technicians. Start your next radio upgrade with IWT. Check out their website at www.goiwt.com. Coastal Fire Systems is the official SCBA dealer for New York State drill teams. Scott Air Packs, cylinders, RAT packs, refill compressor systems, gas detectors, Hyatt's boots, Protec and Dragon fire gloves, as well as the future in thermal imaging technology. Coastal is also the one-stop dealer for Petzl, Scott, CMC, and Colorado bailout systems, along with professional training to keep your members sharp and meet New York State requirements. For more information, check them out at www.coastalfiresystems.com. The Bill Fox Company has been in business over 60 years, specializing in custom championship rings, watches, badges, pins, and awards. The Bill Fox Company has crafted championship rings for the past state champions, including the Westerners, Flying Dutchmen, Hobos, Wolves, and the Yellow Hornets, as well as the Firefighter Combat Challenge competition. Bill Fox Company is the recognized name in recognizing people. Check them out on Facebook, Twitter, and on the web at www.billfoxco.com. With over 25 years of service in the fire industry, High Tech Fire and Safety continues to be a proud sponsor of New York State drill teams. High Tech has been honored to serve as master distributor for Morning Pride products, including state-of-the-art bunker gear, USAR gear, EMS gear, helmets, gloves, hoods, and boots. In addition to Morning Pride gear by Honeywell, High Tech also provides quality products, including ISG thermal imaging cameras and CMC rescue products and Deuce rescue systems, providing your fire department with the highest level of support and service for all your personal protection equipment needs. For personalized demos, speak to a certified sales specialist. Call 631-777-5170 or visit hightechfirenewyork.com. Since 1973, Fire News has been a proud supporter of the time-honored tradition of New York State drill team racing. As they celebrate their 43rd year of publishing, they are honored to be the official publication and online coverage of the New York State drill teams. Look for ongoing coverage in Fire News on firenews.com and on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. The 2017 Fire Rescue and EMS Mega Show takes place February 18th and 19th at the Brentwood Sports Fieldhouse at Suffolk Community College. The new venue was a huge hit in 2016. It's bigger and better, and 2017 will deliver many new vendors showing the latest, most up-to-date turnout gear and new products. Hundreds of vendors will be present to explain and demonstrate their product line and services, along with the extrication competition. See you next February in Brentwood at the Mega Show. Attention firefighters, are you still tracking your SCBA cylinders using paper and pencil? Stop the insanity and get the CAT Cylinder Accountability Tag System from Coastal Fire Systems. The CAT makes refilling cylinders simple and easy, ensuring that your members never overfill a cylinder or fill one with an expired hydrostatic testing. Let the CAT system handle the record-keeping, inventory, alerts, and OSHA paperwork for you. There's only one place you can get the CAT system, and that's Coastal Fire Systems. Head to www.coastalfiresystems.com for details and information. The groundbreaking FDNY electronic accountability system is now available to departments nationwide through Motorola, and SDI is the company behind this game-changing technology. Now, SDI has paired with New York State volunteer departments including Central Islip to solve the challenge of accounting for members who respond after the tones go off. Keep track of your members on your next big incident with a proven solution designed with the New York State Volunteer Department in mind. For more information, visit systemsdefinition.com and firegroundaccountability.com. The Titan Group is back, supporting drill team racing after a strong off-season of our own. Our new headquarters, now located in Bohemia, Long Island, is now fully equipped with an in-house screen printing operation, coupled with our embroidery setup that you've come to trust. Become a member of Team Titan to take advantage of our new custom team website ordering system. Follow us on Instagram at Titan Group Racing and search Titan Group DTR on Snapchat to keep your hand on the pulse of your favorite teams. With 20 years of experience in the apparel industry coupled with 20 years of racing experience, we know what you need. Pants, jerseys, jackets, helmets, we've got it all. Call us today at 631-859-0075 or see Artie Susskind on the arch or Devin Robinson on the track. Gear up, get on, the Titan Group. Not every evolution in vehicle rescue technology costs tens of thousands of dollars. The Beluga Glass Cutter finally makes windshield removal quick and safe, and fire departments can add the Beluga Glass Cutting Kit to their rescue setup for only $5.95. Head to www.coastalfiresystems.com to check out the Beluga in action. Fatty McGee's in East Islip. Wednesday is Ladies' Night at the best FD Racing Bar in Long Island. Stop in anytime for a drink with good company, a great lunch and dinner menu, and of course those famous Fatty's wings. Integrated Wireless Technology is proud to be part of the 2016 season as the exclusive Motorola dealer for New York State drill teams. IWT is a Motorola manufacturer's representative and offers the full line of Motorola products to fire departments as well as David Clark headsets and sound-off signal emergency lights. IWT is your one-stop shop for custom-engineered radio solutions, licensing assistance, dispatch solutions, and top-notch reliable service with fully insured technicians. Start your next radio upgrade with IWT. Check out their website at www.goiwt.com. Coastal Fire Systems is the official SCBA dealer for New York State drill teams. Scott Air Packs, cylinders, RAT packs, refill compressor systems, gas detectors, Hyatt's boots, Protec and Dragon fire gloves, as well as the future in thermal imaging technology. Coastal is also the one-stop dealer for Petzl, Scott, CMC, and Colorado bailout systems, along with professional training to keep your members sharp and meet New York State requirements. For more information, check them out at www.coastalfiresystems.com. The Bill Fox Company has been in business over 60 years, specializing in custom championship rings, watches, badges, pins, and awards. The Bill Fox Company has crafted championship rings for the past state champions, including the Westerners, Flying Dutchmen, Hobos, Wolves, and the Yellow Hornets, as well as the Firefighter Combat Challenge competition. Bill Fox Company is the recognized name in recognizing people. Check them out on Facebook, Twitter, and on the web at www.billfoxco.com. With over 25 years of service in the fire industry, High Tech Fire and Safety continues to be a proud sponsor of New York State drill teams. High Tech has been honored to serve as master distributor for Morning Pride products, including state-of-the-art bunker gear, USAR gear, EMS gear, helmets, gloves, hoods, and boots. In addition to Morning Pride gear by Honeywell, High Tech also provides quality products including ISG thermal imaging cameras and CMC rescue products and Deuce rescue systems, providing your fire department with the highest level of support and service for all your personal protection equipment needs. For personalized demos, speak to a certified sales specialist. Call 631-777-5170 or visit hightechfirenewyork.com. Since 1973, Fire News has been a proud supporter of the time-honored tradition of New York State drill team racing. As they celebrate their 43rd year of publishing, they are honored to be the official publication and online coverage of the New York State drill teams. Look for ongoing coverage in Fire News on firenews.com and on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. The 2017 Fire Rescue and EMS Mega Show takes place February 18th and 19th at the Brentwood Sports Fieldhouse at Suffolk Community College. The new venue was a huge hit in 2016. It's bigger and better, and 2017 will deliver many new vendors showing the latest, most up-to-date turnout gear and new products. Hundreds of vendors will be present to explain and demonstrate their product line and services, along with the extrication competition. See you next February in Brentwood at the Mega Show. Attention firefighters, are you still tracking your SCBA cylinders using paper and pencil? Stop the insanity and get the CAT Cylinder Accountability Tag System from Coastal Fire Systems. The CAT makes refilling cylinders simple and easy, ensuring that your members never overfill a cylinder or fill one with an expired hydrostatic testing. Let the CAT system handle the record-keeping, inventory, alerts, and OSHA paperwork for you. There's only one place you can get the CAT system, and that's Coastal Fire Systems. Head to www.coastalfiresystems.com for details and information. The groundbreaking FDNY electronic accountability system is now available to departments nationwide through Motorola, and SDI is the company behind this game-changing technology. Now, SDI has paired with New York State volunteer departments including Central Islip to solve the challenge of accounting for members who respond after the tones go off. Keep track of your members on your next big incident with a proven solution designed with the New York State Volunteer Department in mind. For more information, visit systemsdefinition.com and firegroundaccountability.com. The Titan Group is back, supporting drill team racing after a strong off-season of our own. Our new headquarters, now located in Bohemia, Long Island, is now fully equipped with an in-house screen printing operation, coupled with our embroidery setup that you've come to trust. Become a member of Team Titan to take advantage of our new custom team website ordering system. Follow us on Instagram at Titan Group Racing and search Titan Group DTR on Snapchat to keep your hand on the pulse of your favorite teams. With 20 years of experience in the apparel industry coupled with 20 years of racing experience, we know what you need. Pants, jerseys, jackets, helmets, we've got it all. Call us today at 631-859-0075 or see Artie Suskind on the arch or Devin Robinson on the track. Gear up, get on, the Titan Group. Not every evolution in vehicle rescue technology costs tens of thousands of dollars. The Beluga Glass Cutter finally makes windshield removal quick and safe, and fire departments can add the Beluga Glass Cutting Kit to their rescue setup for only $5.95. Head to www.coastalfiresystems.com to check out the Beluga in action. Fatty McGee's in East Islip. Wednesday is Ladies' Night at the best FD Racing Bar in Long Island. Stop in anytime for a drink with good company, a great lunch and dinner menu, and of course those famous Fatty's wings. Integrated Wireless Technology is proud to be part of the 2016 season as the exclusive Motorola dealer for New York State drill teams. IWT is a Motorola manufacturer's representative and offers the full line of Motorola products to fire departments as well as David Clark headsets and sound-off signal emergency lights. IWT is your one-stop shop for custom-engineered radio solutions, licensing assistance, dispatch solutions, and top-notch reliable
19.68, and it's held by Central Islip. Attention all teams, attention all teams. The handle on the gate goes towards the tub. The handle on the gate goes towards the tub. Attention all teams, attention all teams. At the completion of your run, bring all of your buckets over to the right-hand side to be measured. At the completion of your run, bring all of your buckets over to the right-hand side to complete. First team on the line, number 5 on your programs, the Wolves from Islip.
All right, so we are back live from the track at the Riverhead Invitational 2016. Getting ready for Islip to take off in buckets. Lenny Gomber from formerly of the St. James Wildcats. Kevin Candido, he's been around the island, currently with West Sable Flying Dutchman. Come on, Kev, give us a little play-by-play.
Okay. I don't think the light worked.
That's play-by-play.
That's play-by-play, so they're running.
We're going to watch it. They knew it.
Here's an interesting thing.
They went right by the ladder.
So the light's still a courtesy, right?
Yeah, I don't.
So they just ran directly under the arch.
Yeah.
And what if they were like, well, no, the clocks are working? What happens?
I don't know if an official told them to or not.
Okay.
I don't see anybody out there with a red flag.
Yeah.
But yeah, I agree. The ladder team selected not even to get on the ladder, so somebody was cluing them in.
And now we're going to be curious to see if this bucket barrel works. They suppose that they worked on it all day today.
Well, let's get the timing lights right first, then we'll worry about the barrel.
Yep.
Took them a while to hoist it up there, I can tell you that. It got caught on the lip. They were hoisting it up with a rope. They got caught on the lip of the arch for a while. It took them a little while to get it up there.
All right. All right, seems like they got it working now. It's reset back to green. Islip's currently in second place with 17 points. Let's see if they can hold on to this. It's a tight 2 through 5 right now.
On this scorching day out here in Riverhead today.
Try to get in now.
The bucket trough water is within temperature, I think,
yes,
right,
that
Len?
was the most popular place as the bucket brigade was being set up. There was a trough of racing team members taking a little dip in there.
Definitely.
Arms, legs, faces, heads.
Islip gets ready to go. All right, they're off the line. Dumper's on the ladder. Little hesitant. 6:31 pick, as we call it.
I had 9:09 at the first one. Ooh, he just caught one the dumper did. Other than that, a good pace.
Looks good. The lower arch helps, definitely.
Hold it up.
9:25 in the first bucket, Len.
I had a high 22 there.
Time for Islip. 22.74. 22.74.
With the little slip by the dumper and a couple of little hiccups there. That's not too
Number
shabby.
8 on your programs. The Hobos from Central Islip.
So the hobos from CI having a tough day today.
12 points, tied for 4th and 5th right now.
Yeah, but don't count them out.
No, not in this
One of their
contest.
best races.
Yes, it is. They're tied with Lindenhurst. And then they're both 3 points behind North Lindy with 15. I'm trying to count buckets. I can't count with 11, 12. Some of these, no one's counting these days. I don't get it.
They didn't count out loud, that's
No.
for sure. You call the run, I'll count out the buckets at the end.
Looks like, Dave Miller made it here. I know he had that work today.
Got that prototypical ladder climber body.
Oh, yeah. And
And
they're
they're
off. Dave Miller's leading them in. He's on. 2, 3, all 4 are on. 6:19 picked by Ricky McCarthy.
First one, 9-10.
Good pace going right now. Good exchange between the top and dumper.
8, 9, 10, 11, 12. The end of 12.
End of 12. End of 12.
That'll slide them into first. I had 22-3.
Time for Central Islip. 22.11. 22-11.
What did we run? 2074.
On the line to be number 10 on your program, the Piston Knockers from North Lindenhurst.
That bucket trough is popular.
I'm hoping to get a little breeze off of it right now. It's definitely the cool place to be.
There is a rule in the rule book about intentional wetting, but I think you're allowed to intentionally wet yourself. And
Yeah, I believe so.
the guys that aren't soaked when they're walking away after a run are making sure they are when they walk off the track. North Lindenhurst Piston Knockers taking the line.
He's sitting with 15 right now. Starts good. Chris Connell slips a little bit.
The middleman on the ladder. First one coming up just now. 11:75. 3, 4, 5, 6.
Exchanges look good. Not that much water loss.
8, 9. Dropped one. 10, 11, 12. All of 12.
Every bit of 12.
Hold up.
With a slip and a drop, that'll put him in around 27.
Time for North Lindenhurst. 27.1. 27-14.
So North Lindy's hoping to hang on here. Did not do themselves any good.
On the line to be number 11 on your programs, the Panthers from Cutchogue.
Central Ice will definitely go in front of them, I would think. As it stands right now, but we'll never know.
See the disgust from Chris Connell as he kicks a bucket before he takes a seat on the guardrail. Cutchogue Panthers taking the line. Again, they know this track. They practice here. A little late getting set on the ladder is Cutchogue. First one is in at 12:79. 3, 4, 5, as you can tell. 6, not much of a pace. 7, 8, 9, they're really working. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Starting to worry about the barrel there for a
Yeah.
second.
Let's not talk about that just yet. Not yet.
First man on the bucket line.
Time for Cutchogue. 33.18. 33-18.
First man on the bucket line running with a set of keys like he was a custodian for the Riverhead School District or the Cutchogue School District.
Didn't want to lose him.
Huge
On the line to be
set of
number
keys.
12 on your programs, the Yellowbirds from Kopay!
Looks like a little things they can improve on is just by getting into the ladder a little closer together, and the pace is the pace that you can always work on.
Well, the pace was steady. It just wasn't quick.
Yeah.
All right, here's Kopeg. This is a race they've been trying to improve on.
Looks like a clean ladder. Chachi's at the bottom. 695.
First one in at 994. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, and a drop. Another drop. One fell into the other. Learning some new cuss words here. Oh, wow. Just trips it on the last bucket. I think it was 12.
That whole domino effect right there.
Yeah, you drop one into another one, it makes it tough.
29.27. 29-27.
So it's bad enough when you miss one. Then it goes down to the next guy. Now it's like he's lifting two almost. That snaps out of his hand and
lands right on the dumper's head. The lifter's head, I should say.
It can.
On the line will be number 13 on your programs, the Gamblers from Hagerman.
So Kutchog, as I said, is looking to improve that contest. They got some work to do. Hageman very loose at the line here.
Yeah.
Good to see them. Shows you they're having fun. But they do seem to race seriously. Bunch of different color buckets here, so combined sets, as they have a problem setting on the ladder. First bucket in at 11:30. 3, 4, 5.
Bottom man is stretching
6,
hard.
7, 8. Dumper's catching him. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. All of 14. They snuck it under 30, but not by much.
Time for Hagerman, 28.87. 28.87. On the line to be number 16 on your programs, the Bandits from Farmingville.
22-11 still holding first by CI and a 22-74 by the Islip Wolves. After that is a 27-14 by North Lindenhurst.
So I talked a little bit about, every team's trying to improve every race, but some teams just struggle with certain races. Farmingville taking the line now had an opportunity to win.
You got to pick up your buckets.
To win the town of Brookhaven drill. I don't remember the exact number, but if they ran a 28 or a 29, I think they were in, and they just couldn't do it. They were up 2 going into buckets over Hagerman. They just couldn't put it together. And again, Farmingville being an experienced team to a point, thought they could have been able to do it or should have been able to do it. And I was told they hadn't gotten out and practiced a whole lot before that drill. So let's see if they can improve on that as they're up and running. Little struggle to get set.
Bottom guy's a half rung too high.
12 and change on the first one. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Keep them coming. 11, 12, 13.
Every bit of 13 too.
Nope, they didn't improve from the town of Brookhaven. Don't mean to laugh at that, but they got it.
Time for Farmingville, 34.48, 34.48.
It's amazing. Sometimes you just can't master a race for whatever reason, and then sometimes when it just clicks all of a sudden, and you just take off from there. So
it could be, now that's something where you definitely move some guys around.
Yeah, without a doubt.
Doesn't hurt,
guys. Yep.
someone step up, say, listen, I could try to do that. Let me try it.
I mean, I get the slip on the ladder or
Line
getting
number
set.
17 on your programs. The Redskins from Bayshore.
Once you get set, it's got to establish that pace. But again, I don't know how much they practice it, but it's just reps and reps and reps. To be a good bucket team, you got to put in a heck of a lot of time. We started getting a little better one year, and then the next year we got out in April, and we filled the buckets halfway with dirt to equalize the weight. And we were running in April when it was cold with dirt buckets. Granted, the hoister had a helmet on just in case.
It's one of those contests where, I'm a big every drop, every drip from Bucketman, and my practice buckets were just as good as my tournament buckets because you had to make it as realistic as possible.
Come the Skins. This is a team that can put together a bucket. Oh, Al Pugh slams the ladder, and he's still struggling. They're walking up the ladder now just to get set. Drop the first bucket. First bucket not in until 14:63.
Hold up.
27 and change.
Time for Bayshore. 27.57. 27-57. On the line now, number 19 on your programs. Your host for today's tournament, the Ironman from Riverhead.
Bayshore with a tough finish, 5-point day. Not the year they were hoping to have after being an eyelash away from winning the state drill last year.
You go back and hit practice next week and just put this one out of your mind. You got 2 weeks to the next one.
Well, again, that's a team, and I do see them a little more, that has the talent that can score in each race.
Absolutely.
Just off a little bit. Come the Ironman. Last shot to show off before their hometown crowd. It's a pretty good set.
Yeah, not a bad set.
A little late on the grab of the first bucket, but 10:09. 4, 5. Kyle doing a good job getting it all in. 6, 7, 8. 9 a little low. 10, 11, 12, 13. Took 13. They were often going pretty good, but
it wasn't a bad set.
Nope.
Something to build off of, that's for sure.
Time for Riverhead. 27.96. 27-96. We need somebody from Bayshore to pick up their buckets.
They're big. So Bayshore so ticked off they left their buckets at the test battle.
I'm guessing they might be good, so someone should probably go check them out quick. Here's Lindenhurst sitting with 12 points. They have a chance to move up the chain a little bit here. Looking maybe to jump up and take fourth for themselves. Possibly into third.
Yeah, that'd be a nice finish for them. They started out strong today and then kind of fizzled off a little bit during the middle of the day.
Looks like a clean set.
Yeah, they attacked
Nice
it.
little pick.
Oh, the middleman almost dropped it. Almost fell off
right
the
though.
ladder, I think. 986
Now he
though.
just dropped one.
Kinley's become a pretty good dumper. Got so much strength. The bucket men sliding.
Yeah, I'm
all
looking
over
at.
this course.
I don't see too many teams twisting anymore.
Time for Lindenhurst. 26.00. 26 flat.
That puts him in third place in this contest right now. Right, Fred? Third place in the contest with that time? Okay.
I only see what?
Number 21 on your program.
2 more teams?
The Bucks from Deer Park.
They were coming up stupid like, you gotta see how they were coming up. That's Ryan's deck.
So you might have overheard Lindenhurst criticizing themselves a little bit and trying to figure it out. But you want to see guys a little upset. I mean, you want to know what happened and why.
I think they're saying they had light buckets coming to ladder.
Yep.
Listen, you can have the best ladder team climb in the world, but if your buckets aren't full, I tell that to my guys all the time.
You said that earlier, and that was something that took us a long time to realize. It all starts with the bucket line. Every bucket's got to be full.
Everyone. And I
give the ladder team a chance to do well.
Yeah. Deer Park's on the ladder now. Had a little bit of a slip in the middle.
1187 first dump. He's got one hung up on the top. He's got
there's
two
two
hung up. Things you never see before.
No. If he does a 3, that's going to be pretty good.
He's got 2 hung up on the top of one of the rails. Just not getting enough lift when he throws them. Ooh, that one he threw with authority. Might have thrown that at somebody. Just didn't send up enough.
Time for Deer Park. 35.14. 35-14. And Jack, this is the one we've been looking for. On the line, number 22 on your programs, the Flying Dutchman from West Sable.
That was literally like 10 seconds we were waiting for
All right. So West Sable with the drill 1 already. Last team to come to the line in the Bucket Brigade. It's got to be a great feeling to be out there right now. They look very serious, though. They're not.
They're ready to go into that cold trough, I can tell you that.
With determination on Billy's face. A lot of pride with this team.
That I have learned for sure, being around them for these past, couple months.
They want to finish strong. Say we're not just good, we're the best. Oop, little slip on the ladder. See if they can make up. Everybody's adjusted. 1195 first dump. Oop, Billy's struggling a little bit at the top. Another pause. Oh. This is the time to have that kind of run when you got it wrapped up and you don't need it.
That's for sure.
They are not happy. Got the drill 1, but they are not happy.
Time for West Sable. 27.26. 27-26.
So that's going to do it. Again, it was predetermined before the Bucket Brigade that West Sable Flying Dutchman had the tournament won already. However, this makes it official.
I think they actually take a point with that time, too. So we have Central Islip with 5 points with a 22-11. That takes them to 17. Islip is going to get 4. That takes them to 21. Lindenhurst, Fred, with 3.
Move the equipment. Results of the bucket start.
Making a lot of noise over there, Fred.
All right, so Lindenhurst is up to 15. In 4th with 2 points is North Lindy. That takes them to 17. And West Sable gets 1, Fred? Right. Takes them to 29. So, unofficially, West Sable with 29, Islip with 21, a tie for third and
Results of the
fourth.
buckets contest. First place, 5 points. Number 8, Central Iceland. Second place, 4 points. Number 5, Iceland. Third place, 3 points. Number 20, Lindenhurst. Fourth place, 2 points. Number 10, North Lindenhurst. In fifth place, number 22, West Sable.
And fifth place would be the Snails with 15, I believe.
Okay.
Correct? Yes. Tied for third. Third and fourth. 17 points to Hobos and the Piss Knockers. All right, Len.
Yeah, let's just hang in there and let Rouse make it official. And then again, a reminder, I think you said, Kev, next week is an old-fashioned drill.
Old-fashioned Long Island Championship in Amityville at 1 o'clock.
And then in 2 weeks is the CI invite.
Total points for the day.
No radio show
In
next week.
fifth place, with 15 points, the Lindenhurst Snails. A tie for third and fourth place, each with 17 points, the North Lindenhurst Piston Knockers and the Central Iceland Hobos. In second place, with 21 points, Wolves.
That was Islip Wolves, if you didn't
And
hear
in
it.
first place,
Here we
with
go.
29 points, and the winners of the 30th annual Riverhead Invitational Tournament, the West Sable Flying Dutchman!
So there you hear it. It's official now.
Thank you. Everybody get home safely. Next Saturday, Amityville's Old-Fashioned Tournament, starting at 1 p.m., down 12 noon, down by the water.
Again, unfortunately, no radio show for that. But we'll be back in 2 weeks for the CI invite, the barometer of most
That's it.
years to leading up to the state drill.
That's when it starts, I guess, right? That's when
And
we see where we're all
yep,
at.
I believe that's a 1 o'clock start over there, if I'm correct. We thank everybody for listening. Hope you enjoyed our show. We know at times when you're home watching it, we have a little problem with the video, but Fred does his best and trying to keep it on air as best we can and bring you all the action. So, again, I'm Lenny Gombert signing off from Kevin Candido, and we're also helped today by Robert Noonan. Thank you all, and we'll see you soon.